It being 11 o'clock, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Orders of the day, private members' business. Debate on C-444, an act to amend the Broadcasting Act and the Telecommunications Act, Broadcasting and Telecommunications Policy, in the name of Mr. Dufour.
Monsieur Dufour.
Mr. Dufour, seconded by Ms. Demers, moves that Bill C-444, an act to amend the Broadcasting Act and the Telecommunications Act, Broadcasting and Telecommunications Policy, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology. Debate. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In 2006, the Conservative government recognized Quebec as a nation. Since then, this same government has dragged its feet in giving it the tools it needs to preserve its identity and develop its culture. This bill is part of this thinking, Madam Speaker, because it allows the federal government to delegate to the provinces the ability to regulate its broadcasting and telecommunications within Quebec. As a result, this bill would allow the government of Quebec to create a Quebec Broadcasting and Telecommunications Commission. Madam Speaker, by allowing the government of Quebec the ability and the authority to regulate broadcasting and telecommunications, this bill has a basic principle of allowing Quebec to have full control over its cultural development and national identity, because it is essential that the major guidelines of this market take into consideration the Quebec reality and the French fact, including, obviously, the regional differences within Quebec itself. Madam Speaker, given the impact of broadcasting and telecommunications on Quebec culture, it is essential that this nerve center be administered by Quebec. The impact of regulations seek to amend the telephony market, to set guidelines and develop the approach to this market. This also ensures an organized development of telecommunications, which will allow access to people throughout Quebec in the different regions. Broadcasting seeks to ensure the diversity of a wide range of sources of information and maintaining a French content. But this is not just a recent demand from Quebec. In fact, it is a historical demand. Since the early 20th century, Quebec has asked that broadcasting be recognized as under its jurisdiction. Starting in 1929, the Quebec Premier, Mr. Alexander Taschereau, put forward a bill on the broadcasting in that province that became a law. The Ottawa government, responded in 1932 by adopting the Canadian Broadcasting Act, which set out the creation of the Canadian Broadcasting Commission, which was the ancestor of the CRTC. Then Daniel Johnson in 1968 stressed the fact that Quebec should have its own control over this jurisdiction, and I quote, distributing signals cannot and must not fall under the federal government. Quebec cannot tolerate for much longer being held outside an area where it has such a vital interest. A few years later, Robert Bourassa, then Premier of Quebec, said that with regard to cultural issues, the decision-making centers that we need to ensure our own cultural security and safety must be transferred, particularly in the area of telecommunications. Once again, it's a matter of logic. Mr. Jean-Paul Lallier, when he was Minister of Communications in the first Bourassa government, said it falls first and foremost on Quebec to develop an overall communications policy. This policy is part and parcel of the development of its education system, culture, and everything else that is unique to Quebec. As you can see, the Quebec nation has not just been asking for this right recently. In fact, it claims this right because it has an impact on all forms of its cultural expression and soul. In fact, this is not a partisan demand. The Quebec governments of all stripes have asked for the control of its broadcasting and telecommunications sector from Ottawa. I want to quote the member of Pontiac when he was with the Department of Communications in Quebec. Quebec must be able to set the rules of operation for its radio and television systems, control the telecommunications network development plans, set the rates for services, as well as regulate new telecommunications services. Quebec cannot let others control its electronic media programming within Quebec. In order to do this, Quebec must have full jurisdiction and recourse to a single regulatory body. What's new about that, you might say? I wanted, however, to share that statement made by my colleague in order to illustrate yet again the many contradictions characterizing this government. Are we to deduce from this, rather, that Quebec's interests depend on the place in which one sits to defend those interests? Recently, in 2008, the Minister of Culture and the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs for Quebec spoke to Ottawa in order to reach agreements concerning broadcasting and telecommunications. Let me quote. This seeks to advise you of Quebec's wish to undertake as soon as possible discussions regarding concluding a Quebec-Canada agreement on the communications sector and a Quebec-Canada agreement on culture. Whereas Quebec, the only French-speaking nation in America, has a specific and unique culture, we believe that reaching such an administrative agreement would ensure better control and taking into consideration of Quebec's unique nature in the area of broadcasting and telecommunications, and would be recognition of the importance of protecting and promoting this cultural uniqueness. It's important to remember that the Quebec government has always demanded that it play a certain role in this area, and it has done so since 1929. And when the first government to legislate on broadcasting took into consideration the need to save Quebec culture and identity. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, Quebec believes that the federal government must not act alone in the areas of broadcasting and telecommunications, and wants to put in place various concrete mechanisms to allow its participation in developing and defining government policies, particularly with regard to decisions made concerning activities within and for Quebec. In 2009, the Minister of Culture and Status of Women Quebec said reaching an agreement on communications would ensure better consideration for Quebec's unique nature in terms of broadcasting and telecommunications, and it would recognize the importance of protecting and promoting Quebec's unique culture. Madam Speaker, in light of these statements from both men and women of all political stripes, there is no doubt that the basic principles of this bill have unanimous support within Quebec. Since this government has come into power, the urgency of acting in these matters is increasing because the government is dismantling the regulatory framework for telecommunications. The government has imposed a decree that was condemned by the Union of Consumers within Quebec, as well as by phone service providers in Quebec, who are asking the CRTC to regulate the telephony industry as little as possible. The urgency of taking action is essential given the very rapid evolution of technology. I want to quote a report of the CRTC that was presented to the CRTC by the Regulatory Framework Study Group on December 16th, 1992, just before the Telecommunications Act came into force. The Commission started a public body to determine whether the regulatory framework that currently exists should be amended given the evolution of this industry. The Commission noted that in an economy based on information and modern and efficient telecommunications infrastructure was essential. The Commission also noted that for the past several years, the evolution of technology and increasing competition had amended and changed substantially the nature of the telecommunications industry. Telecommunications have become a information management tool, as well as a way for companies to improve their productivity. These changes have allowed telephone companies to develop a wide range of new audio, video, and high-speed transmission services to meet the demands of clients. Telecommunications regulations are then essential when we understand that they have become an information management tool. So we cannot look at this just as a commercial endeavor, because it affects commerce and trade throughout Canada. In the current context, Quebec cannot play the role of a simple lobbyist, unable to effectively have any influence over the federal government, rather. Telecommunications also have an impact on the cultural sector. As a Quebec cultural group stated in a brief to the framework study group in July 2005, technological changes have brought together information technology, telecommunications, radio, and television. In conclusion, Madam Chair, many reasons are requiring us to act with regard to this bill. The CRTC is making decisions based on Canadian realities and not based on the Quebec reality. Quebec is being seen as a simple region within Canada. This does not take into consideration the regional differences that exist within Quebec itself. Cultural development of the Quebec nation must be ensured by its ability to determine transition modes, yet Quebec has no control over this. Given the decision that a government would make a decision that went against public interest, the National Assembly, not the House of Commons, would have the power to ask for a review. In short, the Quebec nation is convinced that with the ability of regulating itself, the tools it needs to protect and promote its own culture within telecommunications, it would be able to ensure its development and growth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for reintroducing his bill. Madam Speaker, I can remember the debate that we had in this place on the question of establishing Quebec as a nation, and I think all honourable members will recall that the issue of what constituted a nation was not an agreement in members of the House. But notwithstanding, we also, during that period of time, also understood that within Quebec, in the Quebec broadcast, technology, and cultural agencies, that they were representing all French-speaking Canadians, Quebec and outside of Quebec, and there's a substantial number, and in fact, a disproportionate amount of the funding for cultural development goes to Quebec, in fact, to support Francophone Canadians all across the country. So I wanted to ask the member whether or not that constituency of French-speaking Canadians outside of Quebec would also be served by the new mandate of a new Quebec Telecommunications Commission.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. What constitutes the Quebec nation, and it's quite clear, is the culture of the only French-speaking nation within America. There is a huge difference between the cultural vision of Quebec and the cultural vision of Canada. And we have, with this government, proof of this on a daily basis. For them, what is culture is amusing, and of course, the Olympic torch relay is an example. I must say, because I spoke with a number of organizations representing people in my riding, the fact is we want Quebec to be able to develop its own culture and for us to be masters of our own domain. I must say, Madam Speaker, that it's the very foundation of the fact that I am a sovereigntist. Is Quebec will never be able to properly promote its own culture unless it has control of all the tools it needs within its own hands. I'm not alone in thinking this, because the Minister of Communications of the current Quebec government, which is a Liberal government, fully agrees with this position that we have taken. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I must say I'm a little surprised by the answer given by the member promoting this bill. My colleague asked a question with regard to the Francophone community within Canada living outside Quebec, and my colleague instead decided to ignore this question instead of answering this question. So I would like to ask the question once again. Does he care not a whit for Francophones outside Quebec? The Honourable Member for Repentigny. On the contrary, Madam Speaker, and that we have seen the way the French fact was dealt with during the Olympics was outrageous. I've often been asked the question when I went to other countries or other outside on the other side of the Outaouais River, what people do outside of Quebec on Quebec's Independence Day. Well, when we see statistically the decline of the French fact throughout the rest of Canada, I am as outraged as my colleagues throughout the rest of Canada. What I'm saying is that if there was a strong French fact, we would be able to preserve the culture, and we would be able to help our colleagues throughout the rest of America. Thank you. Questions and comments. A very brief question. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke, you have 50 seconds. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to respond at the same time to my colleague. In June 2005, the CRTC had given Sirius Satellite Radio a license. And this is a subscription service. They have to provide 10% of Canadian channels, 2.5% in French. Is that how the CRTC and the Liberal government of the time were protecting the French fact? The Honourable Member for Repentigny, 20 seconds. Very quickly, Madam Speaker. I think that we have here a weighty argument that is added to what I've just said. We see the decline of the French fact, and if at least Quebec could have full control over a Broadcasting and Telecommunications Commission in Quebec, we could defend the French fact within Quebec at least.
Vu que je suis...
Since I am the only woman in the chair, I would like to wish wonderful International Women's Day to all Canadians. Thank you.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Les femmes du Québec.
I too would like to wish all women in Quebec and Canada a happy International Women's Day, and to all our assistants who help us, to all women who have worked in power, I wish everyone a very happy International Women's Day. I am pleased to rise to speak to this debate. I would like to explain why we believe that this approach will represent an obstacle to the development and the competitiveness of Quebec businesses in the area of communications. First of all, we must recognize that the importance that communications has for Canada and for Quebec and for our future. Broadcasting and telecommunications have a direct impact on local specificity and on the regions throughout the country, as well as in Quebec. The Canadian telecommunications and broadcasting sector has undergone a transformation with respect to the increasing place that digital technology assumes. Businesses in the sector have to adapt to change after having dealt with increased competitiveness and changes in the market, where they have had to urgently react. Indeed, our Canadian businesses in the area of telecommunications and broadcasting have a very good potential for becoming key stakeholders in the world market of communications. We're very proud of that. On the other hand, to fulfill this potential, our businesses need to have a regulatory framework which is efficient, well adapted to its needs, and which promotes competitiveness. But to the mind of the government, Bill C-44 does not represent this need. Madam Speaker, Bill C-44 would fragment the control and regulatory monitoring that exists already, and businesses already falling under the authority of federal regulation would be impacted by that. This double jurisdiction that would be created by the bill, because there would be provincial regulation as well, would lead to a slowing of the development of strategic sectors for Quebec and for Canada. This duplicate jurisdiction would lead to contradictory policies for the businesses that were regulated, and there would be negotiations, a need for negotiations between the two levels of government, and therefore there would be delays. What this implies is that there would be bilateral and international agreements that would necessarily be involved. But there's no simple solution that would allow the CRTC, Industry Canada, or a future agency to monitor the coordination of the airwaves. And you can think of Quebec Corps, the instance of Astral, Chorus, Cogeco, or Bell. All of these have interests in the area of broadcasting and in certain cases in telecommunications outside of Quebec. Cogeco has cable interests in Quebec, in Ontario, and abroad, while Quebec Corps has broadcasting activities in Quebec and in Ontario, and these services are provided by other provinces, through other Canadian provinces. The creation of a Quebec version of the CRTC would complicate matters instead of simplifying them, and indeed would probably run counter to the interests of the industry. That is, a simplification and a reduction in regulation to promote competitiveness amongst businesses. In the area of broadcasting and technological development, new consumer habits and new business models, you also have to take into consideration the economic situation. For example, the transition towards new digital platforms is a significant challenge that has to be met by certain segments of the industry. While the system requires a consistent approach in the area of regulation, because of the convergence of media, the national scope of this industry, and the need to adapt to the new reality, the creation of a second regulatory authority would just lead to a heavy administrative burden, duplication, confusion, and certainly would not give any advantage to this consumer nor to business. What's more, the costs of this supplementary regulatory authority would probably be assumed by the consumer or the industry, and at the end of the day, it would be the taxpayer who would have to foot the bill. These changes, these significant changes, would mean quite a period of adapting for the broadcasting industry, and the government does not feel that this would represent the interests well, because this would be an obstacle for innovation. These interests are protected by the present system because the legislation is there. The Broadcasting Act protects francophones and anglophones throughout the country through public consultation held by the CRTC. Our government is quite convinced that the regulatory framework that we have at the present time allows French language communities like Quebec businesses to function well and to have their concerns met. What's more, when a license is issued, renewed, or amended, you have to take into consideration the Broadcasting Act. Thus, the Broadcasting Act and the structure of the regulatory framework that we have at the present time protect and promote the social, cultural, and economic goals of the communications sector in Quebec. It is in that framework that broadcasting businesses and dynamic cultural environments have flourished in Quebec and Canada, and we're very proud of that. We do not feel that it is necessary, therefore, to amend the regulatory framework as it stands now, as is proposed by Bill C-44. It is not necessary to transform an operational system that is well adapted to the market needs and of the day and which protects.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Alors,
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to rise to speak on Bill C-444, which has been tabled by my colleague from Repentigny, and which deals with the structure of the framework that is dealt with by the CRTC. Let me just say a few words about the mandate of the CRTC. It is there to meet the needs of the Canadian public. It is certified under the Broadcasting Act, and it has to meet what is set out in the Broadcasting Act when it takes strategic decisions. This is very important, Madam Speaker. It has a role to play with respect to Canadian content, CanCon. I don't want my house to be surrounded by walls or my windows obstructed. I want all people to come to me, but I refuse to be crushed by any one of them. That expresses, I believe, the role of the CRTC, that expresses very well the role that it should play with respect to television and with respect to what comes in from our neighbors to the south. Regional diversity within the country also is very important. Thus, the CRTC plays a significant role in protecting culture. To my mind, we here in the House must reinforce the role and the mandate of the CRTC. We must not weaken it, as has been proposed by our colleague from Repentigny. I don't think that parceling out, dividing up the CRTC would strengthen the position. Would 5, 6, 7, or 10 regional CRTCs do better work than the CRTC as it stands today? Therefore, Madam Speaker, for these reasons and for many others, I will be voting against my colleague's bill, my colleague for Repentigny. I'm going to say, of course, I might make a suggestion. I know that my colleague certainly has worked very hard on the bill, but perhaps he could concentrate on the bill in question. I would invite him to do as we are doing, to look at the challenges that we have before us with respect to protecting and promoting CanCon. Quebec content, it contains Quebec content as well, which is quite extraordinary. As you know, Madam Speaker, our society is undergoing transformation very, very quickly. Things are going very quickly. We're talking about a digital economy, and that will happen. And certainly this is happening with respect to culture as well. Therefore, telecommunications are evolving at lightning speed. Broadcasting is evolving as well, very, very quickly. Therefore, we have to react quickly and even anticipate, try to be in the forefront of the changes that are occurring. But with all due respect, I don't see how this bill will help us reach those goals. Here is another point, Madam Speaker, that I think is important. I have had the opportunity of meeting with people throughout Quebec, and there's not a single person that I've met who has said to me that this bill should be a priority or that this would be a step in the right direction to meet the challenge of the future. I had the opportunity as critic, heritage critic, to travel throughout Canada on the matter of culture. And I would say that I've covered all the regions in Quebec. In fact, I do that often. I was at L'Île Boreau last week to visit the museum that is there. I was at Chicoutimi and the Saguenay. I was in Quebec City and Sherbrooke, where I met artists, broadcasters, and people who spend their life every day working in the arts, in the area of culture. They all spoke to me about the importance of strengthening arts and culture. They talked about the importance of increasing the budget for the Canada Council. The Canada Council that plays an extraordinary role because projects are being assessed by peers in the arts community. And they feel, the people to whom I spoke feel that there is a need to increase the budgets. I think my colleague would agree with me. In Quebec, people are aware of the need and the importance of reinstating the programs that were removed earlier by the Conservatives. They talked to me in Montreal, in Quebec City, a great deal about that, and in other areas of Quebec as well. Not necessarily about the bill that my colleague has tabled here in the House. I know it's important to him, but not a single time, not once did I hear anybody talk about a bill like this. They talked about the importance of continuing to support Radio-Canada because Radio-Canada plays a very essential role in a variety of areas of Quebec and also for Francophones outside of Quebec. In Quebec itself, Radio-Canada plays an essential role in the regions, but they did not mention this bill. So therefore, I have to wonder, Madam Speaker, if the bill, which is intended to divvy up the CRTC, would be able to meet the challenges that I have just outlined to the House. Would this be a better solution, or would this fly in the face of the government's decisions with respect to the regulation of the telecommunications industry? I feel the answer is no. Not only should the CRTC be broken up, it should be strengthened. It should have what it needs in terms of the teeth that it needs to apply legislation and its decisions, its rulings. Quebec, I'm from Quebec, of course. I speak to Quebec, but there are challenges in Quebec that are common to other artists, to other creators, to other broadcasters, not in Quebec. There is this commonality that exists. Commonality between Quebec artists, Ontario artists, Nova Scotia artists, BC artists. That takes nothing away from the specificity of Quebec. Of course, we want to defend that. We want to take into account the specificity of Quebec. But the present system does just that. It takes it into account, and it will continue to take it into account in the future. Culture in Quebec is fascinating. It's alive. It's full of wonderful works that are produced in Quebec, as is the case elsewhere outside of Quebec. And the CRTC is aware of it. I say to my colleague from Repentigny, I invite him to embrace the challenge that we all face with respect to the economy of tomorrow that is undergoing such lightning fast changes, and look at the cuts that were imposed by the Conservative government. Well, those cuts affected absolutely essential programs in Quebec and elsewhere. So culture in Canada must be reinforced.
Well, member for Timmins, James Bay.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I would like to offer you my congratulations on today, International Women's Day. I am very proud to rise to speak today, to speak on behalf of the population of Timmins Bay, James Bay, who reflect the inclusiveness of Canada. 40% of that area is francophone, 50% is anglophone or multicultural, and 10% speaks the language of the James Bay people. I invite you to come to Timmins with me to see the phenomenal efforts that have been made by Franco-Ontarians who have a very strong, vital identity in my area. Madam Speaker, since my birth, I have been aware of the importance of the Francophone identity, and in Timmins, James Bay, we believe that this reciprocity has made us stronger. Madam Speaker, I also have the honor of being the NDP critic in the area of culture and heritage.
I have been a musician and a writer, and I know the needs of artists everywhere in Canada. And I support programs which support development of strong cultural industries in Canada. As critic, I've met with many artistic groups from Quebec and from Canada. So what artists, actors, and directors say is that Canadian artists, including those from Quebec, need more support to travel and to promote their work. They want tax credits to be enhanced to help the film and television industry everywhere in Canada. We have to help the Canada Council come up with programs based on diversity, musical and cultural diversity. The artists are also asking the government to be more transparent. The CRTC should be able to impose penalties in order to force cable television and networks to assume their responsibilities under the Act. One of the key elements of this country's cultural policy is the role played by the CRTC. The Broadcasting Act is what we're dealing with today, and this act should help linguistic and cultural communities in Canada. This is essential, an essential thing that we study in the Standing Committee on Heritage. We're also dealing with the future of the film industry in Canada. I took part in a study, and we looked at a study done by CBC, and we've held hearings throughout Canada. Some witnesses asked the CRTC, asked that it be divided into regional groups. In 2007, our committee studied the Canada television funds, and directors and actors were unanimous. What they wanted was that the government support the CRTC in order that big cable companies invest money in the system. And also in 2009, our committee studied the crisis being experienced by local television. Some witnesses asked that the CRTC lose its status as a Canada-wide regulator. Now, I have no problem with studying the proposal of my member from the Bloc. We support the efforts made by Quebecers to have a strong cultural identity. We support the principles of broadcasting in its maintaining the cultural specificity of Quebecers. But if we send this bill to committee, there'll be a lot of things to be studied. For example, I would remind my colleague of one of the key responsibilities of the CRTC. This is to reflect Canada in its entirety, and also the various regions of Canada. If we divided the CRTC in regional units, how could we protect the rights of Acadians, Franco-Ontarians, and other language and cultural communities in Canada? This is a fundamental issue. In short, Madam Speaker, while we have questions about certain aspects of the bill, C-444, we believe that it should be studied in committee so that we can debate it, listen to experts, and come up with solutions. Let's remember that this House has already recognized that Quebecers form a nation within Canada, and the NDP supported this position. So the NDP agrees that this bill be sent to committee, not because we want to break up the regulations in this area in Canada, but we want to make sure that there's a solid protection for linguistic and cultural matters in the province of Quebec. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Please allow me to congratulate my colleague for his very eloquent speech. Unfortunately, I noted during some of the questions that there were two Quebec members from the Conservative Party, or one from the Conservative Party and one from the Liberal Party, defended the CRTC, saying that what we were doing would hurt the CRTC, but that's not at all the case. I would remind my colleague, the member for Honoré-Mercier, that his former colleague, Ms. Lisa Frula, said that it is impossible that an organization like the CRTC should be able to be the sole regulator to deal with all provinces, especially the Francophone provinces. And the member for Beauport-Limoilou, who's also a Quebec member, should be reminded of what the member for Pontiac said. He's the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and he said not too long ago that Quebec must be able to determine how the television system should work, how telecommunications should work, how tariffs should be set. Quebec cannot leave the control of programming up to others. And in order to have this control, Quebec needs full jurisdiction and needs to be able to deal with a Quebec regulator. So both the member from the Conservative Party, the Quebec member from the Conservative Party, and the Liberal member from Quebec, not only are they turning their back on their former colleagues in defending the CRTC to the detriment of Quebec's interests. And further, Madam Speaker, what I would like to add, these two Quebec members are also tweaking their nose at the National Assembly of Quebec, because in March, or rather in 2004, in a letter to the Minister of Heritage, the Quebec minister said an agreement would lead to a better taking into account of Quebec's specificity in radio and television, and would further allow for recognition of the importance of protecting Quebec's cultural specificity. So this is a major argument, Madam Speaker. Quebec's culture is a major argument. But it's also a fundamental aspect in an economic sense, because we've seen recently it was a decision by the Industry Ministry who said that Global Life was a Canadian group when CRTC said that Global Life was not a pan-Canadian business. This was a ruling from some years ago, and it was a very dangerous precedent, a very significant one. And we are ready to defend Canada as well when Quebec's interests are hurt. How can a country sell to foreign interests when it has to do with telecommunications? Because someone who has control of telecommunications, one day or another, that person will also be able to control content. So, Madam Speaker, when we talk about a Canadian, or a Quebec rather, council, what we would have is both radio and television broadcasting. By radio broadcasting, we mean all programs, by radio signal and by image, everything that is broadcast by any electromagnetic form, any means of transmitting signals. So this group would be able to study these groups in order to be able to control its own territory. Radio broadcasting, radio and television broadcasting, uses radio waves, sound for radio, and images for television. So these are two very important features which would help to control radio and television on its territory. Now, there are some groups in Canada which want to sell their control, which might mean also that they're selling control of content. So, Madam Speaker, when we hear that the CRTC must be protected in order to protect Canada and the entire country, we are not alone in Quebec in wanting to have a decentralized CRTC. There are other countries that do this. There are other countries. I will take as an example, if you'll allow. It shouldn't take me long. With respect to the international scene, we know that the House of Commons Research Service came up with a paper on the constitutional status of radio and television broadcasting, and we read, when regulating telecommunications, the radio would seem to be a federal jurisdiction because it's not always possible to contain the messages in one territory, whereas it is able to, one can contain television signals within one territory. So containing television signals within one province would be an argument in favor of decentralization. Now, in Germany, there are 15 provincial regulatory bodies. Spain has a superior radio television council and a separate one for Catalonia. Belgium has two groups based on both French and Flemish. So given the difficulties in containing television signals, it is significant in the case of Belgium and Spain that regulatory bodies are connected with the culture of the countries. Quebec culture, if Quebec could control content, this alone would justify the existence of a Quebec regulatory body. It seems that a great many countries have decided to separate telecommunications and radio and television, and to have two distinct bodies. In French, there is a radio-television group which deals with radio and television, and another group which regulates telecommunications. This model would lead to would help avoid conflicts between the two areas. One is within the jurisdiction of the Minister of Culture, and the other within the jurisdiction of the Industry Minister. Now, in Quebec, what we see, especially given the approach of the Conservative government, which seems to want to give telecommunications over to foreigners, it seems to me that we are duty-bound in Quebec to protect this aspect of the matter, because we know that the competition that will be created by this means of going about things will perhaps not be unfair competition exactly, but it will be ferocious competition. You're telling me I don't have much time, Madam Speaker, but I'd like to remind Liberal and Conservative members that there are other people in this party who agree with us. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Ottawa-Orléans. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to speak today to Bill C-444. First of all, I'd like to pay tribute to you, Madam Speaker, on this International Women's Day. You are the First Lady of this House, and you preside our debates with impartiality and dignity. And on behalf of the members of my party, and I think on behalf of all members of the House, I'd like to thank you. This bill, if it is adopted, would lead to regulatory bodies in other Canadian provinces in the area of broadcasting and telecommunications.
On the current business environment that communications companies are facing, and why adding another regulator and bureaucracy would hinder Quebec companies from growing and competing in the new digital world. Broadcasting and telecommunications systems around the world are in the midst of a fundamental transformation. These changes are being brought on by the rapid adoption of new digital technologies, which are opening up the operational environment for communications in unprecedented ways. Traditional gatekeeper powers are falling away. Barriers to entry are lowering, meaning that companies are facing competition from new, unexpected players. Lines between companies, devices, platforms, and content are disappearing, and consumers are beginning to control and participate in their content experiences. The introduction of digital platforms are also dissolving the territorial and technical boundaries that formerly limited Canadian companies, including those from the province of Quebec, from reaching and exploiting global audiences.
Today, no major broadcasting company or no major telecommunications company is confined to one province. In fact, the principal players in the communications sector, whether it be Quebec or Estrade, Chorus, Cogeco, or Bell, have interests in broadcasting and, in certain cases, in telecommunications outside of Quebec. And this is a very good thing, since this helps them to work in an increasingly competitive environment. Madam Speaker, given the convergence of media and the broadcasting and telecommunications industry, a regulatory framework, an additional one would not create but duplication and confusion.
And confining one's view to provincial mindset smacks of analog thinking that is totally out of step with the borderless reality of the digital world. Adding complexity to regulation, which this bill would do, would only hinder the capacity of the industry to meet the promising opportunities ahead, to further develop and prosper, and to continue to offer Canadians a diversity of content and service choices. Madam Speaker, this government's current approach is already responsive to the needs of Canadian companies, including those that are headquartered in the province of Quebec. It recognizes that these companies are better served by just one set of rules that allows them to compete in a world of choice.
I need not remind you that we must at all cost avoid taking such a risk at this time, given the significant changes affecting the communications sector as well as the economic uncertainty that reigns around the world.
Is in Quebec and in the rest of the country that we all love, Canada. To be successful in the modern communications world, it is essential that we maintain a single, streamlined approach which encourages them to be innovative and adaptable in a world of change. Yep. And so, in case there is any doubt in the remarks that I've just made about where I stand on this issue, je sais que vous attendez avec impatience.
I know that you're waiting impatiently for the end of the suspense as to how I will vote. I will vote in favor of workers of the broadcasting and telecommunications sector. I will vote for the economic development of Quebec companies that are so successful across Canada. I will vote against the bill C-444. I am told that there is not much time left. Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for your patience and attention. In principle, the honourable member would have 4 minutes and a half, 4.5 minutes, when the bill reappears on the order paper. The time provided for private members' business is now expired, and it's now placed at the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper.
Orders of the day, government orders, ways and means. Resuming debate on the motion number 1, the budget policy. Resuming debate on the sub-amendment of Ms. Charlton.
Resuming a debate, the honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As you know, the Liberals are opposed to this budget because it is a bad budget, and therefore we will vote against it. At the same time, we know full well that Canadians do not want an election at this time, so we will vote in such a way so as to not cause an election. What we have done over a few months now is that we have worked hard, particularly at a time when Parliament should have been at work had there not been prorogation. We had some 30 roundtables and conferences that led to a number of good ideas and new policies that are different from those put forward by the Conservatives. We will continue along those lines in order to win over the trust of Canadians as an alternative government. Why do we say that this is a bad budget?
Well, let me count the ways. It's a bad budget because it does nothing for one of the main challenges facing Canada today, which is the state of retirement income and pensions. We and others have proposed a supplementary Canada pension plan, amendments to the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act, and this budget does nothing except offer yet more consultations. Consult, consult, consult. We believe the time is for action. It does nothing on the environment. It guts Canada's renewable energy programs, which are critical not only for the environment but for green jobs, and our situation now is pathetic if you compare us with other countries, notably the United States. Now, I could go on endlessly on the bad things about the budget, Madam Speaker, but I want to be a little bit more focused. I want to focus on only 3 areas: jobs, innovation, and the way in which the government is proposing expenditure restraint. Those 3 things. We have said time and again that the top priority for the Liberal Party in the year 2010 is jobs, because we have an official unemployment rate of over 8%, we have a real unemployment of some 12%, we have the prospect for only a very gradual recovery in jobs, we have the government itself in the budget saying the unemployment rate this year will be higher than the unemployment rate last year. And so we came up with very concrete 3 proposals for the creation of jobs in 3 of the most important areas: manufacturing and forestry, which are suffering; youth, which are suffering with an unemployment rate twice the national average; and high-tech jobs of tomorrow, which are critical for building the new jobs in the new economy in the future. And the Conservatives might say, well, how will you pay for this plan? What about the deficit? Well, let me tell you the answer to that, Madam Speaker. Our plan is carefully costed at some $200 to $300 million a year. At the same time, we identified extravagant, wasteful, partisan, Conservative spending amounting to $1.2 billion a year, which could be cut immediately. This includes rolling back partisan advertising spending to the levels of 2005-06. It includes substantially less wasteful management consulting. It includes limiting 10%ers to your own riding, which would save some $20 million. It includes a rollback of the unwarranted expansion of the Prime Minister's own department. You add up those savings and they amount to $1.2 billion a year. Now, I think even Conservatives know that $1.2 billion is a bigger number than $200 million. So therefore, they could have funded our jobs proposals worth $200 to $300 million. They could have cut the wasteful $1.2 billion, and they would have had close to $1 billion left over. And what could they have done with that? Well, why not beef up the renewable energy? Why not give money to hard-pressed students who got nothing in the budget? Why not do something for seniors? Why not do something for pensioners? Or why not pay down the debt? Or why not some combination of all of the above? So our proposal addressed the most critical issue of the day, jobs, and it did so in a fiscally responsible manner, proposing a financing mechanism that would more than pay for these proposals and leave almost $1 billion left over for other worthy initiatives. But the Conservative policy in this budget is worse than doing nothing for jobs. In fact, they destroy some 230,000 jobs. And this is in 2 ways. First of all, the estimates indicate that the Conservatives failed to spend at least $1.4 billion of infrastructure money, which was allowed to lapse. And according to their own methodology, When that number is combined with contributions from other levels of government, that's worth 30,000 jobs. So they failed to get the money out, as we have been saying for months, and now the facts have become clear in the estimates, and that has led to a loss of 30,000 jobs. But worse than that, the Conservatives are proposing punishing hikes in employment insurance. They are proposing, beginning next year, to raise EI premiums at the maximum rate allowable under the law for several years. This is a tax on jobs. According to the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, this act alone will destroy 200,000 jobs. And I have verified with some of my economist friends that this is indeed a reasonable number. And they will raise $6.3 billion additional dollars from EI premiums in the fourth year, which is about the same amount as they'd get if they raised the GST by 1 point. So what they're doing is they're coming in through the back door without having to go to Parliament, imposing a punishing tax hike on the companies and the workers of Canada to the tune of $6.3 billion a year, the effect of which is to destroy 200,000 jobs. So I criticize them on two counts. One, they don't even have the honesty to admit that they're raising a tax. And yet every first-year undergraduate in economics knows that a payroll tax is a tax. So they could at least come clean and acknowledge that they are indeed raising taxes. They like to talk about this third-party agency at a distance from the government that miraculously sets these premiums as if that agency was located in outer space and as if the government of Canada had no impact or influence over this agency. Well, that's clearly untrue. The government of Canada has already overruled the agency 2 years in a row, and everybody knows that there is only one person in this country that effectively sets the EI premiums, as he decides everything else in this town, and that person is the Prime Minister of Canada. So the Prime Minister of Canada is not obliged to have these punishing, job-destroying EI premium hikes. He could just say no. He could raise them at a more gradual rate. It is entirely the fault of the government that these job-destroying tax hikes are taking place. So, the nub of my point on jobs is, first of all, they could have implemented our job proposals financed by cuts in their own wasteful spending with much money left over. They didn't do that. They didn't do anything. And worse, they have measures that through the lapse of infrastructure money, because they failed to get it out, 30,000 jobs, punishing, job-killing payroll hikes, another 200,000 jobs down the drain. So, they've done a terrible job on jobs. Next point is innovation. We all know, sadly, not all of the manufacturing and other jobs that have been lost during the recession will come back. Some will, but not all. So if Canada is to be a leader, to emerge from this global recession in a leadership position, we have to do research. We have to innovate. We have to commercialize. We have to come up with more BlackBerry-type leading-edge products to serve the global market. Because we're not going to compete with China and Vietnam and India on low wages. We have to compete with our brains through innovation, through getting these ideas to market, and through being a successful player in the new economy. Part of that is the green economy, and as I've already said, they've completely opted out of support for renewable energy and all those progressive green jobs that come along with that. But they have also opted out, as our leader pointed out in his speech, of support for research and innovation. They cut the research granting councils, and then they boast about increasing their grants this year, but they're still below where they were before these Conservatives came to power. They let the space agency funds lapse. They got rid of the government's leading scientists. And so in all these ways, Madam Speaker, they have utterly failed to support the innovation agenda, which is critical for the future success of our economy. And let me just back this up and illustrate the sheer hypocrisy of this government by giving quotes from leading commentators following budgets from the time they came to office. After Budget 2006, here's what well-known economist Jack Mintz had to say. The one policy that could have some impact on productivity, a rollover to avoid capital gains taxes when replacing one taxable asset with another, failed to even get mentioned in the budget. Following Budget 2007, Nancy Hughes Anthony, then president of the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, the government promised in November that they were going to make Canada more competitive and control spending, and I think they broke that promise today. That's following Budget 2007. What about Budget 2008? Here we have Mark Lee, senior economist, Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives. The funding announced today may fulfill its role as a PR strategy, but it doesn't come close to the kind of investment that our cities need to stay vibrant and competitive. And finally, Budget 2009. Here are two, but they're quick. Chantal Hébert said, Tory budget lacking in innovative thinking. Elizabeth Church and Daniel LeBlanc in the Globe and Mail, money for bricks, but not talent. So this explains the Conservative mentality throughout their period in office. It has been clear, as these commentators have said, they have no time for innovation, no time for research, no time for science. They grudgingly will support bricks and mortar to help renovate or build new buildings and universities, but then they shut down the funding for the people who would occupy these buildings. And so I think, Madam Speaker, that the record illustrates a total neglect and a lack of priority attached to this area, which is so important for the future of the Canadian economy. And let me just say in ending this part of my speech that these Conservatives talk about as if there's only one deficit in this country, as if only one deficit, that's the fiscal deficit, matters, and that has to be paid down, and nothing else matters. Well, we have the track record for paying down and getting rid of big, juicy Conservative deficits, so they don't have anything to tell us on this topic. But let me tell them that there's more than one deficit in this country. You have to walk and chew gum at the same time. You can't focus uniquely and solely on the fiscal deficit. We also have an innovation deficit. We have a productivity deficit. And if we are to succeed in this world in competition with countries around the planet, we have to be more innovative, we have to be more productive, we have to address that deficit. There's also, Madam Speaker, a pension deficit, which the Conservatives don't understand because they propose no action on either the Supplementary CPP or the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act to help people stranded in failing companies. And so there's a pension deficit or a retirement income security deficit. There's a care deficit. Families, anxious middle-class families, are at their wits' end to care for the children and to care for the older people. And finally, there's an education deficit. So we have to be able to do more than one thing at one time. Yes, we have to deal with the fiscal deficit, but these Conservatives are ignoring all the other deficits that this country faces, whether it's the education deficit, the innovation deficit, the productivity deficit. All of these things, it is equally important that the Government of Canada address, and this government has lamentably failed in that regard. Et mon point final, Monsieur.
And my final point, Madam Speaker, the third point, is the way in which this government is trying to reduce debate. I think that all economists agree that the worst method is to have the same cuts or the same freezes applicable to everyone.
Or freezes are a mindless, dumb, stupid way to go, because it implies that every program is equally good or equally bad. And so we have the same medicine to every department except defense across the government. This is not the way to go. What you need to do is to apply your brains if they have any, to assess which programs are really good, which programs are okay, which programs leave something to be desired. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that's precisely what we did in 2005. We had an expenditure review committee with ministers getting submissions from departments and picking and choosing where it would be least painful or most expeditious to find savings so that we could shift from lower priority to higher priority areas. And by mindlessly applying exactly the same freeze to every single department, they've abdicated their responsibility to play any thinking role in this business of restraining of government spending. And my last point, Madam Speaker, is that there, as my friend, I won't mention his name, or else they'd probably apply some retribution, so forget that. But I would just say that they are deluding Canadians. They are pretending that this will be a painless exercise. If you freeze a department's budget for 1 year, you might get away with it. If you freeze a department's budget for 1, 2, 3, 4 years, you will undoubtedly eat deeply into the fabric of social programs and other services provided to Canadians. All the experts agree on this. But the government is not telling us who will be hit. Will it be that funding for training runs out? Will it be that it will take forever to get a passport? Will it be that student funding will somehow no longer be available? Will it be that the arts will suffer because, oh, there's no money, sorry. They are setting up a system where, without doubt, Canadians will be hurt, but they don't have the courage or the honesty to tell us which Canadians, which programs will be hurt. It's all veiled at the macro level as if this will be a painless exercise when, Madam Speaker, that is indeed the last thing that it will be. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Lambton Kent Middlesex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Markham Uniondale for his comments about a great budget. Obviously it is, as they're going to end up supporting it, I believe. I find it interesting, and I want to comment just a little bit. Back in the days when I was in municipal government, in fact a number of them when they were in power, back in 95, 96, I remember those days when actually the provinces were slaughtered as they got something, I think, in the health and social transfers, 25% cuts. Those are transferred down, those responsibilities down, much of us to those of us at the municipal level. He was talking also about EI, which I think at one time they overcharged the Canadian people about $59 billion or so, and then took it and spent it. I guess that's sort of falsely helping to wrap up. In the paper, wrap up their financial issue. In the paper in Peterborough on February 26th, he said, even though I'm a Liberal, some of those cuts I see as had some negative effects that you did back then. I'm wondering what they would be, what those negative effects that you would see being.
L'honorable député de Markham Union.
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
I would point out at the beginning, perhaps he didn't hear me. I said we oppose the budget. I did not say we support the budget. Oppose means we'll vote against the budget. And with respect to the situation in the mid-1990s, I would remind the honourable gentleman that we had a state of fiscal crisis induced by the reckless spending and budget of the Conservative government led by Brian Mulroney, where we inherited a $42 billion deficit, which relative to the size of the economy is way bigger than the deficit we have today. And I would remind the honourable gentleman that at that time the Wall Street Journal was saying that Canada was about to become a third world country, that they were saying the IMF was about to come in and run the country because the Conservative government under Brian Mulroney had spent so recklessly that we were in a state of a real crisis. And so the Liberal government came into power and had to deal with this crisis where we were the basket case of the G7. And yes, the measures did cause some pain. You don't inherit a big, fat, juicy $42 billion conservative deficit and get rid of it totally painlessly. But we did it, Madam Speaker, and we did it, and we paid that debt down to the point where we're now the best in the G7 and not the worst.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Hochelaga. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to ask a question of my colleague because I really liked what he was saying about the deficit here, the deficit there. But there is also a deficit in terms of breaking down wealth, helping those who need help the most. I would ask my colleague then what he thinks about the deficit with respect to women. In the pre-budget document, the Bloc Québécois pointed out that women have very great difficulty in accessing EI, that the majority of caregivers are women, and they have not appeared in the budget, not to mention the cuts that have been made to the status of women in Canada. So there is, if you like, a deficit in terms of treatment and breakdown. I would like the honourable member help me in my parliamentary experience, because I'm new here. Why is he against it? And why will he be absent on Wednesday for the crucial vote, or is he going to be aware of the fact that many of his colleagues won't be there? I don't understand. The honourable member. I quite agree with the honourable member that there is more than one type of deficit, and the women's deficit is one that I understand from what he has said. My colleague from Ottawa has pointed out that there is a democratic deficit. You don't need funds to right that deficit, but that deficit also exists. I also explained what we were going to do and why. First of all, we're going to vote against the budget because it's a bad budget for the reasons that I explained. But secondly, we are quite aware of the fact that Canadians do not want an election at this time, and therefore we will vote against it in such a way that an election will not be triggered right now.
For Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I always enjoy listening to my honourable colleague because the longer he speaks, the more he sounds like the government here. I have a couple of examples to use, Madam Speaker, and then I'd like to ask a question. First is he talks about this government raising taxes, which indeed they are, but it so happens that he and his party are also supporting harmonized sales tax in Ontario and British Columbia, and that's perhaps the biggest tax shift in Ontario's history. He will shortly be approving the billions of dollars going to Mr. McGuinty, for example, in this budget. Second of all, Madam Speaker, I see seniors every day who can't pay their electricity bills now in Northern Ontario, and they're going to be even harder hit. And this member and his party are supporting that. The second thing also involves, involves seniors, Madam Speaker. You know, this opposition party also clearly supports corporate tax cuts. And, Madam Speaker, it's a choice that governments can make and opposition parties can make, and that is to freeze corporate tax cuts for the next 3 years and use some of that money to make sure that there's not one senior living in poverty in this country. That seems to be a good choice, Madam Speaker. So my question is, when will the honourable member and his party stop adopting policies that keep seniors in poverty in this country?
Member for Markham Unionville.
I don't think the Conservatives would agree that I was supporting their budget, given the tone of their questions and reactions while I was speaking. But I'm afraid the problem is the NDP still lives in a sort of ancient world of class warfare back in the 1950s, and I refer only to the federal NDP, and it's because they've never had the experience of governing, and they never will, and therefore they live in this dream world which doesn't exist. As for the harmonized sales tax, The fact of the matter is that the provinces decide. So if the legitimately elected government of British Columbia or Ontario decides to do the harmonized sales tax, then we at the federal level cannot say, no, Ontario, you can't have a harmonized sales tax, but yes, Nova Scotia, you can. That's a purely logical thing, which I don't understand why the NDP fails to fathom. And in terms of corporate tax cuts, we're not proposing an extra corporate tax cuts. These are things already legislated. And in terms of our position, especially given that we now have a strong dollar instead of a weak dollar, Canada needs a hook to attract foreign investment, to create jobs, and to retain domestic investment to create jobs. So if the NDP is in favor of jobs, which I assume it is, then I don't think they would be talking this way unless the problem is they really don't understand these measures.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mississauga South. A brief question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The last time Canada was in a recession, three things happened. Number one, there was a significant increase in health care costs. Secondly, there was also a significant increase in social services requirement. And thirdly, there was a very significant increase in property crime in Canada. All are funded by provinces. The crime rate, Madam Speaker, actually tracked the unemployment rate very well. Now, the government seems to think that simply focusing in on let's get our second year of stimulus money out and everything else we'll have to deal with later, it may be very difficult, Madam Speaker, to address the damage done as a consequence of focusing very narrowly on the deficit and not having that vision or that understanding of the impact on the people of Canada. I wonder if the member would care to comment.
The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville has 30 seconds to respond.
Well, my colleague put it so clearly that I don't really need more time than that, Madam Speaker. Just to say I fully agree with him. He's identified another kind of deficit, and he's underlined why unemployment and jobs are our top priority at this time, because the costs are measured not only in dollars in terms of wages lost, but also in the lives of Canadians, the crime rate, and other features that are extraordinarily important for Canada, and that's why this government should not have a single-minded focus on only one kind of deficit.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Leduc.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to share my time today with the Honourable Member from Northumberland, Quinte West. I'm very pleased to rise today to speak to the 2010 federal budget. As Chair of the Finance Committee, I had the opportunity to hear from hundreds of stakeholders and witnesses on what they believe should be in this budget. I do want to thank all of those witnesses who appeared before the committee to present their suggestions for this budget, and I want to thank all members of Parliament from all parties who worked on the pre-budget report, which was tabled in Parliament in December of last year. Madam Speaker, the first recommendation of our committee was that the federal government continue with full implementation of current stimulus measures, pay close attention to debt management, engage in meaningful expenditure review, and prepare long-term debt reduction plans to be implemented once the global economic recovery is fully entrenched. Madam Speaker, I contend today that, in fact, we have fulfilled that first recommendation because Budget 2010 takes actions in three broad areas to achieve these goals. First, it delivers $19 billion in new federal stimulus under Year 2 of Canada's Economic Action Plan. Secondly, it invests in a limited number of new targeted initiatives to build jobs and growth for the economy of tomorrow, harness Canadian innovation, and make Canada a destination of choice for new business investment. Third, Budget 2010 outlines a three-point plan for returning to budgetary balance once the economy has recovered. In terms of the overall direction, it is completion of the second year of Canada's Economic Action Plan, our government's response to the global fiscal crisis and recession. It is part of a global coordinated plan at the G20 to respond with both monetary and fiscal policy actions, monetary policy in terms of lowering and keeping interest rates low and injecting liquidity into the financial system, and fiscal policy by spending on all types of infrastructure, on human resources to stimulate the economy, looking after people who were hard hit by the downturn in the economy, and doing things like work sharing, which I'm very pleased to see it's extended in this budget because it's very important in my area of Edmonton-Leduc, particularly in the area of Nisku. I know a lot of companies there that approached me and said that they are using this in order to retain employees because once the recovery takes place, they want to have these employees so that they don't face a skill shortage as what is expected in Alberta in the coming years. In terms of the deficit, Madam Speaker, I heard this loud and clear through consultations, both through the Finance Committee, but also my own personal consultations in the riding. It was perhaps the number one issue raised. People understand that they have to budget as Canadians, as families, as businesses, and they expect government to do the same. So they're very pleased that there's a 5-year plan outlined in terms of reducing the deficit, addressing the debt issue. But, Madam Speaker, what I want to do here today is address, in fact, one of the areas that was raised by the member for Markham Unionville in his speech, addressed the area of innovation. One of my primary areas of focus as a member of Parliament since being elected 9 years ago has been in the area of science, research, and development. Budget 2010 continues our focus in this area and builds upon actions in previous budget and in the Science and Technology strategy of May 2007. There are many investments in research and innovation in this budget. High Arctic Research Station, the world-class Triumph facility, which I was very pleased to visit as a member of the Industry Committee years ago, which was just a world-class facility, and I'm very pleased to see they receive funding. Increased funding for the granting councils and for Genome Canada. The Rick Hansen Foundation, knowledge transfer and commercialization. Additional funding for the College and Community Foundation Program. The National Research Council's regional innovation clusters. More funding for research and development of new technologies for the production of isotopes, and nearly $400 million over 5 years for the Canadian Space Agency to develop the RadarSat Constellation mission, the next generation of advanced radar remote sensing satellites. What this budget does is recognize that the investments of last year, particularly in terms of the knowledge infrastructure program, went towards building the capacity, and especially towards the knowledge infrastructure program and the Canada Foundation for building capacity. This budget addresses the human resources issue that was certainly raised by universities and colleges across Canada. I would also, Madam Speaker, if I can, I'd just like to thank Dr. Elliot Phillipson for all of his years of service at the Canada Foundation for Innovation. He's been the president and CEO since 2004. He's stepping down this year. He's done an outstanding service to his country, in my view, and I think all parliamentarians would want to thank him for his work. I do want to quote, Madam Speaker, I know often we get into partisan debates and people watching this debate back home wonder who they should believe. Should they believe the government who's promoting the budget or the opposition who's criticizing it? So what I'd like to do today, particularly on innovation, is to quote from a couple of organizations, national organizations with respect to innovation and this budget. I'd first like to quote from the Association of Universities and Colleges. They did a release on March the 4th, and part of their release states this: the $32 million annual investment in the 3 major granting councils will help universities to pursue the kinds of research that will drive innovation and produce the highly skilled workers that all sectors of the economy need. The budget also provided $8 million for the indirect cost program. Economic stimulus efforts such as the Knowledge Infrastructure Program are helping Canada to emerge from this recession and to accelerate economic growth. And in fact, our Finance Committee, when we visited the University of Alberta, had the opportunity to visit some investments firsthand at the University of Alberta on the Knowledge Infrastructure Program. This program is indeed making a difference on campuses across Canada and paying dividends. As the program enters its second year, Canadian universities and research partners will leverage these new and renovated facilities to generate cutting-edge discoveries. The new investments in postdoctoral fellows will build on the stimulus provided by the Knowledge Infrastructure Program and the research funding announced today. The fellowship program, funded at $45 million over 5 years, will be internationally competitive and will help attract and keep talented recent PhD graduates in Canada, something I should say that the President of the University of Alberta, Indira Samasekara, has hammered home to me many times, both as chair of the committee and as an MP from Edmonton. Finally, from this organization, their skills and knowledge will help drive innovative research and discoveries in universities, industry, and other knowledge sectors. Now, Madam Speaker, that's one side of the equation in terms of universities and colleges, those that generally receive the bulk of research funding, particularly basic research funding. But also I have a release here from the Association of Canadian Community Colleges. Budget increases support for applied and industry-driven research at colleges, institutes, and polytechnics. A quote from James Knight, President and CEO of this organization. This budget demonstrates an understanding that colleges, institutes, and polytechnics are integrated with the industrial and technological drivers of the economy. They help businesses start, develop, and grow. They support the private sector's need for applied research product and process innovation, technology access, and commercialization. They are the prime providers of graduates with the advanced skills required by Canadian employers. The government has listened to colleges and their business partners. Today's budget strengthens the College and Community Innovation Program, a partnership of ACCC with the National Sciences and Engineering Research Council in concert with the other federal granting councils. And as an Edmontonian, I'd like to applaud the work of the president of NAIT, Sam Shaw, who's certainly presented many times on these issues. So, Madam Speaker, I see that my time is wrapping up. I'd love to have more time, but in fact, the government has had an innovation agenda. In fact, since 2006, we have implemented the Science and Technology Science Strategy of May 2007. The investments that this government has made in terms of innovation, but also not only in terms of a basic research, but in terms of farther down the line in terms of commercialization. And I'd just like to point out that the government has taken action with respect to Section 116 of the Income Tax Act. This was a request made by the venture capital community in Canada. And what it does is it improves the ability of Canadian businesses, including innovative high-growth companies that contribute to job creation and economic growth, to attract foreign venture capital by narrowing the definition of taxable Canadian property, thereby eliminating the need for tax reporting under Section 116 of the Income Tax Act for many investments. In fact, the Canadian Venture Capital Association, in making representations for changes, quote, a broader exemption would make Canada a more attractive destination for equity investments by non-residents in a particular venture capital and private equity funds. As you know, Madam Speaker, even before the recession hit, the venture capital community in Canada was facing some very tough times in terms of raising capital and in terms of bringing great ideas started and built here in Canada to the marketplace. This change, according to folks like Terry Matthews here in Ottawa, who have actually done that in terms of bringing ideas to the marketplace, have welcomed this change. This is not a budgetary item in the sense of requiring a lot of expenditure, but it is a change that was essential to be made. I want to thank the venture capital community for raising this, and I certainly applaud the government for putting it in effect. In terms, if I can just wrap up, Madam Speaker, with respect to the WorkShare program, something that the honourable member who spoke previously talked about jobs as an issue. In fact, this is just one example, and I commend him to read page 71 of the budget, which outlines the work-sharing issue, in terms of how we are, as a government, very focused on our investments and ensuring that the companies that get through this tough time can ensure that they keep their employees, which is their most valuable resource, to go forward in the future. Madam Speaker, just in conclusion, I want to commend members to actually read the budget, support the budget, and see that it is the right budget at this time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member Cross for his comments. One of the major disappointments, Madam Speaker, in this budget has been the lack of mention or any activity or no money on environmental issues. And this, Madam Speaker, is this government. It's in their 5th year. They've had 3 environmental ministers, 3 plans, and we just haven't seen anything at all. The only 2 things that they did do was eliminate any reference to climate change in their websites and eliminate $6 billion of existing funding was going on. And I know there are Canadians out there that don't believe in the concept of climate change. In fact, our Prime Minister himself thinks it's a socialistic plot. But there's another 75% of Canadians out there that believe, Madam Speaker, it's a serious issue, and it's an issue that ought to be dealt with by this government. Does the member across have anything to say to those 75% of Canadians that do think this is a serious issue?
The honourable member for Edmonton-Leduc.
I want to thank the member very much for that question, because it does, in fact, allow me the opportunity to outline what Budget 2010, in fact, does for the environment. $100 million over 4 years to support clean energy generation in Canada's forestry sector, expansion of the accelerated capital cost allowance for clean energy generation equipment, $16 million over 2 years to continue to implement the government's action plan to protect the Great Lakes by cleaning up areas identified as being most degraded, $38 million over 2 years for Canada's invasive alien species strategy. 2 of those issues we certainly deal with at Canada-US meetings, which I know the member is a member of. Up to $11.4 million over 2 years to deliver meteorological services and navigational services in the north. $8 million over 2 years to support community-based environmental monitoring, reporting, and baseline data collection in the north. $18.4 million over 2 years to support the government's annual reporting on key environmental indicators such as clean air, clean water and greenhouse gas emissions. This is in addition to, and I'll just finish, Madam Speaker, by saying that this Environment Minister has more than doubled the size of the Nahanni National Park in Canada, something I think that all Canadians should certainly be proud of.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Churchill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I heard the emphasis in the member across the speech around the investments in science and technology and post-secondary education. However, we in the NDP feel that even in the area of post-secondary, this is a budget that fails to help Canada move forward. And one way in which it fails to do that is to really help students, post-secondary students across the board. When we talk about investments in research councils, when we talk about investments in research, these are important factors, but we can't forget that it's students going into these programs and that it's students we need to be supporting. And unfortunately, this government hasn't shown leadership in that area. Tuition fees across the country are rising at historic levels. Student loans are beyond the $13 billion mark across the country, and students are facing financial challenges at a time when there are no jobs. So while it is important to invest in research, wouldn't this member not agree that the really important part is to help students at the bottom level going in, ensuring that they'll have a better future?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Leduc.
Well, I want to thank the member for the question. It's certainly an important question, and I certainly do agree, as someone who's not too long out of university, that it's absolutely essential to support all students. Actually, the biggest way you can support students is by ensuring the continuation of transfers to the provinces to pay for those essential services, such as healthcare, education, social assistance. We are not doing what the previous government did, which is to cut 25% out of the Canada Health and Social Transfer. Our government has committed to maintain those transfers to the provinces and, in fact, increase them year over year right up until 2014. In terms of the support for students, Madam Speaker, it's absolutely fair to question what are we doing. Well, one only has to look at any one of the budgets we've done. In fact, in Budget 2007, there was an $800 million increase for the post-secondary education to ensure that students from all economic backgrounds can access these types of facilities. Education and healthcare are the ladders of mobility, and our society will continue to remain so because of the investments we have made in education, post-secondary education.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Northumberland, Quinte West.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I rise today with great amount of pride and pleasure to speak on the budget and what it means for the province of Ontario, and in particular, of course, on this day, we recognize the tremendous contribution that women have made to our country and continue to make, and the improvements that we've seen throughout the years. Madam Speaker, because of our new budget, Ontario will continue to receive support through major federal transfers in 2010-2011. Federal support for provinces is at an all-time high and will continue to grow. For Ontario, this totals $18.8 billion in 2010-2011, an increase of over $800 million from last year, and a $6.9 billion increase since 2005-2006. This type of long-term supports helps ensure that Ontario has the resources required to provide essential public services. Some examples, Madam Speaker, are $972 million through Equalization Program, $9.1 billion through the Canada Health Transfer, an increase of $243 million from last year. And in my riding, Madam Speaker, we've seen hospital upon hospital being challenged with managing their budgets and really having to look at how they care for their patients. And people have come to me and said, what's the federal government doing in order to help the situation with hospitals meet their budgets? And of course, the $243 million will go a long way to doing just that. $4.3 billion through the Canada Social Transfer, which represents an increase of $1.2 billion since 2005-06. $151 million as Ontario's share of the Community Development Trust and the Police Officers Recruitment Fund, and $196 million for labor market training. Madam Speaker, Budget 2010 also benefits businesses and communities in Ontario by providing $11 million per year on ongoing funding for our 61 community futures organizations. Innovation in small business and medium-sized businesses in Ontario will benefit from the new Small and Medium-Sized Enterprise Innovation Commercialization Program. Budget 2010 provides $8 million per year to clean up the Great Lakes, which is a key objective of our government's action plan on clean water. Businesses in Ontario will benefit from $497 million to be invested in the Canadian Space Agency over the next 5 years. Madam Speaker, Ontario will benefit from the Economic Action Plan, which continues to provide support to create and protect jobs, as well as assist those who are in need. Over $4 billion will go to help unemployed Canadians find new and better jobs, including 5 extra weeks of regular employment insurance benefits and greater access to regular EI benefits for long-tenured workers. The temporary extension of our work-sharing agreements for a maximum 78 weeks will go a long way to help those looking for work, as well as struggling businesses. We have also frozen employment insurance premiums at $1.73 per $100 of insured earnings. $1 billion is dedicated to enhancing employment insurance training programs. $500 million is dedicated to the Strategic Training and Transfer Fund. And $6.6 million is dedicated to enhancing federal victims of crime strategy, including access to EI sick benefits for those who have lost a family member due to a crime, and $95 million over the next 2 years allocated in additional support for the Registered Disability Savings Plan to allow it more flexibility when making contributions. Madam Speaker, Ontario will also benefit from new resources provided to encourage innovation and commercializations. And this includes $32 million per year for the Federal Research Granting Councils to support advanced research and improve commercialization. $8 million per year to support the indirect costs of federally sponsored research at post-secondary institutions. $15 million per year for college and community innovation program, which doubles the support from last year's levels. A new Canadian postdoctoral fellowship program will also be created, aimed to attract the best young researchers to Canada. Ontario will also benefit from $135 million over 2 years to sustain the National Research Council's regional innovation clusters. Madam Speaker, farmers in the agricultural industry will continue to be able to rely on this government. Our government continues to receive and evaluate proposals to the Agricultural Flexibility Fund. To date, $219 million has been committed to a multi-year initiatives. A total of $10 million is expected to be spent in 09-10, and $52 million has been committed to 2010-2011. Since 2009, over 1,600 loans totaling $84 million have been granted under the new Canadian Agricultural Loans Act. Madam Speaker, Canada-wide Budget 2010 will invest $19 billion of new stimulus funding to create jobs and secure our economic recovery. This will happen because of cuts to personal income tax totaling $32 billion. This includes adjustments to the federal tax brackets, enhancing the working income tax benefit, higher child benefits for parents, and lower taxes for low and middle-income seniors. Retraining and work support totaling $4 billion. This will enhance EI benefits and training opportunities to transition workers towards future employment. Research and development totaling $1.9 billion. These funds will help attract talent, strengthen research capacity, improve commercialization, accelerate private sector investment, expand market access and competitiveness to build a strong economy for tomorrow. Infrastructure investments totaling $7.7 billion. These funds will help create jobs, modernize infrastructure, support home ownership, stimulate the housing sector, and improve housing right across this great country. Targeted support to industries and communities totaling $2.2 billion. This will create and maintain jobs in agriculture, forestry, small business, tourism, and culture. Madam Speaker, I am proud of Budget 2010, our jobs and growth budget. I believe it takes the right steps for Ontario and the rest of Canada to ensure a steady economic recovery, job growth, and support for those in need. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Given the fact that on page 84 and 85, the budget refers to Atlantic Canada Opportunities Agency, and on page 85, the Canada Economic Development Agency for Quebec, and Western Economic Diversification for Canada. And then on page 120 and 121, Atlantic Canada Opportunities Agency, 38 million. The Quebec regions, 29 million, and Western Canada, 29 millions. Given the fact that these regions were all given money and that FedNor has always been part of the budget, I'd like to know from the Honourable Member what his government's plans are for FedNor.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Quinte West.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his question. Of course, FedNor continues to be a regional economic development agency which will be fully funded by this government. And of course, we now have the creation of the Southern Ontario Development Fund, which allocated in the last budget was somewhere in the vicinity of $200 million per year. And as the member knows, this government's committed to maintaining funding in those job-creating federal development areas. I can tell you that in my riding, we've seen many, many small and medium-sized businesses helped by the Community Futures Development Corporations, which are in fact part and parcel of FedDev and FedNor. So the Honourable Member is correct in pointing those things out. And I'll tell you what else, Madam Speaker, this government won't do. And that's cut back on social transfer payments to the provinces, and in particular, of course, to health care. I know that in his part of the province, in Northern Ontario, hospitals there have come under tremendous pressure meeting their budgets. And of course, hospitals in many of those Northern Ontario communities in which I worked, both in Hearst and in South Porcupine, Timmins, and those various areas such as Cochrane, I'm very aware that there are tremendous pressures on not only the communities through some great disadvantages in the forest industry, but I can tell the member that we continue to work on that, and there's much good news in this budget in that area with regard to retraining and other environmental assistance.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, a very narrow budget which simply seeks to continue a program that is failing to get stimulus money out. We noticed there's a reference to, in the throne speech, some 90% of the projects for the current year have been committed. It's weasel words. The checks are not out. But you know, Madam Speaker, the other part of this is that this budget does not address the realities that during these difficult times, there are problems with an aging society. There are problems with social programs. There's problems dealing with the basic needs. And making smaller departments, Madam Speaker, and this is my concern and the basis of my question, if we simply focus on reducing the expenditures of government departments that deliver services that Canadians need at this difficult time, will it not, in fact, Madam Speaker, result in lower service levels to Canadians at a time of most need?
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Quinte West.
Well, I guess I don't live in his riding, but I live in mine. And I can tell you that almost, I would say 70% of the projects announced under the stimulus budget are either under the stimulus action plan have either been completed or have just been completed. And there are a few that are just getting started. Shovels are in the ground, and blueprints are up and ready to go. But I can tell you over 70% in my riding. But the member, he talks about, I just listened to his compatriot there speak member from Unionville. And of course, you'd hear words from him like weasel and things like, you know, Madam Speaker, that gets this country nowhere. But you know what's disingenuous? When he talks about, well, you know, you have to know what department to cut back. And then the suggestion was, well, they pick and chose we're picking and choosing which departments to cut back. I'd say there's a lot of credibility lacking in those statements. You know, we just sent 25% cutback in social transfer payments to the province. What does that mean? When they were in government, mothers had to find food for their children because the provinces had to raid their budgets because they cut back 20%. Hospitals being closed because provinces could no longer afford the health care because they cut back 25%. So, you know, when he talks about weasel words, I think he should have a...
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Laval. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to tell you that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Today, it's March 8th. It is International Women's Day. International Women's Day, but as we can see, we're talking about the budget on March 8th. Surprising, of course. Surprising. But what is even more surprising and shocking is that, yet again, this government has not taken care of women, which yet make up 51% of the Canadian population. Once again, in this budget, there is nothing for women. So little, in fact, that they're not even mentioned as usual. We're talking about Canadians, women Canadians, female workers, but the only place where we note that there are women is in that instance. Is it because the government believes that women do not need to be supported because they are also working? They earn their money with great difficulty, a great deal more difficulty than women. 21% earn less than men. They work the same number of hours and the same number of weeks as men. And others don't have adequate health care or child care services and have to work part-time. So those women don't work 35 hours a week, so they don't get access to EI. And since EI has not been taken into consideration by the government in its budget to truly make real changes, really change the EI system to ensure that more individuals can benefit from this EI program. And yet we have helped to build that EI fund. And I find that quite disappointing. It's quite disappointing as well that the Prime Minister dared to put in the budget that he would get rid of the firearms registry. There's no more secrets. After having asked one of the members to introduce a bill, private member's bill, after one of the members did that, in order to get rid of the long gun registry, we realized today that their real intention all along was to get rid of the firearms registry altogether, a registry that was implemented because women had asked for it, women whose children had been victims of gunmen, mad gunmen, in '89. And for them to dare do that today and to put it in a budget, I find this extremely insulting for women. I think it's quite insulting for women, Madam Speaker, and I would say that I even find it disappointing because it shows that this government has learned nothing. It has not understood, since it's come into power, it's already been 4 years, Madam Speaker, that women have something to say, that women have the right, they have rights, and that these rights should be valued. We are trying in all ways possible, subtly and openly, they're trying to take those rights away. They're trying to make us lose everything we've gained. Today we are celebrating the 100th anniversary of International Women's Day, and we are still talking about a budget today in which there is nothing for women. Madam Speaker, it's so serious that Catherine Leahy, an economist at the University of Toronto, did a study on the budget. She did a study on the economic action plan, the stimulus plan for men and women, and she found serious flaws with regard to the economic plan, and in fact, such serious flaws even with regard to investments. Imagine, Madam Speaker, that out of $9 billion odd dollars, they took 0.00006% of the money, which represents $572,000, $400 odd dollars, in fact, to improve women's shelters in Inuit and Aboriginal communities. $572,000 to improve women's shelters, while at the same time they've taken triple that amount in order to improve animal shelters throughout Canada. 3. So this means that to the government, animals are more important than women. It's a bad comparison because we realize that this government is doing nothing and has done nothing for years because it cut in the Status of Women Canada funding, and for years they had provided programming for women to do research. They cannot continue to do this because their funding has been cut. Their funds have been cut, and they're preparing to cut funding to organizations that also do family planning to ensure that women and men who choose to have children have all the tools they need to make informed decisions. They want to do that here. They're also exporting this mode of operation into developing countries by claiming that they want to help women and children. They're cutting funding to a number of organizations that were providing very important services to women and children in developing countries by cutting those funds. Madam Speaker, they're saying once again that they don't care at all for women and child health. They're doing it, and they're claiming that they want to take care of women and children's health. But they won't have all the tools they need to be able to determine whether yes or no they can bring children into the world and to raise those children properly. They have the right to be able to terminate a pregnancy if necessary, Madam Speaker. When we see such a government which is cutting funding to women's organizations, which is cutting funding for organizations responsible for family planning services, that are cutting funding to the firearms registry, which was working well because police officers told us so, the RCMP told us so, women's groups told us so. They were using it on many times a day, and this by various police forces throughout Canada and Quebec. And when you cut the funding and then you dare to go to the United Nations and to send our Secretary of State for the Status of Women to the UN to say that Canada has made great progress in the area of women's rights. The women of Canada are progressing. This is false. The women in Canada are losing ground. Significant ground over the past 4 years has been lost, and I would even say that the delays, the setbacks that we have experienced will take us at least 20 years to get back to where we were 4 years ago. Because once you start to lose ground, it's extremely difficult to gain that ground again and to regain the rights, the funding. When the funding is cut, it's cut, and it's difficult after that point to find new funding in order to be able to support and sustain organizations that are so essential to defending the rights of women. It's so essential for basic fundamental research, such as the Court Challenges program. I don't understand. The government doesn't want us to say that it's not doing its job. It doesn't want us to fight against it. It doesn't want us as human beings, as citizens. It doesn't want us to be able to oppose government decisions. And it's clear, Madam Speaker, that a program that only cost 18 cents per person per capita in Canada. 18 cents per capita in Canada. Such a program was cut, Madam Speaker. And it's not because it was an expensive program. It's because it was a program that bothered the government, because people were able to defend their rights. Victims could defend their rights. Victims of a crime could defend their rights. Victims of discrimination were able to also defend their rights. When we see this, Madam Speaker, we realize that it is not a government that takes to heart the rights of women who have children. They have told a lot of stories about whether they take the safety and security of children to heart, but here in the bloc, we do want to take care of children. And this safety and security starts with the certainty that you have a roof over your head, through the certainty that you have a salary to feed your family, that you can send your child to daycare, and through the certainty that your paycheck has not been cut. Because unlike the other people in Canada, we are taking care of this in Quebec because we have adequate child care services. I see, Madam Speaker, that you are indicating that my time is up. Unfortunately, because I understand that my colleague from Terrebonne, Blainville, will want to continue. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments, the honourable member for Northumberland, Quinte West.
Well, Madam Speaker, I listened with great attentiveness to what the member had to say, and I know she cares very much about women's issues. The facts she brings out from her perspective don't actually reflect the true facts. The true facts are that over the last 5 years to the last decade, women have begun to increase their earning potential in this country and continue to do exponentially. And I was reading very recently, there are certain job sectors where women actually are not only at the same level, but are actually increasing. In other words, in certain professions, women are earning more than men. And that's a good thing, because certain professions are predominantly, like some professions are predominantly male, some are predominantly female. But I look at my own riding and I say, where have we lacked funding for women? I look at almost $500,000 to the Northumberland Services for Women, so that we can expand, actually over double the size of that particular assistance to people who are being abused by their partners and their children, and providing them with social links throughout the community. I look at the status of women and the increase in funding for that. You know, the member reflects on one area, but the truth is people who actually provide the services for women, teaching literacy, and that funding has increased to those actually delivering the services. 1 million Canadians, Madam Speaker, 1 million Canadians no longer pay federal income tax, many of whom are single mothers and single senior women, like my mother. So we've taken them off the tax rolls. So we've done a lot for women.
The Honourable Member for Laval. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when you talk about women's pay equity, it's not true that you're taking care of women's economic security. It's not true that when you deny people the right to the guaranteed income supplement that you are taking care of women's rights. It's not true that the economic security of women is being taken care of. When you deny women what they're entitled to, it's not just one office per province that the status of women should have. There were 16, 12 were cut. This means there's only 4 left. This government is governing through manipulation and fear. People are afraid to speak out about what they're experiencing. It's not true that organizations are getting the funding. They're not getting funding. They're waiting, and they're waiting sometimes a year, 2 years, 3 years in order to get an answer from Status of Women Canada, and the answers are not forthcoming. So it's not true to say that Status of Women Canada is doing its job. Status of Women Canada is not doing its job, and the minister is not doing her job because she can't convince Cabinet that her job is to defend women.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for York West.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I must begin by recognizing and applauding my honourable colleague for her determination and her continued fighting capacity when it comes for all issues that matter to her community and ours, but specifically as we celebrate International Women's Day, how important the comments that she made are. And yes, they're very accurate. We know that very little help is coming to women when it comes to the status of women. The cutbacks on the court challenges was an extremely important one. And I was quite disappointed. I was hoping that the government would have recognized how important the court challenges program is, not only to women, but to people all across Canada. And I suspect that the honourable member was hoping that that was going to be in the budget as well. Does she have any further comments on that?
The honourable member for Laval. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for that question because, in fact, we were entitled to expect that the court challenges program would be apparent in the government's desire to restore some rights, justice, and equity among people. We know full well that when you're poor, you cannot fight. When you're poor, you cannot have recourse to certain services. So if you had behind you a program that would provide funding, that would be good. Recently, we had the decision of the court in the case of the Sharon MacIver case, who without the court challenges program never could have defended her case at the Supreme Court level. So it is essential to have such a program in order to defend one's rights. In the last budget, they said there would be an exception. They would put in place a program to ensure that the people who felt that they were discriminated against in terms of their language rights could defend themselves. But it's only a small program, and it does not meet the needs of individuals. The programs that we need is a comprehensive, complete program that takes into consideration all of the problems and the issues, and that gives people the right to defend themselves against this government. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is a pleasure to speak today on the budget for 2 or 3 reasons, the first of which is because it is International Women's Day, and I think that women have something to say about this budget, the budget that was presented by the federal government. You know that yesterday was a special day, a day where I walked around my riding. There were a lot of activities in women's centers. In my riding, women came to tell me that they are not fooled. They have realized the extent to which this federal government has let them fall through the cracks for a number of years since they've come to power, in fact. But in this particular budget, it is evident. And I want to salute those women, the women in the riding of Terrebonne-Blainville, women who have given me messages to share with this government. Obviously, I did not need to tell them what was in the budget for them to tell me, listen, madam, this budget is empty. It does not contain anything for the status of women, to improve the status of women's families, but there is nothing in this budget for Quebec. And not only is there nothing, but there are also federal meddling in Quebec's areas of jurisdiction. And today we are supposed to talk about the sub-amendment introduced by the NDP. And I must say right away that the Bloc Québécois will vote against the sub-amendment because, in fact, it will ensure meddling in Quebec's areas of jurisdiction. I must say, Madam Speaker, that with this budget, the Conservatives have once again missed an opportunity to provide an adequate response, economic, social, environmental, financial response to Quebec. For this government, like I think for some members of other opposition parties, it is as if Quebec did not exist. And That is why the Bloc Québécois is not necessarily systematically opposed to any budget. It is, however, opposed to a budget that does not recognize the existence and the predominance of the needs of the Quebec nation. So, in this budget, we see that there are policies based on the needs of Ontario, the needs of Alberta, at the expense of Quebec's urgent needs. We have just come out of a recession. In fact, we're not quite out. We're slowly coming out of a recession, and all economists agree that the next few months, the next year, will be quite difficult in Quebec, and it is in Quebec that there will be the most difficulties with regard to exiting this recession. The economic recovery will be weak in Quebec compared to the rest of Canada, and in the budget, we're talking about forestry, aeronautics, environment, culture. There is nothing, in fact, we find nothing in these regards. The Bloc Québécois had traveled around doing pre-budget consultations to ask Quebecers, what do you need? What do you want to see in the budget? If you had a government who really recognized the Québécois nation, what would that federalist conservative government be able to do in terms of the budget to help Quebec? So we have members, our finance critic in particular, who traveled around Quebec, who proposed initiative, who corrected information, who even went to provide that information to the Minister of Finance, and unfortunately, we find nothing of those suggestions in this budget. You know, there were things that were extremely important for everyone in Quebec. Mr. and Mrs. Joe Smith. And I could give you the list if I can, in fact, find that list, Madam Speaker. There is nothing for seniors. There is nothing for the unemployed. There is nothing for social housing. There is nothing for homelessness. There is nothing for older workers. There is nothing for natural caregivers. And yet these were the demands made, not just in Quebec, but all across Canada. There is nothing for women. There is nothing for public transit. There is nothing for the HST harmonization. There is nothing for equalization. So what is in this budget? There is not even an answer or response to an organization that during the recession, and this recession is not yet over, an organization had made recommendations to the federal government, and it was the Canadian Food Banks Association which had made recommendations based on requests made by Quebec organizations, as well as women across Canada for themselves and their children. There were recommendations to maintain the expected levels of federal transfers, Canadian Social Program transfers was one of them, to maintain these transfers, maintain the transfers. But we didn't hear about this. There's nothing in this budget. And worse still, even if some transfers have been maintained, we will lose others because they are not indexed. They have not been increased. The food banks of Canada had asked the government to continue to work to ensure that the EI system be more fair and better for everybody. Nothing in the throne speech, but it's not the Bloc Québécois saying this, it's the food banks of Canada that have asked for this because, in fact, the manufacturing sector continues to decline as a source of employment while poorly paid jobs in the service sector are increasing. Often in this House, we have heard from MPs on the Conservative side, it's not important, it's not if there's not necessarily huge EI programs, they'll find other jobs. There are jobs elsewhere that were put forward that have been created, but these jobs are poorly paid jobs. There is no job security for these jobs. They're little jobs, if you will. How can people live off such jobs? And there is no support with regard to employment insurance.
What the food banks were asking was this, to increase access to the GIS. It's certainly not the Bloc Québécois that is asking for this. It is the food banks here to increase the benefits and access to GIS, also access to the OAS, because with the amount that is there now, they hardly can survive. They also wanted to be able to see greater investment in social housing, to continue to fund affordable housing, but none of that appears in the budget. Nothing. What you do find in the budget, though, is some intrusive measures. Intrusion with respect to the issue of a common securities regulator. Not only would Quebec be in a weakened position with respect to the rest of Canada, I would imagine Quebec would see business leave, move away to Toronto, Ontario, where the Securities Commission would be set up. It's very clear to me. They want to make people poor. They want to make the system poor. They want to make Quebec poor, give nothing to Quebec. And Quebec will just take its place in the ranks and have to grovel, as some are doing now, to beg for a few bucks from the federal government. You're saying that I have very little time left. Well, this is my message. In this budget, when I hear the Conservative members say that we don't understand the budget, that we are misreading it, I say that there is nothing there for Quebec. There is a lot of injustice towards Quebec, and at a certain point, if those members opposite are honest, they will do some research. They will stop looking at the budget with blinders on, and they will realize that. Questions and comments. The honourable member can make some comments during the question and comment period.
Markham Oakridge's Markham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened intently to the members' comments, and I'm still dumbfounded how she can say that, and how her party can be deciding not to vote in favor of this budget. As a member of the Government Operations and Estimates Committee, I know she's somebody who pays a lot of attention to small and medium-sized businesses. This budget does address that, provides new funding and resources for small and medium-sized enterprises. I know that Quebec is an extraordinary jurisdiction for manufacturers. This budget outlines the reduction and elimination. In fact, I think we're the only jurisdiction in the world that eliminates tariffs on our manufacturers. I'm not sure how that can't impact positively on the manufacturers of Quebec. If you look at page 236 of the English version, I do know it's page 236 of the English version. It outlines another $1 billion for social housing in this country on top of another $1 billion that was already committed last year as part of our economic action plan. I know that she's been in this House for year one of our economic action plan, which has seen over 7,000 projects across Canada, including in Quebec, for roads, bridges, sewers, and other infrastructure that will allow our businesses to compete with anybody, that will allow our communities to grow. So I'm not sure why she's voting against that. I've had an opportunity to speak, and as a hopefully a newly appointed member of the Status of Women's Committee later on today, I look forward to meeting with women, and have continued to do that in my riding. And they tell me that they're energized, they're excited, they're confident, and they can compete with anybody in Canada and anywhere in the world. And I have a lot more faith than they do.
The honourable member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Yes, well, first of all, Madam Speaker, I wish good luck to my colleague who feels that he wants to be a member of the Women's Status Committee. There's a lot of work to be done there, and I think he might understand black and white what it is to be a woman to have children to deal with, to find housing, and to find some sort of shelter for these children. So I wish him good luck. Yes, perhaps we might still be together on the Government Operations Committee, and I have defended small business, but for small and medium-sized businesses, particularly with respect to the manufacturing and forestry industries, the government has given very, very little, almost nothing at all, just crumbs. And yes, but what can they do? They don't have a darn red cent in those industries anymore. They have no money. When he asks a question like that, I would be ashamed if I were sitting in his seat. The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would ask a question of my colleague. First of all, I would like to congratulate all women today on International Women's Day. But I would like to ask a question about the NDP amendment that they will not be supporting. With respect to the amendment to eliminate the tax cuts for major corporations, that represents a lot of money that would be freed up to help the elderly and to help children. So my question is this: why would the Bloc vote against a measure that would help the young and the old in Quebec? The Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We mustn't mix up apples and oranges here. There are many elements in the NDP sub-amendment. We agree with being able to tax the major banks and corporations and so on. But where there's a difficulty is this. When the NDP arrive and put on the same line the same QST and CPP and the QPP, they have to understand that the CPP is federal, but the QPP belongs to us in Quebec, and nobody can lay their hands on it. When they ask for the harmonization of the sales tax, when we put our money into the harmonization in Ontario, since 1991, we in Quebec have been asking for harmonization to be refunded to us, for us to be compensated for our position on that. But now with the instance of Ontario and BC, what they're doing is they're compensating, but they have nothing for Quebec.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to speak today in support of Budget 2010, which continues Year 2 of Canada's Historic Economic Action Plan. Madam Speaker, I will be splitting my time with the member of Essex, for Essex. As you know, Madam Speaker, last year as we debated Budget 2009, Canada's economy was in the grips of the deepest economic recession since the 1930s. Madam Speaker, due to the prudent and early actions of this government, our economy entered this global recession later and less steeply than most other nations. However, we were not immune, and we were swept along with the current. To address this global crisis, our government reacted swiftly by introducing Canada's Economic Action Plan, which included timely and targeted investments in transportation, water treatment and delivery, colleges and universities, libraries, police and fire stations, affordable housing and recreational facilities, among other infrastructure projects. Madam Speaker, I would like to point out that the City of Mississauga received the largest contribution to important and necessary infrastructure projects from any Canadian government in history. In fact, Madam Speaker, the former Liberal Member of Parliament for my riding said, and I'm quoting, "The recent infusion of infrastructure stimulus dollars from several different programs is the largest pot of money ever bestowed on the City of Mississauga and the region of Peel by our two senior levels of government." I am also advised by the Mayor of Mississauga, Madam Speaker, that virtually all of these approximately 138 projects are well under construction and that many have already been completed. If you visit our fair city today, Madam Speaker, you will be hard-pressed to travel down any major artery without witnessing the sights and sounds of many ongoing, fast-paced construction projects. In addition, Madam Speaker, the Government of Canada has invested more than $35 million in GO Transit in Mississauga, which will ease the daily commute for thousands of people. This calculated investment is taking cars off the road, reducing gridlock, decreasing smog and greenhouse gas emissions, and improving delivery times for the goods and services produced in our region. I am most proud, Madam Speaker, of our government's historic investment in education, research, and innovation through the construction of a new Mississauga campus of Sheridan College and the investment of $35 million in a new instructional centre at the University of Toronto Mississauga campus. Madam Speaker, I would like to inform the House that both of these educational buildings are well under construction as we speak. I am very pleased, Madam Speaker, to see that these historic and vitally important investments in our people and in our knowledge infrastructure will be continued and completed through Budget 2010. Budget 2010 introduces a number of new initiatives to enhance innovation, which I believe are important to help equip our young people to continue to build the economy of tomorrow. Some of these measures include investing $45 million to establish a postdoctoral fellowship program to help attract the research leaders of tomorrow to Canada, increasing the combined annual budgets of Canada's research granting councils by an additional $32 million per year, and doubling the budget of the College and Community Innovation Program. The budget also provides Genome Canada with an additional $75 million for genomics research. I understand that with the matching private sector funds, this will provide $150 million for this important research. For those who were unfortunately laid off from their jobs in the depths of the global recession, our government has provided and continues to provide significantly enhanced employment insurance benefits and skills training benefits for long-tenured workers. These measures have helped ease the pain experienced by our manufacturing sector. Indeed, Madam Speaker, Budget 2009's enhancements to the work-sharing program saved many thousands of jobs across Canada. In fact, 160,000 Canadians have benefited from work-sharing agreements. By extending work-sharing agreements by an additional 26 weeks and allowing greater flexibility in the qualifying criteria, Budget 2010 will continue to save jobs until our economy fully recovers. Through all of these measures, Madam Speaker, our government has primed the economic pump, and as the Minister of Finance reported last week, these measures have worked and our economy is once again pumping growth and new jobs. As part of my duties with the Standing Committee of Finance, I had the privilege to travel across Canada and consult with many Canadians and various interest groups. It was made clear to me, to our committee, that Canadians wanted our government to focus on jobs and on the economy. To highlight this commitment, Madam Speaker, since July 2009, the Canadian economy has generated 135,000 net new jobs, and encouraging statistics on growth and job creation are emerging each month. To be sure, there is more road yet to travel to return to the vibrant rate of growth that we enjoyed prior to the onset of the global recession. And that is why Budget 2010 is continuing to implement planned infrastructure stimulus measures and continues to support and retrain laid-off workers and invest in innovation. But at the same time, as our economy rebounds, our government is taking prudent steps to ease off on the accelerator to ensure that our debt and deficit remain manageable. Madam Speaker, following the implementation of the stimulus measures announced in 2009, our government is prudently proposing in 2010 to take measures to return to balanced budgets. We will do this by restraining growth in government spending, by undertaking a comprehensive review of spending on overhead and administration costs. Madam Speaker, our government is leading by example in tightening its own belt. We will do this by freezing the total amount spent on government salaries, administration, and overhead, and we will introduce legislation to freeze the salaries of the Prime Minister, ministers, members of Parliament, and senators. As we know, Madam Speaker, it is easy to spend, and there are always many good ideas for government spending programs. But governing responsibly means having to make tough but prudent choices. In my view, Budget 2010 makes these prudent choices. Madam Speaker, we will not do what many members of the opposition would propose. We will not balance the budget on the backs of the sick and our students by cutting provincial health and education transfer payments, as was done by the previous Liberal government in the 1990s. Nor will we balance the budget at the expense of pensioners. I am glad to see that this month we will be launching public consultations on how to improve Canada's retirement income system. Finally, Madam Speaker, we will not balance the budget by raising the tax burden on hardworking Canadians and introducing job-killing increases in business taxes. As a former business lawyer with over 20 years of experience in advising entrepreneurs, I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that applicable business taxes are a major factor in every decision to invest in and create jobs in Canada. In the high-tax era of previous governments, I unfortunately saw thousands of good job creation opportunities slip away from Canada's economy. Today, one of the great hallmarks of our economy is our comparatively low deficit to GDP ratio and reasonable corporate and small business income tax rates. Madam Speaker, Canada's overall tax rate on new business investment is the lowest in the G7 and below the OECD average. By 2012, Canada will have the lowest statutory corporate income tax in the G7. In my view, Madam Speaker, Canada's comparative advantages in debt and tax levels amongst the G7 nations will continue to make Canada one of the most favorable places in the developed world to invest and create good, high-value, competitive jobs. As the Minister of Finance has pointed out, before the recession, Canada had the lowest debt-to-GDP ratio in the G7, and after the recession, Canada will still have the lowest debt-to-GDP ratio in the G7 by an even wider margin. Budget 2010 introduces a number of other key strategic new measures to enhance competition and reduce barriers for business. This includes making Canada a tariff-free zone for manufacturers by eliminating all remaining tariffs on productivity-improving machinery and equipment and goods imported for further manufacturing in Canada. Madam Speaker, this important initiative will be a significant incentive for our manufacturing sector. It is estimated that this commitment will create 12,000 jobs, diversify our trade, and boost Canada's manufacturing sector as well as our overall productivity. I believe by establishing the first tariff-free zone for manufacturing amongst G7 and G20 partners, this budget will have a great impact on the protection of and creation of manufacturing jobs in my region of Ontario. Budget 2010 introduces a number of important changes to the taxation of foreign investment in Canadian business, which will greatly enhance the ability of Canadian businesses to attract foreign venture capital through revisions to Section 116 of the Income Tax Act. In my business career, Madam Speaker, I saw too many innovative, high-technology entrepreneurs who were forced to relocate their companies and the high-value jobs associated with them to the United States in order to access needed venture capital. Terence Matthews, one of Canada's most successful high-technology entrepreneurs, has said, and I quote, "This amendment will have an immediate, positive, and direct impact on Canada's ability to grow a robust Canadian technology industry." Recently, Madam Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition and the Honourable Member for Mississauga-Brampton South met with business leaders in my city of Mississauga. According to press reports, they were told, and I quote, that Mississauga and Brampton business owners want Ottawa to simplify regulations so they can concentrate on running their companies instead of tackling mountains of paperwork.
Perhaps the honourable member can complete his comments during the questions and comments. The honourable member for Westmount Ville-Marie.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for Mississauga, Arundel, for his comments. He spoke at length about innovation and the importance of research. And as critic for science and technology for my party, I have much contact with the universities. I'm privileged to have 3 universities in my riding. The message that I get from the researchers in the universities is this: the 2 major priorities with respect to funding are to increase and improve the research budgets from the 3 councils in Canada and to improve the budgets for indirect costs in terms of research in universities. My question for my colleague, the member from Mississauga, Arundel, is this: how can he reconcile the fact that vis-a-vis the indirect research costs, the government has only put $8 million this year, and with respect to the research councils, they talk about having increased the budgets for them by $32 million. But last year, they cut the budgets by $148 million over 3 years. So how can he reconcile these 2 approaches?
For Mississauga, Arundel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for his question. As a member of the Standing Committee on Finance, I traveled across the country on pre-budget consultations last year, and every university in Canada came to us and made a presentation on how important postdoctoral students are to the future of Canada and the future of research in Canada. And that's why I'm so thrilled, Madam Speaker, that Budget 2010 is providing $45 million to establish a postdoctoral fellowship program to help attract the research leaders of tomorrow to Canada. It's also delivering $222 million in funding over 5 years to strengthen the world-leading research taking place at the Triumph Centre in Vancouver, Canada's premier national laboratory for nuclear and particle physics research. It's also increasing the combined annual budgets, as the member rightly pointed out, of Canada's research granting councils by an additional $32 million a year. As I pointed out in my speech, Madam Speaker, the Genome Canada will receive an additional $75 million, which, coupled with private sector matching grants, will give it $150 million additional for continued genomics research. We've doubled the budget of the College and Community Innovation Program with an additional $15 million per year. We've provided $135 million to the National Research Council of Canada's Regional Innovation Clusters program. I could go on, Madam Speaker, but I think I'm probably running out of time. I commend to the honourable member the budget documents, where he'll see several more major additions to research funding in Canada. And thank you.
And comments, the honourable member for Churchill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I found it interesting to hear the members across commitments to research and innovation on behalf of, obviously, his party and what is in the budget. Last year, over this past year, I've been very involved working with a number of organizations and certainly students, researchers, regarding the attack specifically on the social sciences and humanities. Now, while in this budget we don't see an ideological earmarking the way we did pertaining to the Social Science and Humanities Research Council grant, we see another trend that is extremely disconcerting, and that would be the emphasis on commercialization. Time and time again throughout this budget, we see that commercialization is the way that this government sees the future of research. However, that of course precludes many areas of research that don't focus on commercial or profitable endeavors, and certainly discourages, one would certainly say, discourages people that are committing their profession.
I will have to give the honourable member time to respond to that question. He has 40 seconds to provide comment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for her question. Of course, pure research, scientific research, is very important in Canada, to Canada's future, and in that regard, the government is providing, as I mentioned earlier, over $222 million to Triumph for nuclear and particle physics research. In addition, we're providing an additional $75 million to Genome Canada for their ongoing genomics research, which, coupled with matching private sector grants, will give them an extra $150 million. But commercialization, Madam Speaker, as the member well knows, is the way to create immediate jobs, and that's what we need.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure, of course, to rise today and debate on the budget. And first, let me start by commending the appointment to the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice of the member for Mississauga-Arundel. I know that his constituents probably already know he's an exceptional member of Parliament, but this is a well-deserved step up for him, and we commend him on that. Of course, we're talking about Canada's Economic Action Plan Part 2, but before I get to that, I think contextually we should probably talk about what we achieved with respect to Canada's Economic Action Plan Part 1. Now, in the Windsor-Essex region, just as a bit of a background, we are an economy that's primarily dependent on the automotive industry, and within that, largely dependent upon the traditional Detroit 3 manufacturers, the parts sector, the machine tool die and mold sector that have created a cluster of manufacturing around that business. We've struggled with high unemployment even before the downturn, higher than the provincial average, higher than the Canadian average, in large measure because of the restructuring that was beginning through the earlier part of the decade. during the recession, of course, we reached the highest unemployment, sadly, in all of Canada for urban centres, about 3.5 percentage points higher than the next highest unemployment for an urban centre. So we, during the Great Recession, we were an area of great, I would say, historic need. And what was the government's reaction to that? Well, it was historic investment, Madam Speaker. We were able to stabilize the base of the economy for the region and beyond that for Southern Ontario by participating in a significant restructuring of Chrysler Canada, General Motors Canada. That allowed us, of course, after stabilizing the base of the economy, to do a few things on top of that or beyond that, Madam Speaker. We were able to support working families by extending employment insurance benefits, investing literally billions back into the employment insurance system, and supporting workers while they were looking for alternative employment. Or we also provided billions in retraining for those families who wanted to pursue different careers, moving into different sectors. We invested heavily in the work-share program, which I can tell you saved literally thousands of jobs in the Windsor-Essex region. Very significant program, still supporting some of those jobs as we speak. And of course, we've made some enhancements in Economic Action Plan Part 2 to ensure that that continues to be a good program. We were able to also stimulate the economy beyond the auto industry. The highest per capita infrastructure stimulus funding in all of Canada, Madam Speaker. Significant investments through our knowledge infrastructure program. $40 million toward a new Centre for Engineering Innovation at the University of Windsor. $16 million toward a Centre for Applied Health Sciences at St. Clair College. Significant strategic investments that way for the medium to long-term economy in our region, training the healthcare professionals, the engineers for the knowledge jobs of the future. Millions to improve our airport, to build a retention treatment basin to capture combination sewer overflows into the Detroit River. A very significant step forward in terms of addressing the Detroit River area of concern in the environment. We were also able then to focus on how to diversify the economy. We've talked about it for a long time in our region, but now we're actually doing it under our Economic Action Plan through a new FedDev Ontario, a new economic development agency for Southern Ontario, and companion programs, the Community Adjustment Fund to help single industry communities make that transition, the Southern Ontario Development Program, which is helping small and medium-sized enterprises, along with the Community Futures Development Corporation, for rural economic development in the region, Madam Speaker. Some tools that are helping us do what? We're helping to retool the machine tool, die, and mold sector in our region to do things beyond just production for the automotive industry, for aerospace, for nuclear, for the green energy revolution that's coming to our province, preparing for that green energy manufacturing. We're moving to become a maintenance and repair operations center for the aerospace industry, Madam Speaker, with improvements to our airport. We're seeing regional tourism strategies come together that are linking the finest aspects of our cultural assets, like our underground railroad heritage, our environmental assets, and our budding wine region, the Lake Erie North Shore wine region, with the cosmopolitan flair of a newly emerging city of Windsor for a very strong tourism approach. Those are all investments coming under Canada's Economic Action Plan Part 1, very significant investments that are what? They're building a sense of hope and optimism in our region for the first time. We feel like we've turned the corner. Unemployment's coming down. There are approaches to the future. Our economy looks a lot better. And we can honestly come back to the people and say, listen, in a time of historic need for this region, our government, under the leadership of this Prime Minister, has made historic investments. And it wasn't that long ago, Madam Speaker, we have three ridings down there. We had 3 Liberal cabinet ministers, and they didn't deliver a fraction of that kind of investment to the region. They used to say, Madam Speaker, that Canada and Ontario stopped at London. That's no longer the case because of the attention of this federal government, this Prime Minister, this cabinet. And of course, The two Windsor MPs, they're New Democrats, Madam Speaker. What have they been doing during this entire time? Well, they spent their time voting against every single dollar of investment, voting against the restructuring of the auto industry, voting against stimulating and diversifying our economy. So what can we expect as we approach Canada's Economic Action Plan Part 2? Madam Speaker, I don't know. I suspect more of the same over there. But what are we doing with the Economic Action Plan Part 2? Well, obviously we are ensuring that our economic recovery takes hold by providing further public stimulus until such time as the private stimulus leads the way in our economy. We've developed a credible plan for tackling the temporary deficits. And of course, we've established a foundation of strong pro-growth economic policies, including, among many things, Madam Speaker, but certainly including one that I think is very significant, and that is literally making Canada a tariff-free zone when it comes to manufacturing inputs. And that's critical as we reach a point where we have a dollar that's at par with the United States. We have tremendous purchasing power. We also have to solve the productivity gap and make our businesses more competitive. So those investments in technology and equipment are going to be made tariff-free now. And that's a significant step forward. Increasing investment in research and development, particularly closing the loop in our R&D. We have a $10 billion science and technology strategy, but the area where we need to make the last bit of progress, Madam Speaker, is in the commercialization of research and development. We do a lot of great research in this country. Now we need to commercialize it. That's also solving part of the job creation. Spawning new industries can come from that. So our college and universities are getting an additional leg up. Our granting councils getting additional investment. And what are they saying about our budget? Madam Speaker, we have a lot of endorsements from national agencies, but locally, who's supporting this budget? Well, you look at the Mayor of Windsor, who is saying very positive things about our budget. Our local, our regional Chamber of Commerce have come out strongly endorsing this budget as being good for our region. I was just speaking with the University of Windsor President, Dr. Alan Wildeman, just last night, actually. And what was he saying? Well, he said they were very much in favor of this, particularly in a budget where we're seeing the need to generate savings over time, multi-billion dollars worth of savings over time, that they got a boost in funding. And so lots of good news there. And of course, there was one other major winner in this budget, Madam Speaker. Canadian seniors who collect a U.S. Social Security benefit. And Madam Speaker, a horrible tax hike foisted on them by a previous Liberal government after they retired, eating into their retirement savings, throwing many of them out of their homes, Madam Speaker. Our Prime Minister committed to it in the last election as a government initiative. Before that, it was my personal initiative, my personal crusade to right that wrong. And now, Madam Speaker, it's in the budget. Those folks who had retired prior to January 1st, 1996 are now grandfathered the way they should have been in the first step. And I challenge our Liberal members across the way to stand up and vote for them and correct the mistake that they made if they have the decency to do it, Madam Speaker. And I call on the two NDP members for Windsor who said they were in on this issue to stand up for those same seniors today, Madam Speaker, and vote for the budget later on. I'll be watching them, and I know seniors will be.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, he talked about the seniors, and I know one of my soft spots is, of course, our respect and our support for the seniors, for they are the reason why this country is here today. But let me remind him, because I was going to ask him a different question, Madam Speaker, but I have to throw this in, of the devastation as a result of the income trust fiasco, where his own Prime Minister today, fortunately I just happen to have it, committed in writing that he wasn't going to touch it and promised the seniors that he was going to leave it alone. And that's why Danny Williams said that there is no greater fraud than a lie, something along the way. In essence, he called the Prime Minister a liar, and indeed he lied. The question I want to ask, Madam Speaker, is this. He talked about jobs and research and innovations. Just from the National Post, not a Liberal paper. I
would like to interrupt the Honourable Member and ask him to refrain from using words like liar. It is unparliamentary language. So I would ask him to withdraw that comment.
I'll just say misled, Madam Speaker. I apologize. Researchers disappointed by funding for innovation. Just keeps the lights on. And Peter MacLeod, I quote, Peter MacLeod, a fellow at the Center for the Study of Democracy at Queen's University, says much of the funding promised to various agencies will do little more than keep the lights on. Madam Speaker, they have put some money. That is just crumbs. If we're going to invest, if they're putting us in the hole to the tune of $56, $60 billion, let's do it right then.
The honourable member for Essex.
Madam Speaker, I was almost optimistic I was going to get an apology from the member to those seniors. He's been around long enough to know that Canadian seniors collecting a U.S. Social Security benefit were done wrong by that Liberal government when they were in power in the 90s. They tried to balance their budget on the backs of seniors, Madam Speaker. We're not doing that. In fact, we're restoring, we're grandfathering them. You know, they violated a very basic principle of justice. You don't increase taxes on those who've already retired, Madam Speaker. They've mapped out their savings, their retirement savings, how much they've saved, how many years they expect to live, and now you're going to whack them up, with a major tax hike. You just don't do that. And he can still redeem himself, Madam Speaker. He could stand in his place when the budget vote comes up and say, you know what, we made a mistake. I'm actually going to support this budget and restore them. But on the issue of research and development, Madam Speaker, maybe he missed the Association of Universities and Colleges Canada. I'm going to quote very briefly for him, but he said, "We are pleased that the government is continuing, not starting, continuing to invest in university research and innovation to create jobs today and to build the economy of tomorrow. This budget sends an important signal, shows the government recognizes the vital role universities play in creating opportunities for Canadians in the new economy." Maybe
Questions and comments? A brief question, very brief question. The honourable member for Churchill.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Just quickly, I heard the member across reference some of my colleagues in the House, colleagues that have stood and fought for their constituencies along with us as New Democrats, whether it's in terms of employment insurance, whether it's in terms of pensions. But if we're talking about seniors, we'd like to see the real commitment from the Canada's government when it comes to seniors, whether it's looking at support for the guaranteed income supplement, whether it comes to supporting pension plans, both in the private and standing up for a stronger pension plan in the private and the public sector, whether it's looking at issues like housing and ensuring that there's a national housing strategy and affordable housing when it comes to seniors. These are the things that matter to seniors all across Canada, and this is the area where we don't see the government taking leadership.
The honourable member for Essex has 1
Madam
minute to
Speaker,
respond.
talking about rolling over when it comes to seniors and voting against them, the NDP let's look at what they voted against. How about pension income splitting, Madam Speaker? Very significant step forward. Increases of age limit for RSP, RIF conversion to 71 from 69. Increases to the age credits, doubling pension income credits. I remember budget after budget, as measures came forward from seniors, voting against measure after measure after measure that have what? Well, thankfully, in spite of them, we've been able to deliver these types of benefits to seniors. But time after time, time and again, rolling over and voting against those measures. And I suspect the same is going to happen when it comes to our beloved seniors collecting a U.S. Social Security benefit the moment that they get tax justice. After over a decade of bitterness, Madam Speaker, finally getting that measure. I call on the members for Windsor-Tecumseh and Windsor West to stand in their place today and actually vote for the budget, vote for what they've said all these years they supported. Now's the time to put actual action to the words that they've been speaking for a decade. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, we can only conclude that they didn't really mean it.
Statement by members. The honourable member for Red Deer.
Madam Speaker, I am proud to rise today to congratulate my constituent Lyndon Rush of Sylvan Lake for his medal-winning bobsled run at the 2010 Winter Olympics. Yeah. Lyndon was the pilot of Canada 1 that earned a bronze medal. What an accomplishment. This was his first Olympic Games, but Lyndon is no stranger to being a world contender. He has also earned 2 World Cup victories in both the 4-man and 2-man events in the past year. I also recognize Central Alberta's other 2010 Olympians, Reagan Lauscher, Drew Golsack, Jan Hudek, Zina Koker, Jeremy Witherspoon, and Melissa Hollingsworth. Jeremy Witherspoon one of the greatest speed skaters of all time, has competed in 4 Winter Olympics and has always shown great sportsmanship. Red Deer is very proud of Jeremy, and we wish him well in his future endeavors. Once again, Madam Speaker, I congratulate Lyndon Rush on his remarkable achievement, and I thank the entire Canadian Olympic team for being an inspiration to all Canadians.
Honourable member for St. Paul's.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the 99th anniversary of International Women's Day, which commemorates the social, political, and economic accomplishments of women, past and present.
This year, as the host country of the G8 and G20 meetings, Canada has a golden opportunity to show its commitment towards women by honoring the commitments that is imposed by the Millennium Goals for the maternal and newborn health development.
Access to contraception or reproductive health services are the causes of tens of thousands of unnecessary maternal deaths each year.
On this International Women's Day, we ask the government to honor the obligations of the Millennium Goals on development by following up on the excellent recommendations made by Dr. Dorothy Shaw and the Partnership for Newborn and Maternal Health. Unfortunately, the government has not set aside any funds for that in this budget.
Save the lives of over 10 million women by 2015, but we can only do that by respecting women's reproductive rights and keeping ideology.
The honourable member for Châteauguay Saint-Constant. Madam Speaker, on this International Women's Day, I want to pay tribute to an exceptional athlete, Ms. Kim St. Pierre, for her amazing performance at the Vancouver 2010 Olympic Games, and above all, for her brilliant career. Originally from Châteauguay, Kim St. Pierre made hockey her favorite sport, starting at the age of 11 by playing goalie. Her exploits playing university hockey for McGill University led her to play on the Canadian women's hockey team, with which she won 3 gold Olympic medals and 5 gold at the World Championships. This internationally renowned athlete also finds the time to act as an ambassador in the Hockeyville Châteauguay 2010 campaign. On behalf of all the people of Châteauguay Saint-Constant, I want to thank her for her involvement in the community and the pride she inspires in all of us while demonstrating to the entire world how excellent Quebec athletes are. Thank you and congratulations, Kim St. Pierre.
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Happy International Women's Day. This day is a celebration of women's achievements, and it's also a day to reflect on what still needs to be achieved. In Canada and around the world, women are still told that their career or their personal safety depends on what they wear or how they act. Men who break traditional gender roles are told that they're less worthy. Girls don't receive adequate education respecting their bodies or their right to self-agency. Unsafe abortions are still a leading cause of maternal death worldwide, and here at home, girls are growing up in a country where their federal legislature ranks 49th in the world for female representation. The status of women depends on female leadership in government, on both men and a government that take the time to promote equality in their own lives and in the public domain. Together we can make the future bright for all girls, as bright and as hopeful as possible. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, all throughout the Caribou Regional District in my riding, there will be celebrating going on this year and next, because the Canadian Forestry Association has designated this region as the Forest Capital of Canada. This, of course, was no surprise to us because we have some of the most unique, diverse, and beautiful forests in all of Canada. Mr. Speaker, as you know, the communities in this area, the forest-dependent communities, have faced great challenges since 1993 from the mountain pine beetle infestation. But these communities are tough, and these 2 years will provide an opportunity to celebrate the economic, cultural, environmental, and historical contributions forests have made for life in the Caribou. I have no doubt that this area will prosper well under this title's theme, Canada's Forests, Strong Roots, Green Shoots. Congratulations to the Caribou Regional District, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Brampton Spring Springdale.
Mr. Speaker, International Women's Day is a global celebration of the economic, political, and social achievements of our mothers, daughters, and sisters. Since Women's Day was initiated, there have been many success stories. Canada has had a female prime minister, young women comprise almost 50% of classes in university, and women have gone on to become the heads of corporations. There is much to celebrate, however, the glass ceiling is yet to truly be broken. To ensure that we have a society in which there is true equality for all women, regardless of race, religion, or creed, all of us have a responsibility to do so much more. Political parties and political leadership need to inspire more women to play an active role in the political process, to participate in the advancement of the policy agenda, and to become elected to political office. Their conduct, their aptitude to opening up the process, and actions are vital to moving beyond the perception that politics is just an old boys club. Identifying, recruiting, and training women and actually acting on their advice once they are in Parliament will ensure that the voices of all women are truly heard. Empowering women will empower the young generation, our future. It will give them strength, hope, and inspiration.
Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Mr. Speaker, Go Canada Go was a rallying cry for our entire nation at the Vancouver Olympic Games, which were a phenomenal success, not only on the podium, but for the overwhelming outpouring of national pride. And residents of Lambton, Kent, Middlesex have even a bigger reason to be proud. Our very own Scott Moyer from Ilderton and Tessa Virtue of London skated to the gold medal in ice dance. Their performances at Canada's Olympic Games were marked in history as they won the very first Olympic gold medal in ice dancing ever won by a North American team. Through their flawless performance, they showed the entire world they were deserving of Olympic gold. Scott and Tessa have skated together since 1997 and have won many other world champion medals prior to this historic and incredible gold medal win. Mr. Speaker, I invite all members to join me in saluting Tessa Virtue and Scott Moyer, gold medalists and the world's best.
The Honourable Member. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that it is International Women's Day, the Natalie Moran Support Committee organized a show on Saturday evening. More than 200 people and 30 artists answered the call. The 5 largest women's groups in Quebec have reaffirmed their support in our fight to bring home Natalie and her children. The representatives remind the Minister of Foreign Affairs that Natalie's situation is not a private affair, as he has said, but rather that one that concerns all of Quebec, given that it concerns violence against women and children. People signed cards of encouragement and attached a key that they had brought so that Natalie would know that she was supported not only by her family, but also by the political class in Quebec and in Canada, by women's groups, by artists, and above all, by the public. Together, we are telling the Minister of Foreign Affairs that Natalie might receive up to 1,000 keys, but the only one that will give her her freedom is the one that he has in his possession, and he needs to use it in order to free Natalie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Beauport, Beauport, Limoilou.
The Honourable Member for Miramichi.
Mr. Speaker, today is International Women's Day. Each year, Canadians celebrate progress toward equality for women, reflect on current challenges, and consider future steps for achieving equality for all women in all aspects of their lives. The Government of Canada's theme for today is Strong Women, Strong Canada, a Strong World. This reflects our government's view that by actively encouraging women and girls to participate in leadership roles, we are helping them to thrive, to reach their full potential, and to fulfill their dreams, and in the process to build a more prosperous Canada. Our government continues to take concrete action. Last week's speech from the throne introduced several new measures important to women, including reaching out to families, children, and Aboriginal women. With strong women and men leading the way, we can look forward to a stronger, more prosperous Canada and a stronger, healthier, and more peaceful world.
Hear, hear. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Brossard-La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, in honour of International Women's Day, I have the pleasure of inviting a local artist of my riding, Ms. Claudette Poirier, an employee, now retired of the École Polytechnique. She will present her painting, which commemorates the tragic events of December 6, 1989. On this special day, I invite all members and senators to admire this work of art. It's very unique. Immediately after question period, this mural is entitled, I Will Never Forget, December 6, 1989. This work was inspired by the tragic events that took place at the Polytechnic. This unique work of art, which commemorates the lives of the 13 young women who died so horribly, is a symbol of the fight against violence against women, children, and everyone. This day is a day that we pay tribute to the fight waged by women and the lives lost. We celebrate, above all, the achievements and the essence of what it means to be a woman today. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is International Women's Day. On this day, we remember the fight waged by our mothers, our sisters, and our daughters for their rights to be recognized. This is a good time to remind people that in Canada, equality between men and women is a fundamental value. Violence against women remains of concern. Our government is taking concrete measures to end violence against women and young girls, and will continue to do so. Our government, during the G8 and G20 summits, will advocate for more significant investments in child and maternal health. Our government continues to launch initiatives to improve the lives of women here and abroad. Madam Speaker, the world is celebrating progress achieved by women on this day. I want to wish a happy International Women's Day to all Quebecers and Canadians.
For London, Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, women and men around the world recognize International Women's Day as a time to celebrate women's social, political, and economic achievements. Sadly, women across the world still suffer extreme poverty, violence, and violation of their basic human rights. Likewise, in Canada, this government has left equality rights in tatters. The Conservatives have eliminated the Court Challenges program, removed pay equity protection from the Human Rights Act, failed to recognize lost Canadians, failed to invest in affordable housing and regulated childcare, failed to make employment insurance accessible to more women, failed to improve the lives of Aboriginal women, and failed despicably in addressing violence against women. New Democrats will continue to fight for equality and oppose this government's agenda to turn back the clock on women's rights. We invite all Canadians to join us in celebrating International Women's Day and to speak out on the issues that matter to all women.
Here, here. The Honourable Member for St. Boniface.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From coast to coast to coast, the reviews are in, and Budget 2010 and its focus on jobs and economic growth is a big winner with all Canadians. Just listen to a small sampling of the feedback. Greater Charlottetown Area Chamber of Commerce in PEI stated, the government's commitment to balance its books without raising taxes is good news for Canada's businesses and all Canadians. Sarnia Lambton Chamber of Commerce in Ontario applauded it for helping create an environment of certainty, stability, and strong leadership. It's really a jobs and growth budget. The Kelowna Chamber of Commerce in BC cheered it as a sound, pragmatic approach to dealing with economic recovery, a focus on fiscal responsibility and investing in transportation infrastructure and innovation. It's time the opposition listen to Canadians too and support Canada's Economic Action Plan and the new jobs and growth it's helping to create.
Here, here.
The Honourable Member for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, it seems that the Minister of State for the Status of Women lacked imagination for the 2010 International Women's Day theme. A single word was changed in the French from 2009. Strong leadership, strong Canada, strong world became strong women, strong Canada, strong world. Does this not show that the minister is not prepared to make major changes for women? She has dropped the word leadership, no doubt, because she realizes that her government no longer has any when it comes to women's issues. In 2004, Canada was 7th, according to the Gender Inequality Index established by the World Economic Forum. In 2009, it was 25th, and in the 73rd ranking, according to the UN Gender Disparity Index. Well, my sisters, on this International Women's Day, let us assume the leadership that the minister has failed to provide and use our strength as women to continue our fights against this backwards government. Thank you.
The honourable leader, the honourable member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to pay tribute to International Women's Day. 40 years ago, the Royal Commission of Inquiry on the Status of Women in Canada formulated important recommendations, including, let us quote, childcare and preschool education services, more women within Parliament and in the judiciary, equal pay for work of equal value. The hopes of 1970 remain challenges still for 2010.
National Women's Day, we renew our commitment to equal opportunity, now decades overdue. We salute our mothers, our daughters, our sisters, our friends, the women who built this country and keep it strong. We pledge to keep faith with their spirit and to achieve our shared ideals. We've done some good things together, but we must do more, and we will. Thank you.
The honourable member for Oak Ridges, Markham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last week the award-winning Minister of Finance produced yet another jobs and growth budget that will continue to fuel our economic recovery and create the jobs of tomorrow. We are fully implementing Year 2 of Canada's Economic Action Plan because we know that the economy is the most important issue for all Canadians. Yet just days after we presented the throne speech and budget, the Liberal member from Scarborough Agincourt is calling for an election. Last year, while we were fighting the recession, the Liberal Party voted time and time again against Canada's recovery by trying to force an unwanted and unnecessary election. When the member of Scarborough Agincourt ignores the benefits of Canada's Economic Action Plan in favour of an unwanted election, he proves what we've been saying all along, Mr. Speaker, that his leader is not in it for Canada, he's in it for himself.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The honourable leader of the opposition. Order.
Mr. Speaker, every day there are new allegations about Afghan detainees. Recently, we've seen reports about the role of CSIS in interrogation and detainee transfer. These are disturbing reports, but the government keeps holding back the truth. They've now appointed Justice Iacobucci, for whom we have great respect. But we share those sentiments entirely, but if he doesn't have the power, if he doesn't have the authority, if he only sees what the government wants him to see, how can he get at the truth? Why won't the Prime Minister do the right thing and appoint a full public inquiry?
Order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the party opposite has suggested, I think unfairly and without really any evidence, that somehow public servants are withholding documents they're not supposed to withhold under the law. Public servants, Mr. Speaker, are charged with reviewing all documents, but to provide further assurance, we've asked Justice Iacobucci to review all of these documents, and he will give us his report.
The honourable leader of the opposition. Order.
Mr. Speaker, the government's record on this lacks all credibility. They shut this House down to avoid questions on this subject. They've withheld uncensored evidence to Parliament. Now they've asked the Justice to decide what evidence Parliament should and shouldn't see. But how can he do his job properly? We haven't even seen the mandate. We haven't even seen his authority. Why not give Canadians the truth? Why not appoint a full public inquiry to get to the bottom of this sorry affair?
Right Honourable Prime Minister. Order.
I reject the categorization. I think the Canadian forces and Canadian diplomats have performed admirably throughout the Afghanistan mission. Mr. Speaker, to be very clear, Justice Iacobucci will have access to all documents, and he will give us a public report.
The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, the government is hiding. It was hiding behind the forces before, now it's hiding behind Justice Iacobucci. The Justice doesn't have the means necessary to fulfill his task. Canadians are entitled to hear the truth. Each time a new issue arises, why does the Prime Minister refuse to hold a public inquiry? What's he hiding? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. A public officer, a functionary, has responsibilities, of course, in exercising his functions, but I have asked Mr. Justice Iacobucci to review all those efforts, and he will be making a report.
For Vancouver South.
Mr. Speaker, the CBC and the Canadian press have both reported that the government ordered the transfer of detainees to the notorious Afghan NDS for the purposes of extracting additional information. We are not questioning the action of our troops, as the Prime Minister continues to say. We are questioning the actions of this government.
Right.
Did this government conduct a deliberate policy of rendition? Did the outsourcing of interrogation and torture of Afghan detainees for extracting additional information?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
The honourable member knows all transfers up to 2007 took place under agreements signed during the period of the previous government, and since 2007 there's been a new transfer agreement in place, and of course all Canada at all times respects its international obligations.
The honourable member for Vancouver South.
The writing questionings, did this government conduct a policy of rendition? Each week, media are reporting more troubling information. None of this information so far has helped the government's claims. Allegations as serious as rendition require more than just a vetting of the documents. They require full and transparent public inquiry to look at all the facts. Will the government do the right thing and call a public inquiry?
Right. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Justice Iacobucci will have access to all documents that have been looked at by public servants. He will review them and he will give a public report. And I hope if the honourable member doesn't trust the government, doesn't trust the Canadian Forces, doesn't trust the Foreign Service, doesn't trust anybody else, at least maybe it can trust Justice Iacobucci to review the matter.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, the budget confirms that women aren't a priority for the Conservative government. In fact, there was no reform, EI reform, but it's women who have the most difficulty accessing EI. No improvement in the caregivers' tax credit, who are in majority women. Nothing on the GIS, where poverty hits women harder than men, particularly amongst the elderly. Indeed, the government is refusing, because of balancing the budget, to deal with the pay equity issue. Today, being International Women's Day, would the Prime Minister not agree that the improvement of the socioeconomic conditions of women is the least of his worries? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Bloc is speaking about poverty amongst the elderly. Canada is one of the countries best placed in the world because of the government's action with respect also to EI. We are the ones who created access to EI for self-employed workers, both men and women. That is a great benefit. The government will continue to create benefits for the great majority of women in Canada who want a united Canada. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. The credibility of the Prime Minister when he talks about women's issues is not very high, Mr. Speaker. Let me take this example. Women who lose their job when they come back from maternity leave aren't entitled to EI because they didn't contribute to the plan during their maternity leave. Will the Prime Minister not correct this injustice so that women can collect EI benefits because they paid into the system, into the plan before they became pregnant? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Under the EI system, parents have the ability to have 50 weeks parental and maternity leave. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, as I've just mentioned, the benefits for self-employed workers that were created by this government are important. Who's lacking credibility here, Mr. Speaker? Why, it's the leader of the bloc, because the great majority of women in Canada, including in Quebec, want a united Canada. The honourable member for Laval. Order, please. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative government is trying to export outside of Canada its retrograde ideas by excluding abortion and contraception from the measures that are intended to help women and children in developing countries. Why is the Conservative government refusing to recognize the fact that these are essential measures for improving the conditions of life for women, both here and elsewhere? The Honourable the Minister of International Cooperation.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for her question because it is important on International Women's Day to recognize that Canada recognizes that women in developing countries need a great deal of help, and that's why we are ensuring that we're protecting women around the world, particularly in those countries where they see abuse and violence. We're working in the Sudan, we're working in many countries, and we're also supporting them as great contributors, as economic participants, as leaders, as educators, as health practitioners. Mr. Speaker, we're doing everything we can for women around the world.
The Honourable Member for Hunsik. Mr. Speaker, the majority of women and children who are killed by firearms are in actual fact killed by long guns. Yet, the government is announcing that it's going to continue to try to dismantle the firearms registry. That's a very strange way of celebrating International Women's Day. Will the Minister of Public Safety finally assume his responsibilities and admit that the registry is an important tool for preventing crime and that its dismantling would constitute a direct threat to the safety of the population, in particular women and children? The Honourable the Minister of Public Security.
Moving to dismantle the long gun registry. It is a waste of Canadian taxpayers' money. We are, in fact, working together with the police forces and other agencies. I find it passing strange that that member would talk about a lack of protection for children when it was her party who voted against stiffer sentences for pedophiles.
Order. The honourable member for Toronto Danforth. Order.
Speaker, around the world people are marking International Women's Day today, but you'd never know it looking at the budget, which treats women as second-class citizens. For example, only 1/3 of women applying for the EI stimulus benefits are able to succeed in their applications. Discrimination. As little as 7% of women are benefiting from the infrastructure programs, according to expert studies. And when it comes to maternal and child health, internationally, I thought we would have seen something given the Prime Minister's statements. Why wouldn't he accept our proposition to put women first in this session of Parliament?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I have no idea what the leader of the NDP is talking about. Mr. Speaker, if you look at this government, we've been very clear. We brought in a whole range of benefits for Canadian women, including, as I just mentioned, the benefit for self-employed workers under the EI system, the vast majority of whom are women, Mr. Speaker. We've taken measures to combat violence against women. We have poverty rates among women falling. In fact, Mr. Speaker, during this recession, the unemployment rate among women is 2 percentage points lower than the unemployment rate among men, thanks to the actions of this government.
The honourable member Toronto, Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, if the Prime Minister thought that prorogation was going to make the torture scandal in Afghanistan disappear, he's wrong. Now we learn that CSIS played a role concerning the detainees and their interrogation. We know the brutal methods of the Afghan NDS. It's CSIS's role to decide that it needs to perhaps shake up. Who needs to be shaken up by the Afghan secret services? Is this what is happening? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister, the CSIS, like all federal agencies, represents its international obligations with respect to this.
As Minister of Defence hasn't even been keeping up with the news on this and doesn't even bother to read about it. It's been 109 days since the NDP called for a full public inquiry into this mess. The order of this House still stands, calling for the production of documents, and the government is playing for time. It's not going to work. CSIS should not be and is not and should not be the CIA, Mr. Speaker. Why won't he call a public inquiry to make sure that Canadians can have access to the full truth about what has gone on with the transfer of detainees?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, the Canadian Security Intelligence Service is not the CIA, but it is Canada's premier intelligence service, and of course it respects its international obligations at all times. As I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, the opposition has questioned the work of public servants who are responsible for administering access to information. In order to further assure them, Mr. Speaker, I've asked Justice Iacobucci to review their work, and he will give a public report.
The Honourable Member for Laval, Les Îles. Mr. Speaker, today is International Women's Day, and we must point out the double standard of this government. While the Prime Minister was recalibrating his public administration on the backs of women and others during the G8 summit, he is also talking about international assistance to be supplied by Canada. How can he talk about helping the women in Africa when he's cutting billions of dollars from the budgets here? The Minister of International Cooperation.
This government did not cut aid. In fact, we're raising it next year to the highest level ever in Canadian history. What we are doing, unlike the former government, is we're making our aid more effective, more efficient and focused. And we want to make sure that we are really making a difference for those people living in developing countries. We're maximizing the value of our aid dollars. For example, our food aid will now buy 30% more food than before. And why didn't that government do it when it had the chance?
The Honourable Member for Laval-Les Îles. Mr. Speaker, they give a little bit with one hand and they take a lot away with the other hand. These $4 billion over 5 years from the CEDA budget will leave people vulnerable, and the people in Africa will have to pay for this government's incompetency. How is the government going to convert the Afghan mission into a humanitarian one after 2011 to help women and children as promised when they are cutting international aid? The Minister of International Cooperation.
I suggest the member opposite check her math, because next year, in fact, we will be adding $364 million to international assistance.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, 1 year later, 2 months of recalibrating, what have women gained? An action plan that bypasses women. Less than $600,000 for women's shelters compared to $1.5 million for animal shelters. Few jobs for women, no funding for childcare projects, no apparent gender-based analysis, a ludicrous tinker to the national anthem, a sop to women. When will this government stand up for the real needs of Canadian women?
Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we're doing exactly that, and we have been for the last 4 years.
Mr. Speaker, what we've been doing is providing significant extra dollars to invest in social and affordable housing, particularly for seniors, the majority of whom are in this need are female. As the Prime Minister just mentioned, we expanded employment insurance special benefits, maternity and parental, sickness and compassionate care to the self-employed, a large proportion of whom are women, Mr. Speaker. We're providing women with the supports they need, even though the Liberals often vote against them.
Honourable Member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Canadian women are saying, and I quote, "The Minister of State speaks about violence against women but supports the rollback of the gun control laws." Quote, "Women can't access quality childcare, and when they do, it's a serious financial burden." Quote, "When we get tinkering around the edges, what we get is tinkering around the edges, not new benefits, not more benefits, but administrivia." Quote, "On the issues that would lift women, this budget is shamefully silent." Mr. Speaker, who in this government advocates for Canadian women?
The Honourable Minister. Order. The Honourable Minister of State. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will thank the member for her question, but I would like to highlight that our government announced some very positive changes to Status of Women in Canada, where there is a direct focus on ending violence against women, women in leadership, and of course, Mr. Speaker, what we just saw at the UN when I had the opportunity to explain to the world that Canada has made significant progress was Canada recognized with awards from the Global Shelter Network for our leadership on domestic violence. Mr. Speaker, we are supporting the National Shelter Network through the funding through the newly created partnership fund at Status of Women Canada as well.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. While the effects of the economic crisis are continuing, the Conservative budget ignored the needs of the most vulnerable. Forestry workers have been left to their own devices. The majority of unemployed can't access CEI. The poorest seniors have to make do with the GIS that doesn't even cover their basic needs. Why is the government refusing to help the most needy? The Honourable the Minister, Mr. Speaker. Once again, it's very interesting to note that the Bloc Québécois is dealing with the lost benefits. Every time we put something new forward, they stand to vote against it. We offered 5 weeks or more to people who have faced unemployment because of this difficult recession. And in our budget, we have just added 26 additional weeks for those who want to benefit from the work-sharing programs. This is something that people are very happy with. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, while the most needy have been abandoned to their fate, the government is allowing the richest to save more than $1 billion a year through share purchase options. Why won't the government tax these super bonuses? Why has the government chosen not to ask for more from those who have more? The Honourable the Minister of Veterans Affairs. Order, please.
Order.
Mr. Speaker, we have put in place a set of measures to support the workers in our most recent budget. With respect to the work-share program that I mentioned earlier, that's part of our program. And there is a whole set of other measures. The member who has just spoken could speak about other measures. There are measures like transfers to the RRSPs that would be very, very helpful. The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-Lille. Mr. Speaker, the International Federation of Human Rights Leagues has added its voice to the criticism denouncing the appointment of Gérard Latulippe to the chairmanship of Rights and Democracy. According to his positions that he's expressed about death penalty and same-sex marriage, it is felt that he doesn't have the moral authority to direct rights and democracy. Not only has the government lost all credibility by appointing Mr. Latulippe, but in addition, it is demonstrating its interference and incompetence. Doesn't it understand that and realize it? The Honourable the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Speaker, in further to an open competition and a transparent competition, the government appointed Mr. Latulippe to the chair of Rights and Democracy. He has a vast experience with the National Democratic Institute. He is a candidate that is qualified and appropriate. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de Lille, René Provost, the Director of the Human Rights Centre at McGill University, has said that the government is trying to convince the international community by its superficial cosmetic cover-up. These are his words. There's a simple approach with identifying the problem. It is to give this matter to a parliamentary committee and to put the rights and democracy under the guardianship of a committee. Won't the government accept my suggestion? The Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, we have taken a decision that was required. We have appointed Mr. Latulippe. We have asked him to assume his responsibilities. He has experience. He has abilities. We have asked him to assume the responsibility of directing this agency. It is a very important agency that plays a determining role throughout the world, and we will continue to support that organization. Now, if a parliamentary committee wants to call someone to the committee, it's free to do so.
The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Gérard Latulippe, the new President of Rights and Democracy, is the subject of controversy. There is criticism from the International Federation of Leagues of Human Rights. Some say that this man does not have the moral authority to lead this organization. The Conservative government has tarnished our reputation abroad. Is the government in agreement with the racist statements by Mr. Latulippe, especially about Muslim immigration to Quebec? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Quote here from somebody who is, of course, an interested party by saying, and I quote, he is just highly respected in the whole field. I don't understand the questioning of his credentials. This comes from Leslie Campbell, former Chief of Staff to Audrey McLaughlin and current Senior Associate and Regional Director for the Middle East and North African National Democratic Institute.
The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
Simar is the president of the Afghan Independent Human Rights Commission and was a member of Rights and Democracy Board until she resigned in January because she was concerned about the current chairman's political agenda. Ms. Simard also noted that the new president, Gérard Latulippe, had previously declared Muslim immigration a threat to Quebec. Does the government agree with Mr. Latulippe's past racist statements concerning Muslim immigration to Quebec? Yes or no?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Let me, for the record, give you another quote. Ironically, it said, the Bloc and the Liberal opposition, while simultaneously decrying the government's continued partisanship, have rejected Mr. Latulippe's appointment on almost purely political grounds. While I don't share Mr. Latulippe's political orientation, I don't believe that stated political views and career path are reasons to question a person's capacity to act in a principled manner. You know who said that? Former NDP strategist Brian Topp, Globe and Mail.
The Honourable Member for La Salle-Mort. Mr. Speaker, the Supreme Court of Canada ruled that the Citizenship Act was unconstitutional because of discrimination against women, especially the fact that children born to a Canadian father abroad have a right to Canadian citizenship, which is not the case for those with Canadian mothers. What will the government do in order to rectify this shameful situation? The Honourable Minister of Citizenship. Mr. Speaker, in the last Parliament we proposed C-37, which was supported by all opposition parties, which eliminated the historic discrimination in the Citizenship Act. Don Chapman.
Today, the introduction of that bill, 140 years of discrimination against women and children on Canadian citizenship. Et je dois ajouter que quand les libéraux étaient au pouvoir,
and I should add that when the Liberals were in power, they did nothing to deal with this problem of lost Canadians. But they did support our proposals. The Honourable Member for La Sarre-Mar.
Today is International Women's Day, yet today children born abroad to Canadian women are denied the citizenship given automatically to children of Canadian men. The Minister's office noted last year that she would, and I quote, like to be of assistance on this issue, and still there has been no action to correct this sexist policy. Will the Minister explain to Canadians why on citizenship this government continues to treat women as less equal than men?
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, the member does herself a disservice with that kind of demagoguery. This government did act, as did this Parliament, as did the Liberal Party, in adopting Bill C-37 in the last Parliament to correct the Citizenship Act, to welcome back to Canadian citizenship hundreds of thousands of lost Canadians. And, Mr. Speaker, it eliminated discrimination in the 1947 Act on grounds of gender, which is why Don Chapman said that it ends 140 years of discrimination against women and children. But, Mr. Speaker, if she's against the changes that were made, why did her party support them without amendment?
There you go.
Honourable Member for Barrie. Order.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's Economic Action Plan is committed to improving efficiency across the government. This morning, the President of the Treasury Board fulfilled that commitment when he announced the reduction of 245 appointments across the federal government. Can the President of the Treasury Board tell members of this House why this announcement is important to Canadians expecting the best possible service from their federal government?
Good question.
Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Well, this is an important question, Mr. Speaker, because it was over a year ago that we said we would do a review of all of these government appointments. These are not public servants. These are government appointments to trades and to commissions and boards and agencies. And it was found that in looking at these, some 2,700 appointments, some 2,700 positions, about 245 of them, most of which were vacant at the time, pending the review, could actually be dispensed with, and yet the agencies and boards could still operate efficiently. It's what taxpayers want us to do, Mr. Speaker. Conduct the affairs of government and our services in an efficient way and do it in a way that respects the taxpayers. That's what we're doing. We're going to keep doing it.
L'Honorable député du...
The Honourable Member for Outremont. Order, please. Mr. Speaker, for the second time in some months, the Finance Minister spent thousands of dollars of taxpayer money for a photo op at Tim Hortons. In September, he had cost us $2,331.95 for his coffee. But this time, he used a chartered plane for a photo op at Tim Hortons, and wait for it, to teach us a lesson about the importance of controlling government expenses. It's the no end to their hypocrisy.
Ministre des Transports.
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Strict rules for the use of these aircraft. They can only be used on official government business and only when cheaper commercial options were not available. I am pleased to inform the House that under this government, the use of government aircraft by cabinet ministers has declined by some 2/3. And I frankly, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the member what he has against Tim Hortons. That's just un-Canadian.
The Honourable député d'Outremont.
The Honourable Member for Outremont. Order, please.
Yesterday on CTV's question period, the Finance Minister's parliamentary secretary tried that one. I'll quote him verbatim. First of all, Jane, that is factually incorrect. It was a Transport Canada flight the minister took to London. End quote. Can the Minister of Transport then tell us how many Transport Canada flights there are per week between Ottawa and London, Ontario? Where can the public buy their tickets and how much they cost?
The Honourable
sort of get the feeling that the member opposite is hitchhiking. Mr. Speaker, as we said, there are strict rules with respect to the use of government aircraft. They have to be used when no commercial operations exist. They have to be used only for official government business, Mr. Speaker, and all the rules were followed in this case. Again, I'm very pleased to inform the member opposite that the use of government aircraft in these type of circumstances are down by almost 2/3 since this government was elected. There's a record to be proud of.
The honourable member for Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, if it's true that we're in economic recovery, the unemployment crisis is still with us. We need to reform the EI system and make it more accessible. According to the Department of Human Resources website, barely 45% of the unemployed qualify for EI. It's even worse for women. 2 in 3 unemployed women do not have access to EI. What is the government waiting for to make EI a true form of insurance in the case of a job loss? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have put together a series of measures to help these people. And over the period of time that the country was facing a recession, we've extended the benefit period. A longer benefit time for older workers, more help for independent workers. Mr. Speaker, why does the Bloc Québécois, every time we bring in these fine measures, why does the Bloc vote against them? The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, the government is about to take $19 billion out of the EI fund. It's justifying this by saying that there is a $10 billion deficit in the fund. This is true bad faith. While they're refusing to tax the rich and big oil, the government is proposing to deprive workers of $9 billion, which might help to enhance the EI system. When will the government stop misappropriating EI money? The Honourable Minister. The member seems not aware of the reality, which is this. We put $6 million more into these measures. We have taken the facts into account, and we have increased rates. These are 2 measures which are meant to help people going through a period of economic difficulty. Why would we do this if we were against these people? $6 billion more to EI.
Member for Kings Hants.
Speaker, the Immigration Department repeatedly tried to include equality rights in the Conservative Citizenship Guide. So we know that the department didn't cut equality from the guide, and the minister claims that neither he nor his office made the edits. Does the minister realize that his denial of responsibility leaves us with only one possible conclusion, that the Prime Minister's office itself directed these socially regressive edits?
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, no denial of responsibility. I happily take full responsibility for Discover Canada, which has been endorsed and celebrated across the political spectrum as a great reflection of this country's history, geography, and values. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased that, unlike the guide published under the Liberal government, it recognizes that gay and lesbian Canadians, it recognizes gender equality, it recognizes historic tragedies like the Chinese head tax and wartime internment. It even recognizes, unlike the Liberal guide, that 110,000 Canadians gave their lives in the 2 world wars. It even talks about Remembrance Day, something that was censored out of the Liberal guide, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member. Order. The Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Monsieur le Président, c'est clair que...
Mr. Speaker, according to the minister, it wasn't his office, it wasn't public servants. We know that this government is controlled by the PMO, which is responsible for these reactionary actions. The Minister of Citizenship and Immigration. Mr. Speaker, I will assume responsibility for the new Guide to Citizenship. It talks, we know that this is something which was drafted carefully, and we feel that the people who drafted it did very fine work in the new guide. The presence of gays and lesbians, which was not in the, and they were not recognized in the former guide. We talk about the equality of men and women, about the contribution of Canadian soldiers to the defense of our liberty. We're proud of this guide.
Mr. Speaker, on International Women's Day, the Prime Minister has some tough questions to answer on women's issues here at home. Canada is one of the world's wealthiest countries, yet the number of women and children living in poverty is staggering. There are enough children living in poverty in Canada to populate a city the size of Winnipeg. The Prime Minister has said that the solutions are, quote, not intrinsically expensive. Why then won't he deliver on affordable housing, national child care, pay equity, and real job support for Canadian women?
Hear, hear. Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if the honourable member hadn't voted against every one of our initiatives to help on all of those issues, she might be aware of them, because she might be aware that we enhanced the child tax benefit, child tax credit. We brought in the universal child care benefit, $100 a month for every student every child under the age of 6. Mr. Speaker, we've lowered the taxes on families, especially low-income families, so that they have more money to spend on their families instead of the alternative, which is welfare. We brought in the working income tax benefit, but Mr. Speaker, the honourable member voted against every single one of those.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, the government has consistently left women and children off its priority list. The 2009 budget was an affront to women and children living in poverty, and last week's budget again failed to deliver. The government did not create a single child care space, and there was nothing to make EI more accessible for women. Mr. Speaker, the women of Canada deserve fairness, affordability, opportunity, equal pay for work of equal value, and a decent standard of living. When will this Prime Minister make women and children a priority in Canada?
Well done. Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we have done just that. As I pointed out, we brought in the working income tax benefit so that people are better off by working than by not, and that helps them get over the welfare wall. Mr. Speaker, we've brought in the universal child care benefit. We've lowered taxes. We've provided tremendous support for parents with children who are disabled through the RDSP, the Registered Disability Savings Plan. This is a world leader in its class. Mr. Speaker, again, everything that we've done, which is considerable, to help women, to help children, those less advantaged, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member has voted against them, sadly.
The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to the safety and security of Canadians. In recent years, our government has strengthened its protection of Canadians and improved national security. Can the Minister of Public Safety tell this House of another important step in the global fight against terrorism?
Excellent question.
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank that honourable member for all of his support and his hard work on these files. Yesterday, the government has listed Al-Shabaab as a terrorist group under the Criminal Code of Canada. This is a strong commitment that this government will not tolerate terrorism and is determined that terrorist groups do not receive support from Canadian sources. Listing this group is another example how we won't dither on taking decisive action to protect Canadians and make our communities safe. Again, our government is showing leadership.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, last Thursday, the Minister of Agriculture said the federal government supports the concept of First Nations University and will work with the University of Regina on ways to save the institution. But on Friday, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indian Affairs suggested there would be no federal support for First Nations University, period. Can the Minister correct any misimpression here and confirm that some $7 million will be available to and through the University of Regina once the U of R and other partners finalize a remedial plan with First Nations University?
The Honourable Minister of Indian Affairs and Northern Development.
Of course, we have announced that the funding for First Nation University will not be renewed. The honourable member would know why. Back in
February of 2005, when it all started. Even then and even before then, senior administrators were suspended from the university. The then Liberal government launched investigations. Forensic audits were done. Those results were handed over to the Commercial Crime Unit of the RCMP. Subsequent to that, we've tried every conceivable way, Mr. Speaker, to try to get First Nation University to change the way they do their administration and the Board of Governance, always without success. So, Mr. Speaker, for the sake of transparency and accountability, we have had to remove the funding for First Nation University. There will be funding. That money will be put into the university programming generally.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le Fjord. Mr. Speaker, the Quebec Lieutenant of the Prime Minister has cited the Association of Forestry Products of Canada to vaunt the merits of the Conservative budget. In Quebec, all stakeholders have criticized the lack of liquidity for the industry. For example, Guy Chevrette, Gaëtan Ménard of the CEP, and Luc Boutillier of Laval University say that the budget does not meet the immediate needs of the industry. Why will the Conservative Quebec Lieutenant not listen to what the forestry industry wants? Mr. Speaker, we shouldn't be surprised by what the people across the way say. Mr. Speaker, the Association of Forestry Products of Canada feel that we're going the right way and we're helping the forestry industry and biotechnology. $20 billion over 2 years in order to support the Quebec forestry industry. He doesn't seem to understand what we're doing.
Mr. Speaker, last week's throne speech indicated we will improve the conditions of Aboriginal women in Canada. When it comes to HIV/AIDS, the infection rate for Aboriginal women is running ahead of Canadian averages and increasing. Aboriginal women are overrepresented in the Canadian epidemic. To bring this number down requires money and political will. Mr. Speaker, will this government commit necessary funding to bring the HIV/AIDS infection rate down among Aboriginal women?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we continue to increase the transfers of funding to provinces and territories, and again this year we're increasing the transfers by 6%, and we will continue to work with the provinces and the territories to deal with health issues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Miramichi.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are being subjected to mounting hypocrisy in the Liberals' positions. While some Liberal members profess to support Canada's seal hunt, a Liberal senator has vowed to reintroduce his insulting private members' bill to ban the hunt entirely. So I ask the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans, what is this government doing to protect Canada's seal hunt?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's very unfortunate that the Liberal leader is allowing a member of his caucus to attack the seal hunt at a time when all Canadians should be united behind our sealers and behind our northern and coastal communities. I can assure this House that our Conservative government will defend the legitimate economic activities of Canadians, will fight to improve market access, and will work with the industry to develop new markets for Canadian seal products. I would also encourage the Liberals to take a clear stand on this issue. If you support Canadian coastal communities, then please stand up for them.
Hear, hear, hear. Order. That will conclude today's question period. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. Order. À l'ordre.
Order.
Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de...
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Présentation.
Presenting reports from committees.
Introduction of private members' bills. Dépôt de projet de loi d'intérêt.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. Présentation.
Presenting petitions.
L'honorable...
The honorable member for Jean Lebert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to table this petition that I have from my writing. There are more than 1,500 names of people who are asking all parliamentarians to maintain the firearms registry as it currently exists. And they're calling in particular on the Conservatives, who claim that they are the law and order party, to maintain the gun registry, but they're also asking on the leaders of the opposition and the NDP leader to show political courage and to encourage the Conservatives to maintain this very important registry for the safety of the public, including those of women, because we are talking about that today on March 8th.
Honourable member for York West.
Pleased to be able to begin to table a few of the many petitions I have received in regards to Bill C-384. Which talks about assisted suicide and euthanasia. And the bill clearly says that they are asking the House of Commons to vote against Bill C-384. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to present a petition signed by several hundred people at a Chilean earthquake fundraiser in Winnipeg this past weekend. This petition, Mr. Speaker, calls on the Canadian government to match funds personally donated by Canadian citizens for the victims of the Chilean earthquake. As people here know, on February 27, 2010, an 8.8 magnitude earthquake occurred in southern Chile, causing tsunami coastal flooding, affecting 2 million people, with about 800 people having died. The Winnipeg Chileans collected, Mr. Speaker, over $10,000 this past Saturday. Mr. Speaker, the government acted very quickly to match personally donated funds for the Haiti earthquake relief. I'd like to ask the government when they will provide the same treatment for the Chilean earthquake.
The honourable député.
The honourable member for Marc Aurel Fortin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to say that I was already standing to present a motion before you called for petition, so I'd like to present my motion, if I may. It is a very short motion that normally should have the agreement of all members, because I know no member in this Parliament who is not in agreement for us to abolish as quickly as possible the possibility for an inmate to get parole after having served only a sixth of their sentence. So I'd like to read the rule regarding C-434, an act to amend the correctional system and the parole, such as serving after having served a sixth of the sentence, that this act be now read a second time and referred to a standing committee, be deemed to have been studied in committee, and be the subject of a report without amendment, be deemed adopted, and then read a third time and adopted in order to eliminate this possibility of having people serve only 1/6 of their sentence. Does the member for Marc Aurel Fortin have unanimous consent of the House to present this motion? There is no consent. Petitions.
Saga South.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Speaker, I will present a petition on the Income Trust and the Marshall Plan shortly, the certification happening. But today, I am pleased to pursue Standing Order 36 and is certified by the clerk to present, I believe this is the 50th petition that I put forward on the issue of support for a universal declaration on animal welfare. Mr. Speaker, the petitioners want to point out to Parliament that whereas there's a scientific consensus that and public acknowledgement that animals can feel pain and can suffer, all efforts should be made to prevent animal cruelty and reduce animal suffering. They also point out that over 1 billion people around the world rely on animals for their livelihoods, and many others rely on animals for the companionship that they give. And finally, that whereas animals are often significantly affected by natural disasters and yet are seldom considered during relief efforts and emergency planning, despite their recognized importance to humans, these petitioners call upon Parliament to support a universal declaration on animal welfare. Thank you.
I didn't see him. L'honorable député de...
Honourable member for Bas-Richelieu, Bécancourt.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to table a petition for exactly the same reasons. As my colleague said earlier, this petition is asking support for Canada to support the Universal Declaration on the protection of animal rights, and the reasons listed are exactly the same reasons as the petitioners just previous. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Don Valley West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am presenting a petition today as certified by the clerk regarding the key role that post offices play in the social and economic life of Canadians and of Canada by providing the infrastructure that healthy communities need to thrive and businesses need to grow. This petition calls upon the Government of Canada to instruct Canada Post to maintain and improve its network of public post offices, consult with the public, their elected representative, postal unions, and other stakeholders in any reform or change to the post office system. Thank you.
L'honorable député.
And the Honourable Member for Laval. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, like my colleague from Jean-Lebert, I am pleased to table a petition of over 1,200 names of individuals asking the government to review its position regarding the firearms registry. As we know, Mr. Speaker, a number of people in Quebec are opposed to this bill. We will continue to do so, and we hope that the government will revise its decision in order to ensure safety here in Quebec and everywhere else. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Oak Ridges Markham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too have a petition from the good people of Oak Ridges Markham, specifically from the King area of my riding, which is Canada's equestrian capital, and they too have a petition with respect to the Universal Declaration of Animal Cruelty, and I won't repeat it. The member for Mississauga South read the petition quite ably, so thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Buena Vista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following up to my colleague from Don Valley area, this is regarding a petition regarding Canada Post. Some of the incidents that they point out to is that the adequate amount of time for a whole community to be involved in the closure, the amalgamation of post offices in rural communities, also to uphold the moratorium at the closure of these key federal institutions within our smallest communities. And the petition in particular calls on Canada Post, the Government of Canada, to improve, maintain network of public post offices and to consult with the public, their elected representatives, postal unions. Finally, Mr. Speaker, this petition comes from Buena Vista, which right now is going through a severe power outage. And since I'm talking about them, I would like for wish them all the best as they hopefully they will restore their power within the next 24 hours.
The
Honourable Member for Compton Stanstead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Happy International Women's Day. I'd also like to table in this House a petition asking the adoption of my bill C-343 to help victims of crime and their loved ones by extending the period of eligibility for EI and to ensure a real EI program. Victims of crime have to take more time off work and they need to maintain or preserve their job for an indefinite period of time. This comes from a number of associations in my riding in throughout Quebec. These people are asking, or rather are showing, the concern of families of victims of crime and want their government to take action as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de
Presenting petitions.
Questions on the order paper. L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed. So ordered. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement.
Government orders. Ways and Means, resuming the debate on the government's budgetary policy and on the sub-amendment of Ms. Charlton.
Debate, reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to join in this debate today on behalf of not just my constituents of Scarborough Centre, but I think on behalf of a lot of concerned Canadians across the country. But as I move on, Mr. Speaker, I would like to point out that I'll be splitting my time with the hard-working member from Random, Burren, St. George. Mr. Speaker, I had a constituent of mine that visited me not too long ago, and as I make my comments on the throne speech as well as the budget statement, I'd like to read to you verbatim what a constituent of mine said. And when he uttered these words in my office, I could see the concern in his face, the fear in his voice. And when I heard, I asked them back. I said, sir, you're a constituent, you're a taxpayer, you're a Canadian, you're entitled to your views. Can I use your words in the House of Commons so that I can convey not just to the government, but to Canadians exactly what you people are thinking about? He okayed it. So today, I'm authorized to use the name of Mr. James Fransden, who lives on 223 Ellendale Drive in Scarborough, and he said this, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, if, he used the name, but he was referring to the Prime Minister, if the Prime Minister can behave and do what he is doing while having a minority government, can you imagine what he will do if he had a majority government? That's a direct quote from James Fransden. Imagine the concern that people have, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we heard the other day the budget. We also heard the throne speech. And this budget, Mr. Speaker, was based on nothing but assuming this and assuming that. All assumptions. Somebody told me if I drank a lot of water, assuming I would grow a lot of hair. I've been drinking a lot of water for many years, but instead of growing hair, Mr. Speaker, I'm losing hair. Mr. Speaker, they also assume that by trying to tamper with our national anthem, they were going to divert Canadians' attentions. Well, that backfired also as well. Mr. Speaker, this budget could be called the misleading budget. And throughout my short 10 minutes that I have, I will point out specific examples of what I mean by not just misleading Canadians, but being also inaccurate. And I use the word inaccurate and not to use any other words. Often when we ask questions from this side of the House, the government stands up and says, well, you guys didn't do anything in 13 years. I'll refer to that in a couple of minutes. When we ask questions on the budget, they don't answer. They simply say, well, read the budget. Well, Mr. Speaker, I know all Liberal members have been reading the budget. I think some of them are reading it over twice again. And the more they look into it, the more loopholes they discover, as I have as well. And as I said, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to move on to point out the discrepancies that I referred to. Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister said, and I'll quote, deficits are a cancer. The accumulating total national debt progressively limits the government's freedom to act. So true. We agree to that. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, in 1993, when we inherited a high deficit of the highest deficit, just over $42 billion, a growing debt, high unemployment, a nation that was down and out from the then Mulroney Conservative government, we addressed this cancer that the Minister of Finance refers to in a responsible way. But we did it with consulting Canadians from coast to coast. And what was the result, Mr. Speaker? The result was that in a short 3.5 years, the deficit was eliminated. We provided 8 consecutive balanced budgets and surpluses never seen in the history of our country. We had the longest uninterrupted economic growth in the history of our country. Those are facts, Mr. Speaker, that nobody can dispute. So, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, when we stand up and they say, you did nothing. Now, in order for us to appreciate where we are today, we've got to take a step back. Now, I pulled out their first throne speech, which was basically 6 pages, maybe about 13, 14 minutes. And in this throne speech, they talked about, let me quote if I may, Mr. Speaker, because it's very important. They talked about how they inherited, here it is, they say here, through hard work, foresight, and good fortune, we have come together to make our vast country one of the most successful the world has ever seen. They just took government. So they are now admitting in their own throne speech, one of the most successful countries in the world. How did they make that in less than 10 days in government? They obviously inherited from the hard work that the Martin Liberal government brought forth. Then, Mr. Speaker, they go on to say that the government is proud. Mr. Speaker, they say the government is proud of what Canadians have accomplished so far. That is in their own words. This is right after they won the election in 2006. So when they stand up, Mr. Speaker, and say, you know, you've done nothing in those years, then what were they so proud of? Then, Mr. Speaker, we go to the second throne speech, which was 7.5 minutes. Very nicely looked pamphlet. I think it took maybe a couple of minutes to read it. And in the throne speech on page 2, they say, the government approached the dialogue in a spirit of open and nonpartisan cooperation, acting on the constructive thoughts and suggestions that have been received. Our government will tomorrow present Canada's economic stimulus plan. Mr. Speaker, that was the poison pill of the century. They say, why are we upset as members of Parliament? Why are we upset as a party? We all know very well what happened with that presentation. It was a premeditated and deliberate attempt to shut down the opposition, to shut down democracy, to take away the tools that is necessary to run a democratic country. And of course, Mr. Speaker, we come to the one just the other day. And what is in here, Mr. Speaker? Of course, it was almost an hour or so, 3 times the amount of time and words in the 2 previous ones. And really what it had added up to, Mr. Speaker, was a lot of rehashing of everything that has taken place in the last 3.5 years that they have been in government. For example, they talked about expanding our trade associations, you know, the Colombia Trade Agreement, Panama, trade with Europe. Mr. Speaker, this is old news. They're not telling us anything new. They talked, Mr. Speaker, about the $100 child benefit. Mr. Speaker, this is old news. And this $100, let me just elaborate if I may for a moment, Mr. Speaker, works out to maybe about $64, $65 a month for only those children under 6. Now try and figure out maybe to address a child's needs with less than maybe $2 a day, Mr. Speaker. Then they talk about food safety in here, Mr. Speaker. Well, we all know what happened with listeriosis, and they did nothing. And how are they addressing it? They're stating here, and I'll quote them, a government will hold those who produce, import, and sell goods in Canada accountable for the safety of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, how are they going to do that when all they did was cut those programs? Cut staff, cut resources. I don't know how they're going to do it. Now, it's odd, Mr. Speaker, because the current Minister of Finance was also a minister in the Harris government, and I'm sure he remembers what happened in Walkerton. So I don't know how they're going to protect Canadians, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to our military, there's some very nice general statements, but what is interesting here, Mr. Speaker, 1 minute already? Oh, Mr. Speaker, where do I start? Mr. Speaker, I haven't even started yet. Mr. Speaker, let me summarize. I found this old article, and it said here, I can't use the name, but it says, the Prime Minister tactics mislead voters. Today, this budget, this throne speech is misleading Canadians once again, Mr. Speaker, because of false data, because of false information, because of data that is here. They talk about our debt to GDP ratio going down. In essence, it's going up. They talked about our debt going down. It's not. It's going up. They talked about that other nations, we're going to move forward. Well, they also talked in the throne speech how the debt to GDP ratio of all our major trading partners, United Kingdom, US, Japan, etc., is going up. So if theirs is going up, Mr. Speaker, where is the economic stimulus that's going to generate revenue for us to eliminate the deficit? I know how they're going to eliminate the deficit because they promised $50-some-odd billion in stimulus, and they use coded words. We've allocated, we've assigned, etc. The money's never getting out. So, Mr. Speaker, it's a very misleading presentation. I hope I have another round to talk about this because there's a lot of data that I wish to put out. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Oak Ridges, Markham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I must admit to being a little bit confused by the member's speech because perhaps I missed it. They like to talk about Brian Mulroney a lot in the Conservative government, but I must have missed where it was that the Liberal government in '93 that was elected canceled the GST, or I must have missed perhaps the free trade agreement with the United States that they canceled, or perhaps the North American free trade agreement that they canceled. I must have missed all of those things. Or was it just that they actually took over every single economic thing that the previous Conservative government did to recover from years of Liberal mismanagement and ran with it? He talks about cuts. We all know it's very easy to cut the budget like they did, Mr. Speaker, on the backs of the provinces. We all know that they cut $25 billion in transfers. And thank goodness that we had people like the member from Dufferin-Caledon and the member, our finance minister, who dealt with that situation when the Liberal government simply transferred their debt onto the provinces. All of the provinces. They didn't cut their own spending. They didn't look at their own health. They just transferred the responsibility onto a different level of government because they never had the courage to deal with the problems themselves, Mr. Speaker. And that's why Canadians threw them out of office. And that's why Canada now, under the leadership of the current Prime Minister, leads the world. That's why we are creating jobs. That's why our economy is starting to turn around. That's why the second year of the Economic Action Plan is something that more countries, all of the countries in the world would change in a second places with Canada, because you know what? They are excited by what Canada is doing. They're studying what Canada is doing because we are a successful country. And unlike the members opposite, we know that Canada's best days are again ahead of us. And I'll wrap up with this, Mr. Speaker. I must have missed where the Liberals voted against all of the budgets and the throne speech that we've presented since coming to office, because as far as I know, they voted for every single one of those budgets and the Economic Action Plan, and good for them because that's what Canadians want. Focus on jobs. That's what we're doing, and that's what we're giving them, Mr. Speaker.
Well, member for Scarborough Centre.
Well, the member didn't miss anything if he was running for the Liberals at that time, and I'd be glad to give him a red book. It says very clearly in the red book. I'd be glad to give him in the red book where it says that we will replace the GST with an equally revenue-generating country. If this member or any one of those members think that this country runs on thin air, it takes money, and there's a price for civility, and that is contribution to the Treasury. You have to have revenue. If this member thinks otherwise, then he's living in La La Land. I'd be more than happy, Mr. Speaker, and here's the challenge, is to debate this member publicly in his writing and deal with the facts, and I'll be prepared at any time to deal with the facts, putting his seat on the line against my seat. Let me close with this, Mr. Speaker. It says here, and I quote, the Prime Minister, I can't use his name, legacy of broken promises, and quote, there is no greater fraud than a promise not kept. This was in the Prime Minister's proclamation in his literature. And he goes on to talk about all the broken promises, fixed election dates, Senate, refused to transfer the money, the $6.9 billion to Ontario, the broken promises of hospital wait times, the broken promises with an elected Senate. And then it goes on, the Kelowna broken promise, the income trust promise that he signed. And it goes on, and it says, the list goes on and on. According to his own brochure, this Prime Minister is a fraud. Conclusion, he can't be trusted. Those are the facts.
The questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Sackville Eastern Shore.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And the reality is my Liberal counterpart has mentioned many, many things that are wrong with the budget. we in the NDP agree with him. We think this is a bad budget, doesn't do very much for individual Canadians, does a lot for those companies that are making record profits right now, and they'll make even more down the road, yet average Canadians are going to have quite difficulty. So my question is then, Mr. Speaker, we either say yes to something or we say no to something in the House, and that's called our vote. So my simple question to the member from the Liberal Party is, when it comes time to vote for the budget, will he and the Liberal Party, every single Liberal member, will they be in their seats voting yes or voting no against the budget?
A brief response, the honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
I believe this Liberal team is going to act responsibly for this country in these trying and difficult times. The last thing we want to do is plunge this nation into unnecessary election. We're going to stand here to fight. We're going to stand here to point out the discrepancies, the misinformation that this government is putting out. We don't go to an election for the sake of just going to an election. We will go to an election when it's the right time to go to the election.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Random, Buren, St. George's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to stand in the House today and respond to the budget, particularly today on the International Women's Day. Mr. Speaker, without a doubt, this budget was a resounding disappointment. The Prime Minister indicated he needed an opportunity to refocus his government and suspended Parliament for 6 weeks to do so. Canadians had high expectations. Canadian families are still reeling from the recession, and we're looking to this government for initiatives that would help stabilize the economy, create jobs, and increase productivity. This Conservative government has failed to do anything about the jobless recovery the country is currently experiencing. Parliamentary Budget Officer Kevin Page tells us there are 400,000 more unemployed today than in 2008, and people are staying unemployed longer. Youth unemployment is double the average of the national unemployment rate. For many communities around Canada, sustainable full-time jobs have been replaced by lower-paying, unsustainable part-time jobs. With the loss of 300,000 jobs and the rise in unemployment forecasted in the federal budget, Canadians are wondering what exactly it was the Prime Minister meant when he said he needed to recalibrate. On top of this budget, this budget contains $13 billion payroll tax on small business. And we all know that small business is the engine of growth in small communities in particular. Naturally, those small businesses will think twice about hiring, and there is a very real possibility of a further loss of 200,000 jobs because of this short-sighted measure. Jobs are hard to come by in small rural communities at best, especially when those communities bear the brunt of the recession. Mr. Speaker, the health of any economy is measured by the degree of employment. And I have only to look at the province of Newfoundland and Labrador, where the unemployment rate is approximately 15%, and even higher in my own riding of Random, Buren, St. George's, where it is approximately 24%, to know that we are indeed in a jobless recovery, and extra measures need to be taken to help create employment opportunities for Canadians. Many families in the riding of Random, Buren, St. George's, for instance, know only too well about having to leave home and go to work elsewhere in this country. And that is not what this should be about, Mr. Speaker. This should be about creating employment opportunities in the place where Canadians live. Mr. Speaker, I fail to understand how it is a government cannot see the benefits of having people employed. Employment means paying taxes to the Treasury. Unemployment means receiving benefits from the unemployment program administered by the government, or if an individual isn't eligible for unemployment benefits, relying on the provincial government for benefits from the social programs it administers. Not only is the health of the economy measured by the degree of employment, but the health of Canadians is affected by employment. It is well known that people who have a job are healthier and in a better frame of mind overall than someone who is unemployed and clearly stressed because of it. Mr. Speaker, this budget is very evasive about where the cuts will fall. On this side of the House, we suggested the government start with the $1.2 billion in wasteful spending that has gone into partisan public relations, advertising, and self-promotion. this government has spent well over $100 million for economic action plan ads alone, funds that could be far more effectively distributed to assist vulnerable Canadians. And I would sincerely hope that instead of cutting valuable programs that help Canadians, that this government will cut their own waste first. That's right. Mr. Speaker, one of the ports of call for Marine Atlantic is in my riding, and everyone associated with the service provided by Marine Atlantic has been asking for funding that will allow the organization to implement a long-term plan. Even the Auditor General is on record as indicating the ferry service is at risk because of its aging fleet, which leaves it unreliable. In fact, the Auditor General was very specific and said $1.6 billion is required to meet the challenges confronting Marine Atlantic. Marine Atlantic is a critical part of Atlantic Canada's transportation system and essential to Newfoundland and Labrador's economic well-being and the well-being of the people of the province, who have no choice but to rely on the service for fresh produce and other necessities. While I'm pleased to see that Marine Atlantic was mentioned in this year's budget after being ignored last year, I am concerned that the funding provided does little to address these long-term needs. The government has been told repeatedly of the need to replace the fleet that services Marine Atlantic and the need for infrastructure improvements. Yet the government has not acknowledged the need for a long-term plan. While $175 million over 2 years is welcome news, there is no indication in the budget of the $1.6 billion stated by the Auditor General as the investment required to address the shortcomings in Marine Atlantic in its current form. Clearly, if $1.6 billion is required to fix the service so it won't be at risk, as stated by the Auditor General, without it, the risk will continue to exist, and the fear is this essential service will continue to deteriorate. Mr. Speaker, the shipbuilding industry is an important component of the economy of the Atlantic provinces. Budget 2009 did little for the industry, with $175 million, and the 2010 budget does little more. Because of the timing of contracts, the federal government will spend $82 million this year on shipbuilding and another $93 million next year. But there is the outstanding question, Madam Speaker, that remains on the minds and the people of the Burin Peninsula in particular, in my riding, about the contract that the government was ready to award just hours before the last federal election. It was a $2.9 billion contract for the construction of 3 joint supply ships for the Canadian Navy. The contract would have meant 700 jobs over 8 or 9 years in a rural area of the country where jobs are scarce. And it would have been at the shipyard in Marystown, in my riding, which has a reputation for doing excellent work on time and on budget. The contract itself was for $2.1 billion, and associated with it was an $800 million 20-year service contract. And to quote the mayor of Marystown, getting the contracts would make Marystown's economy rock like a continuous AC/DC concert.
That's great.
So, Mr. Speaker, what happened to the contract to build those joint supply ships for the Canadian Navy? At the time the contract was cancelled, the Federal Minister of Public Works said the price shipbuilders wanted to build new vessels was more than anticipated. But according to one of the shipbuilders involved in the bidding, the decision to cancel the bidding process shows the government isn't keeping up with industry price increases. This is problematic, Madam Speaker, when the involvement of the federal government is crucial to the health of the shipbuilding industry in the country. Madam Speaker, this government continues to ignore the industries which play a vital role in the economy of Atlantic Canada. Once again, we see the fishery being shortchanged by the Conservative government. The only mention of the fishery is the funding to ensure the seafood industry maintains access to the key markets around the world through the new Catch Certification Office. This is included because the European Union introduced a new regulation which requires exploring countries to provide catch certificates, or exporting countries to provide catch certificates attesting that marine fish and seafood products are legally harvested. If it wasn't for these European Union regulations, Madam Speaker, there would be no mention of the fishery, an industry that has been looking to the federal government to work with it to restructure the industry. Madam Speaker, I have enormous pride for the many residents of Random Bureau St. George's who are currently serving our nation and the world through the Canadian military. From my riding alone, there are 820 men and women serving in all sectors of the Canadian Forces. Our veterans are the heroes of our nation. We owe it to them to listen to their concerns and ensure they receive the help and support that they and their families deserve and need when they return from active duty. 1 in 5 veterans who are suffering from post-traumatic stress syndrome will attempt suicide. There are tremendous challenges facing modern-day veterans and their families. These are the men and women who put their lives on the line for the safety of Canadians and the future of democracy around the world. They need our help. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, how could this government not respond to some of the issues that previous speakers have raised and are in keeping with the same issues that I've raised here today? Yet they can continue to spend money on promoting Canada's Economic Action Plan, spend money on the Minister of Finance traveling around the country promoting the budget, and the list goes on. With Canada's aging population in the midst of a pension crisis, Canadians look to this government for action. Instead, we get a Seniors' Day. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my friend, my colleague rather, for her comments, and in particular, of course, I share her pride in our Canadian military. But as I was listening to my colleague's comments about the job factor in this budget, I wondered if maybe she'd gotten a hold of one of Paul Martin's old budgets, because she seems to have missed the fact that that our finance minister has pumped another $19 billion of new stimulus into our economy to create and protect jobs. So I want to just bring her attention to the fact that we're putting $2.2 billion into targeted support to industries and communities to help create and maintain jobs in sectors like forestry, agriculture, small business, tourism and culture. I want to ask her, how can she not support us in that? We're putting $1.9 billion in R&D to develop and attract talent, strengthen leadership capacity. How can she not support us in that?
I would like to give the Honourable Member a chance to respond. The Honourable Member for Random Bureau St. George's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I welcome my colleague's question. Reality is that even the Minister of Finance is predicting an increase in unemployment rates. We're going to go from 8.2% to 8.5% under their watch. Under their watch. And in the riding of Random Bureau in St. George's, Madam Speaker, we had a mill that closed in Stephenville that put 300 people out of work. I can tell you of examples throughout my riding and throughout the country where under the watch of this government, people have gone on the unemployment line and they're hurting, and this government is doing absolutely nothing about it.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt.
Thank you, Madam President. Liberal after Liberal after Liberal have spoken today against the budget. I'd like to ask the Honourable Member if her and her colleagues are going to show up and vote against the budget, or are they going to sit on their hands and vote against Canadian women, Canadian children, and our Canadian seniors? And I want to assure the Conservatives on the other side that the Liberals are supporting the budget.
The Honourable Member for Random Bureau St. George's. Order, please. Order.
Madam Speaker, let me assure my honourable colleague that this is one member who will be voting against the budget. And I can assure him as well that we are going to do what is in the best interest of the Canadian people. And Canadians from coast to coast to coast are telling us that the last thing they want is a federal election.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for St. John's South.
Mount Pearl.
Mount Pearl.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A very passionate speech by my honourable colleague. I'd like to ask the honourable colleague, she talked a little bit about Marine Atlantic, an essential transportation link for Newfoundland and Labrador and for Canada, the rest of Canada, ensuring goods and services and the free flow of trade. Now, over the last number of years, we've known serious problems in the Marine Atlantic. There's been a small stipend in this budget to address the problems. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, is it enough? And if it's not enough, how much further is required to ensure that we have proper service in Newfoundland and Labrador?
Honourable Member for Random Buren St. George's has 30 seconds to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question, who understands totally the situation that Marine Atlantic finds itself in. And where have you ever heard an Auditor General come out and say that an organization needs a certain amount of money? And the Auditor General is saying that Marine Atlantic needs $1.6 billion just to maintain the service, or else the service is at serious risk of not being able to provide the service that it was intended for.
Moving debate, the Honourable Minister for Science and Technology.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Merci, Madame le Président.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Time, Madam Speaker, with the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry and Member of Parliament for Burlington. Madam Speaker, I'm very proud to stand here today as Member of Parliament for Cambridge, North Dumfries, as Minister of State for the Federal Economic Development Agency for Southern Ontario, and as the Minister of State for Science and Technology, to outline new investments in the science and technology sector that underscore this government's solid, continued commitment to developing Canada's economy of tomorrow. Even as we continue to face challenging economic times, our government recognizes that Canada's future prosperity depends on our collective capacity to innovate and compete. Science and technology, Madam Speaker, creates jobs. It improves the quality of life of Canadians and people around the world, and it strengthens our economy for future generations. There can be no doubt that this government has a long-standing, unparalleled, extremely strong commitment to science and technology. We realized and released our science and technology strategy, mobilizing science and technology to Canada's advantage, in 2007. Every federal budget since that time, including this year's, our Conservative government has increased science and technology investment. Madam Speaker, science and technology investments included in the Budget 2010 Economic Action Plan Phase 2 build upon the more than $7 billion new dollars in science and tech funding that this government has pledged in budgets 2006, 2007, 2008, and, of course, as part of Canada's 2009 Economic Action Plan. This year, 2009-10, our government's annual budget will reach a record $10.7 billion for science and technology. We have, as you can see, increased funding for Canada's research granting councils in all of our budgets by an average of 20%. No country in the G7, including the United States, no country, Madam Speaker, is better at supporting higher education research and development as a percentage of GDP than Canada. Let me take just a few moments to think through and read to you how our Budget 2010 builds on our science and technology strategy. We continue to demonstrate with the current budget our commitment to build a talent advantage in science and technology through support for the best educated and most skilled workforce on the planet. This budget will increase the Federal Granting Council's combined annual budgets by $32 million per year. We will also add $8 million per year, as we've been requested to do by the universities, to the indirect costs of research programs to help Canadian universities, colleges, and research hospitals absorb the additional activity resulting from the increases to our Granting Council budgets. Budget 2010 will also provide another $45 million to the Granting Councils to establish a flagship Canada Postdoctoral Fellowship program that will retain and attract global research talent and leaders to Canada. Now, when fully implemented, this new program will annually fund about 140 new two-year postdoctoral fellowships valued at $70,000 each per year, which is, by all accounts, the most attractive postdoctoral program in the world. This program builds on our support for Canada Graduate Scholarships, for the Canadian Apprenticeship Program, for the Vanier Graduate Scholarships, to cover the full spectrum of support for the development of high-quality research talent. Budget 2010 also offers increased support to strengthen our knowledge advantage in specific areas of advanced science and technology, including $222 million in funding over 5 years to support research and commercialization activities at Triumph, Canada's premier laboratory for nuclear and particle physics. $75 million to Genome Canada to allow it to launch a new research competition and sustain funding for the regional genomics innovation centres. And $45 million new dollars, Madam Speaker, over 2 years for research and development relating to medical isotopes. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2010 also takes steps to strengthen Canada's entrepreneurial advantage, to encourage greater private sector performance in research, development, and innovation. This is crucial to build Canada's economy of tomorrow. Our private sector must now adopt these initiatives and drive innovation, and we will compete. Madam Speaker, we will win in the new global economy. We are the first federal government to recognize the value so significantly in colleges. And given the important role that colleges play in enhancing innovation in Canada, we have doubled the annual budget of the College and Community Innovation Program by providing an additional $15 million per year to support additional research collaborations between businesses and colleges. Madam Speaker, this follows last year's incredibly successful investment in the KIP program and the massive boost to the CFI's budget. Further, our government provides $40 million over 2 years for small and medium-sized enterprises Innovation Commercialization Program, a pilot initiative through which federal departments and agencies will adopt and demonstrate the use of innovative prototype products and technologies developed by our small and medium-sized businesses. The budget goes on to support innovation in many other ways by renewing and making ongoing $48 million in annual funding for the regional development agencies to support local innovation all across Canada. Budget 2010 further provides $397 million over 5 years to the Canadian Space Agency to develop the RadarSat constellation mission, the next generation, the leading generation of technology in the world of advanced radar remote sensing devices. This type of critical investment builds on our ability to protect Canada and remain at the forefront of advanced technology in space and support our government's policies in the Arctic. Finally, Budget 2010 provides $135 million over 2 years to the National Research Council's regional innovation clusters, plus $8 million over 2 years to extend the International Science and Technology Partnerships Program, again to promote collaborative research and development activities with our international partners. Our government continues to demonstrate an unparalleled and unprecedented strong commitment to our science and tech community to make Canada a world leader in science, technology, and innovation. To suggest otherwise is to not have done your research. I look forward to working with my parliamentary colleagues and all Canadians to create the economy of tomorrow in which Canada can realize its vast potential as a world leader in science, technology, and innovation. In closing, Madam Speaker, over the last few months, I've had the opportunity to conduct many roundtables all across Southern Ontario, consulting with business leaders, municipal leaders, community leaders, scientists and researchers, and on how best to conduct Phase 2 of our Economic Action Plan. In my own riding of Cambridge and North Dumfries, I have received dozens of emails, letters, and phone calls. Through my website, even more information, and I want to thank everyone who took the time to submit and share their thoughts with me. This has been very helpful in the development of the throne speech and the budget, and it's very heartwarming to see so many ideas show up in this budget. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for St. John South Mount.
Thank you very much. I listened with interest to my honourable colleague talk about investments in research and innovation and clean energy. And I have a concern that I'd like to discuss with this House about the investments that are taking place in innovation. I noted with interest in last year's budget that there was actually a cut of $148 million in actual bench work that's going on. This is not investments in infrastructure for science. This is actual bench work. This is people actually doing the science. Quite concerned. I know that they have added back, of that $148 million cut, they did add back $32 million. But, Madam Speaker, this is a serious concern. Canada is slipping in its innovation agenda, and I'd like to ask the honourable member for his reassurance and a commitment. The other thing is cancellation of the eco-energy program for renewable power production. How does he see this as being a benefit to Canada when you're looking at an innovation agenda and the jobs of tomorrow? Thank you.
Honourable Minister of State.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for allowing me the opportunity to clarify on her figures. The fact is the 148 is absolutely false. What the members opposite have done is added up the year 1 with year 2 and year 1, then with year 3, year 2, and year 1. The number is absolutely incorrect. The other thing I'd like to say is that we have increased funding to the granting councils on average by 20%. All of the money that was in fact correctly taken back under a strategic review was put back into the granting councils. Madam Speaker, all that money went back to the granting councils. The members' figures are wrong. And the final point I'd like to make, Madam Speaker, is when the concept of a strategic review was brought up in the House, not one member on the Liberal side stood to object to it.
That's the honourable member for Nickel Belt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to read the last line of page 96 in this budget. Increasing foreign investment is an important way of strengthening market competition and attracting new capital and innovation ideas from abroad. Madam Speaker, I'd like to speak about 3 companies, just 3 companies. One is U.S. Steel, that this government is taking to court. The other one is Valley Inco, that is refusing to negotiate with the employees in Sudbury, that wants to implement their third world ideologies on these workers. And the other one is Extrata, that is raping the natural resources by high-grading our ores, the ore under our feet. Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask the honourable member, with the conditions that these foreign companies bring to Canada and our workers, why would we want more foreign companies to invest in Canada?
Honourable Minister of State for Science and Technology.
Obviously, Madam Speaker, we differ on this idea of free trade and freer trade with other companies around the world. It is the goal of this government to invest strongly in science and technology, as we have done. $2.2 billion in our first 3 budgets, $5 billion last year, $1.9 billion. In fact, Madam Speaker, the whole idea of creating jobs for Canadians is, in fact, to invite companies to come to Canada, to set up shop here, to create jobs here, to take the discoveries that our scientists make, get those discoveries out to the factory floors where workers can earn a good wage, highly paid job, and best of all, get those technologies built and sold to the marketplace so that Canadians can benefit from those discoveries, so that people around the world can benefit from those discoveries. I think of, if I can close with this, Madam Speaker, I think of a company in the Waterloo region, Bendall, who received an investment from this government, repayable, and with that, because of that investment, they've brought their workers back from the United Kingdom. That's manufacturing jobs coming back to Canada.
Question, a very, very brief question. The honourable member for Halifax West. For a brief question.
This is very brief. I'll go right to the point. In 2000, the government of the day, Liberal government, announced a fund for the Atlantic Innovation Fund, $300 million over 5 years. It was renewed in 2005, $300 million over 5 years, $60 million a year. The budget announced that it is now down below $19 million from $60 million. And in fact, we don't even know how much it is because it's combined with the Innovative Communities Fund, a different fund for different kinds of work, not for research. So
we'll have to give the honourable Minister of State 20 seconds to respond.
Thank you. And I wish I could respond in more details, but what I can tell the member opposite is just prior to that, the Liberal government of the time cut funding to science and technology in the last recession. This government's taken an entirely opposite approach on stimulating the economy by putting more and more and more funding into science and tech to redevelop those programs that will create jobs and strengthen our economy for the future.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Burlington.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank the Minister for sharing his time with me. I do want to make one clarification, Madam Chair. The Minister indicated that the member from Burlington was the Parliamentary Secretary to the Ministry of Industry, and that's not accurate. I can understand the confusion. The member from Edmonton, Millwoods, Belmont is that Parliamentary Secretary. Does an absolute fabulous job with the Minister of Industry. I'm actually on that committee, and he does a great job. I also am very excited to stand up today on the day we recognize International Women's Day. As a father of 2 daughters, hope and pray that the future for them is as bright as we hope we're trying as a government making it here in Canada, but around the world for women everywhere. And that's why our men and women are working very hard on the ground in Afghanistan to make sure men and women, particularly women and girls, have an opportunity in Afghanistan, which they don't have in other parts of the world, including Canada.
Are their names Hope and Pray?
Today I'm here to speak, Madam Chair, about Budget 2010. It's year 2 of our Canada Economic Action Plan, and the budget title is Leading the Way on Jobs and Growth. On the road to our recovery, as you know, as we all know and are well aware of, that the recovery is fragile. We have seen some positive news from GDP in the last quarter of the last year of 5%, which is a positive sign that our economic plan or economic action plan is working on the ground, creating jobs and bringing Canada back to a growth mode that we have been so used to over the last number of years. This budget has 3 goals, 3 major overriding ideas, concepts, goals that we'd like to deliver on. The first one, sorry, I have a bit of a cold, so I'm catching my breath here, Madam Chair. The first goal confirms the $19 billion that was part of the second year of the Economic Action Plan. And why is that important? Well, people were planning on that money. Communities, the provinces, were planning on that Economic Action Plan delivery of those funds. We have committed in this budget in 2010 to follow through on that, on our decisions last year to have a 2-year plan to help us get us back on our feet in this economy. It also invests, the second part of this plan, invests in targeted programs to create jobs. And I'll speak a little bit about that later. But that's what this budget is really all about. It's about creating jobs for those who are young people coming out of school, and those who find themselves in the difficult situation where they may have lost their job during the recession, and it's time to get back to work. And we are doing what we can from a budget perspective to make sure that that happens. And finally, the budget also sets out our plan to get us back to balanced budgets. And that's important to all of us in this House. We cannot continue as a government, as you can't as an individual or as a business, to spend more than you have. We had a unique situation last year with the recession that hit not just Canada, but worldwide. And the decision of governments around the world was to spend money to try to get the economy kick-started. Fortunately for us, it has worked in Canada, as you can see by the numbers from our GDP and how things are progressing. So we need a plan, though, and this budget sets out a plan to get us back to a balanced position by 2015. But I want to highlight, excuse me for a sec, I want to highlight a few things that are important to me as a Member of Parliament from Burlington that are in this budget. First of all, there's the Great Lake Action Plan. There's $8 million a year that's been given to Environment Canada to handle water quality issues that we're facing in the Great Lakes. Burlington is a Great Lake community. It's on Lake Ontario. I grew up in a small town called Port Elgin, which is on Lake Huron. So my whole life has been on one of the Great Lakes. A number of years ago, after we took government, I was able to convince the then Minister of Environment to come to the harbor in Hamilton and look at one of the hot spots in those Great Lakes. And we've allocated $30 million for the cleanup of what's called Randall Reef. The province has also come to the table with $30 million, and now we're waiting for the municipality to come with theirs. But we have identified in this budget, with this Great Lake Action Plan, the importance of the quality of our drinking water for today and for future generations. It's the security of having clean water, clean fresh water that this country has, and which the Great Lakes provide for much of our eastern part of Canada, including the St. Lawrence Seaway. It's that security of having that ability to have clean water that makes our nation strong. It's also, to be frank with you, a recreational and commercial waterway for us. The Seaway and the Great Lakes play a vital role in the economic development along the Great Lakes. When our country first started, it was the transportation system that led to the development of the populations that border the Great Lakes system and the St. Lawrence. It also provides a great recreational facilities for our people, and the quality of life is important to us here on this side of the house, and having a fresh, clean Great Lakes system is important for that to continue to develop. Another area that I wish to speak to that's a highlight in this budget, particularly to me, is youth employment, the things we're doing for youth. First of all, we're introducing an internship program with $30 million. And this internship program will help young people who are coming out of university or college getting their first job. We're in a tough economic time still. We know that it's fragile. We're trying to encourage businesses to employ young people as they come out of their post-secondary education system to jobs in their field that they've studied. This $30 million will help create those jobs through a program called Career Focus, which will give a leg up to those who are trying to get started for the very first time. It's an excellent program, and I appreciate it being in the budget. We also have another program which we have $10 million allocated for to help young entrepreneurs. This past fall, I was at an event in Toronto where we celebrated some of the winners. We would call them winners. I think everyone's in this program is a winner. But some of the winning businesses that are created by young people. Unbelievable talent, and they are job creators of the future. Not just for themselves, but for as their companies start with a little bit of help from us in our entrepreneur program for young people. They will create jobs for not only young people for themselves, but for future generations. And it's a great opportunity for them to get the funding that is needed to get started. There's $30 million in this budget for youth at risk. And those youth at risk are ones with disabilities. Those are single-parent young people and Aboriginals. This $30 million will assist in them finding work that will add value to their lives and value to their communities. And I appreciate it being in the budget here. They are a focus group that needs our government support, and I believe that this budget goes a long way in helping them find their way as contributing members of our society. There's $20 million for Pathways to Education, and that's a program that works with partners, other governments, private sectors, NGOs, for disadvantaged youth for post-secondary education. This is the young people who are on the edge, not sure what they want to do, not sure how they can access university or college. This program, this Pathways to Education for Canada, will help those young folks find their way, because the more education that individuals, young people have, the better off we are in the long run. And finally, to that point, there's a $30 million over 2 years for support to a K-12 education program for First Nations. Obviously, poverty is an issue on our First Nations. No one's denying that. I think the best way out of poverty is through education and then finding employment. And if we don't get that employment opportunity for those young people on First Nations, that's what this money's for, to help them get there. I'm already down to about 1 minute. I have a number of things that I want to talk about that are still here. There's the increase of the business credit availability. Credit was an issue in this recession for businesses. It was a crisis for many. We have continued to fund that. We put $5 billion, Madam Chair, by the end of last year into that program that helped over 9,000 businesses. We're going to continue to fund that program, and we're adding a $500,000 fund for the funding of financing for vehicles and other equipment purchases for business to be able to move forward. Just in closing, Madam Speaker, because I know my time's running out, and so is my voice, there's a number of good issues in this budget that affect my riding, affect people in my hometown. I am very supportive of this budget. I want to thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a few concerns. A lot of bromides in there, a lot of generalizations that hardly you can disagree with, certainly when it comes to situations of education. Certainly I do believe the lifelong learning process is one that's going to bring many benefits back to the economy. However, there is one issue that I want to bring up with him, and perhaps he can answer this, because this is a concern in my riding. Many of the infrastructure programs that he's talking about in here, and some of the ones that he wanted to announce or re-announce, whatever they may be, requires the co-sharing of funding. So with that in mind, there are so many small communities out there unable to access money that is available through the federal government simply because of the share of the cost share program. It's hard to attain, especially in some of these communities that have suffered greatly through this downturn. Can he provide answers to this House, and more importantly to my communities, about why is it that so many of these small communities are unable to access this money due to the fact that the regulations are so stringent on cost sharing?
Honourable Member for Burlington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to give the Honourable Member an answer, I want to give him an answer from those who actually represent those small municipal communities, the FCM. And here's what they said in their press release on our budget. And I'd like to read it into the record. FCM applauds the federal government for protecting core investments in cities and communities as it reduces the federal budget deficit. These investments will help local governments and Canadian property taxpayers build the infrastructure that is the backbone of our economy and quality of life. Madam Speaker, those who represent the municipal partners that we have in this country are supportive of this budget. I ask the Liberals also be supportive of this budget. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay Rainy River.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I always enjoy hearing my honourable colleague speak. He's always full of enthusiasm, and he's always very positive and very friendly. And Madam Speaker, he said a very important thing about First Nations, and he said the key to eliminating poverty is education. Well, let me give an example of how he can help and how his party can help in this budget. I have a number of First Nations, 10 First Nations in my riding, in fact. All of them have students who are waiting for positions for the money so they can go to the positions that they've been accepted at post-secondary institutions. Couchiching First Nations, for example, has 22 students who have been accepted at post-secondary institutions, but there's no money for them. In fact, since 1985, Madam Speaker, there's been no real increase in any funding for post-secondary education for First Nations at all. So that spans a number of governments. So, Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask my honourable member if he supports raising the amount of money that's available for First Nations to make sure that all the students have an opportunity to get to post-secondary institutions if they're accepted.
Honourable Member for Burlington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Two parts of that answer, and there is new funding, targeted funding for First Nations in this budget, and I would encourage my colleague from the NDP to read that section of the budget. It talks about, as I mentioned, the $30 million over 2 years for the elementary school or K-12 education piece, and we have the Students at Risk funding the Skill Link program at $30 million. In addition, in the budget, I couldn't find it while I was waiting here listening to the question, but in the budget it does talk about working with our First Nations partners to find ways to better allocate and make sure the cash that is available gets in the hands of those students who are going to use it and use it for post-secondary education and improve their communities and this country. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Comments?
The Honourable Member for Madawaska Restigouche, you have Only 50 seconds left. A very brief question. Thank you. It will be a brief question. I'd like to ask my colleague opposite of the member for the Conservative Party why his party, his government, is still discriminating against seasonal workers by excluding them from the additional assistance of the 20 weeks for EI because his government does not recognize them as long-tenured workers. Why? Why are you discriminating against seasonal workers and their families?
Burlington has 25 seconds to respond.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. We have done a tremendous amount in improving the EI system for this recession and what's in the future. From our additional work share activity that we're doing, I'll be frank with you, we're not looking at reducing the length of time you have to work to be able to collect EI. It's an insurance program, and you have to work the amount of time to be able to collect the insurance. And at present, that is not going to change.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nanaimo-Cowichan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm pleased to rise and speak to the budget speech today. And Madam Speaker, I will be splitting my time with the member from New Westminster Coquitlam. I want to spend my brief 10 minutes talking about two different aspects of the budget. I want to talk about how it affects people who live in my riding in Nanaimo-Cowichan, but I also want to talk about how it affects First Nations, Métis and Inuit throughout the country in my role as the Aboriginal Affairs critic for the NDP. Now, what we know about this recession that the country has been suffering is that what it does is it hits the most vulnerable. The recession has certainly impacted on seniors, on pensioners, on middle-class families who are struggling to make ends meet. And what this budget provided was an opportunity to tackle head-on some of the challenges that are facing these struggling families and to create a Canada where we're creating those jobs and providing that income security so that people can actually go to bed at night not worrying about whether they're going to lose their homes or whether or not they can feed their children. Now, Madam Speaker, what we actually have is some failed policies that are simply not addressing those fundamental needs that are facing many, many, many Canadians throughout this country. So let me start, first of all, with employment insurance. Now, this was an opportunity. What we know is that employment insurance is one way to provide fiscal stimulus that actually directly impacts on people living right in Nanaimo-Cowichan and the other 307 ridings across this country. What we know is that, according to the Canadian Labour Congress analysis, that unemployment this year was about an average of 8.5%. It's projected to be 7.9% in 2011. But the real rate of unemployment, Madam Speaker, is actually much higher. It's probably already at 12% and climbing. And part of that is because oftentimes we count people as unemployed or as employed who have part-time jobs, low-wage jobs, or have simply dropped out of the labor force. So what we know is that the unemployment rate is going to stay too high and that we're actually not counting many people. And so what the NDP has proposed, and in case people here think we're only ever in opposition, we actually have proposals that would address some of these matters. And the NDP has a number of bills before this House that talk about reducing the number of hours required to qualify, waiving the 2-week waiting period, raising benefits so that actually people have some security. I know in my own riding of Nanaimo-Cowichan that we've got many, many forestry workers who have either run out of employment insurance or are in the process of exhausting it. And the measures proposed in this budget of work sharing simply won't impact on a lot of those workers. The second issue I wanted to address is pensions. In my own riding, we know at the beginning of January, we were getting many, many calls from seniors saying on fixed incomes, relying on their CPP, their GIS, or old age security, saying we simply don't have enough money to make ends meet. And once again, this budget failed to address some of those very serious problems facing seniors. Not only the seniors who are on our public pension system of CPP and OAS and GIS, but also the pensioners who have private sector pensions from companies who've gone bankrupt. And once again, New Democrats have proposed solutions to this. We have proposed we have a piece of legislation called the Nortel Bill before the House that talks about fixing some of those very serious problems in our pension system. Madam Speaker, job creation. And once again, what we know, one of the easiest and safest ways to lift people out of poverty is to pay good-paying jobs. And both New Democrats and some of our partners across the country, including the Canadian Labour Congress, have talked about the need for sector renewal strategies to save jobs and promote successful restructuring in many of our troubled sectors like forestry. And in this line, what we would be proposing, of course, is that what we do is look at building the green sector, the green job economy. And I know, again, that in the riding of Nanaimo-Cowichan, many people are concerned about the impacts of climate change. They're concerned about some of the job losses in our resource sector, like forestry, like fishing. And they would like to see these kinds of initiatives that come forward to actually create those stable jobs in our economy so that we don't have to worry. What's happening right now, Madam Speaker, is many of our workers are having to leave the area, having to leave Nanaimo-Cowichan and go elsewhere to find employment, leaving their families behind. So, Madam Speaker, we think that there is certainly room for improvement in the job creation sector. And I want to briefly just touch on food security, which falls in the line of climate change as well. And I just want to quote the Cowichan Food Charter. And these are the kinds of supports we would have liked to have seen in the budget. The Cowichan Food Charter says this is their vision. We have a collective obligation to ensure that everyone has access to sufficient high-quality food. For Cowichan to thrive, local farmers and food producers must earn a good and fair living. Food security requires cooperation and communication between the community, farmers, and all levels of local government. And of course, although there were some supports to the agricultural sector, for many of the small farms on Vancouver Island, there simply was no help at all. And what I hear consistently from the farmers is that we need ways to, for example, protect our watershed, to make sure that that resource is available. We need ways to make sure that local slaughterhouse capacity is available, and that's currently not available. And we need ways to make sure that we have ongoing protection for farmland and for the farmers who are producing the food on our island. So, Madam Speaker, I want to shift gears here because I know I only have 5 minutes left. And in my role as the Aboriginal Affairs critic for New Democrats, I want to touch on a couple of aspects of this budget. One, I want to acknowledge that it was a positive step from the government, seeing them talking about taking next steps to endorse the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. New Democrats have been calling for this for a number of years, and to see the government take that as a positive move. However, this is the caveat. They talked about taking next steps. I would encourage the government to move forward quickly on this because, as the Assembly of First Nations National Chief says, that they can use the Declaration's principles of partnership, respect, and inclusion. And those would be good underpinnings in all legislative proposals that will come before this House if those elements of partnership, respect, and inclusion are included in all aspects of developing legislation. So, Madam Speaker, that's a positive step in the budget. I want to turn to the whole children in foster care. And although there was a mention in the budget about money being available for provinces who would be willing to enter into these enhanced protection agreements, what we also know is there's currently a human rights case before the tribunal talking about the underfunding in the system. And what we have found currently is the government is continuing at all turns to try to quash that case. And according to a press release that came out from the Quebec Native Women's Association, they're talking about the fact that federal government uses legal loopholes to keep flawed policies for First Nations children in place. Documents obtained under access to information say that the inequitable child welfare funding contributes to the fact that there are more First Nations children in child welfare care today than at the height of residential school. And the article goes on to talk about some of the actions the government is taking in trying to prevent that case from being heard. So, Madam Speaker, in light of the move on the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, it would seem that this would be a good time for the government to drop its opposition at the tribunal, allow that case to proceed, and to make sure that that equitable funding is in place from coast to coast to coast so that we don't have this legacy of children getting different levels of service if they're on reserve than if they're off reserve. Madam Speaker, I just want to briefly touch on the pledge for $10 million to address missing and murdered Aboriginal women. We know that this is a national tragedy where we've got well over 500 murdered and missing Aboriginal women in this country. And again, there is $10 million announced. what was not clear in that budget is that we don't know how that money's going to unfold. We don't know how that money's going to contribute towards what the Native Women's Association of Canada, Amnesty International, and other women's organizations have called for, is implementation of a national action plan. And that's what we need to see to address this very serious crisis for murdered and missing Aboriginal women. Madam Speaker, I know that I've got virtually no time left here, so I just want to close by saying that on First Nations, Métis, and Inuit communities, there are many, many serious issues, including housing, education, infrastructure, and although there was some move on infrastructure in the budget and water, it is something that we need to have a national action plan with the input of First Nations communities across this country. So, Madam Speaker, in conclusion, I know that the New Democrats have proposed a number of solutions to the problems that this country is facing, and in that light, the member from Hamilton Mountain proposed a sub-amendment to the budget which addressed some of those aspects, and that included that we would look to see some increases for CPP and QPP, that we would look at the cases of corporate insolvency, that we would examine the harmonized sales tax, which I know impacts on BC and Ontario, and that we would take a look at the proposed tax cuts for corporations that could actually fund some of the programs that we're talking about for seniors, for pensioners, for middle-class families, and for First Nations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Thank you. And I thank the member for her speech, and I appreciate her critic's role. I'd like to ask her if it's true that the Aboriginal Healing Foundation is no longer being funded, if basically it's been cancelled because of this budget. And the reason I'm asking is, obviously, I think you're dreaming in Technicolor if you think a few years of help will heal a lifetime of taking away your language, taking away your parents, leading to substance abuse, etc. There are a lot of healing that still needs to go on in the country, obviously, and this program is very important. We have the Law Society, Laird Women's Society, who has done some great work over the years. They've got another application in, but of course they haven't heard because if this program's suspended, it'll be a tragedy. And just because there's money in the budget for the money that's owed to survivors, well, that's obviously a statutory requirement. That's not generosity. Is this healing fund cancelled? And of course, she would agree with me that it should be continued.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And of course, the Aboriginal Healing Foundation funding was part of a negotiated agreement that is sunsetted this year. That does not prevent the government from assigning additional funds to carry out the good work that is happening from coast to coast to coast. And of course, the government itself recognizes that the residential school legacy is continuing because they put some additional money in the budget around residential school payouts because people are still applying for that money, whether it's common experience payments or whether it's some of the awards for other abuses outside of the common experience payments. So, Madam Speaker, I would argue that because the government is recognizing the ongoing need to pay out for residential schools, there should also be a recognition that there needs to be ongoing funding to support the healing process that is happening in communities. We know the Truth and Reconciliation Commission is getting its work underway, but there needs to be funding for these local organizations who are working within their communities to provide that intergenerational legacy of healing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable colleague's comments in light of the pension situation. And without a doubt, I've said before in this House and say again that it's going to be one of the emerging issues. It's an overarching issue that's going to take up a lot of our conversations within this House in the next 10, 20 years. That being said, she mentioned the private sector and the pension issues. Now, Abitibi-Bowater, Nortel, two situations that involve what they feel are some regulatory changes. Two bills on the order paper from their party. Perhaps she could provide more comment to the House on those bills, and they do require changes, one in the Bankruptcy Act and also around the status of an unsecured creditor at time of bankruptcy. I'm hoping that my colleague can provide her thoughts on that particular issue and those two particular bills.
Member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I agree that what we've got is an emerging I would say crisis in pensions across this country. We've got the two aspects. One is the publicly funded pension, CPP old age security, GIS. And we know many, many Canadians do not have access to private sector pensions and haven't worked at jobs that allow them to invest money in RSPs. On the other side of the coin, so we need improvements to that, and the bills and the motion that we had in the House earlier address what we are proposing as increases to the public pensions, the CPP, GIS, and OAS. On the other side of the coin is the private sector pensions, and the member mentioned Abitibi-Bowater and Nortel, and there are many other companies in this country who although haven't gone bankrupt, their financial future is uncertain. And what we have proposed is that in those cases, that those workers move to the top of the list when we're talking about payouts. And we're also proposing that there is a fund put in place in a pension insurance protection scheme that will protect those workers' pensions when through no fault of their own, their company goes under and their pension, all the money that they paid in all their working life is lost.
A very brief question. The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt. Very, very brief.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In light of the fact that Liberal after Liberal after Liberal has stood up today and spoken against this budget, yet they're going to sit on their hands when it comes time to vote, or they're not going to show up, I'd like to ask the Honourable Member from British Columbia if she is going to vote for a budget that does nothing for Canadian women, Canadian children, seniors, and the First Nations.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I mean, New Democrats have been very clear that we cannot support the budget as it's written. We simply feel that there are far too many Canadians who have been left behind, whether that is seniors, whether that is women, whether that's First Nations, Métis, and Inuit, whether it's middle-class families who are looking at their jobs and their savings go down the drain. So, Madam Speaker, I think it's very difficult to support a budget that's written that leaves so many Canadians out of the picture.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for New Westminster Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank the member from Nanaimo Cowichan for sharing her time with me this afternoon. Madam Speaker, as you know, today is International Women's Day, so I thought I would take a moment to tell the House about some of the incredible women in my riding. I am proud to say in New Westminster, Coquitlam, and Port Moody, there are many women making significant contributions to our communities in the areas of education, healthcare, local businesses, and social and community services. Both the President of the New Westminster Chamber of Commerce and the Chair of the Tri-City Chambers of Commerce are women. The CEO of the major hospital in my riding, the Royal Columbian, and the President of the Crossroads Hospice Society are women. The Austin Heights Business Improvement Association and the two largest nonprofit community service providers in my riding all have women as their executive directors. I have the honor to share this riding with two provincial NDP MLAs, Diane Thorne and Don Black. Both are forces to be reckoned with. Notwithstanding the pride I feel about my riding and the high-profile women who are helping to shape it, I know we can and must do better over the decades to come to address women's issues. Madam Speaker, last week this government tabled its budget, and I must say I was very disappointed. First off, on the West Coast, we just witnessed a major collapse of Fraser River salmon, the salmon run. Yet in this budget, there was not a single reference to salmon. Madam Speaker, this is incredulous. West Coast salmon are a significant component of British Columbia's and Canada's economic activity. In an article that appeared in the Vancouver Sun this past weekend entitled "Forecast Not Looking Good for BC's Salmon Stocks This Year," writer Stephen Hume makes a case for the importance of salmon to British Columbians and, I'll add, Canadian economy. For the benefit of the House, Madam Speaker, I thought I would share with the honourable members some of what he says. Quote, "Another disastrous season for BC's iconic wild salmon appears to be unfolding even as yet another inquiry gets underway, this time into the collapse of last year's Fraser River sockeye run. Meanwhile, some scientists in the Department of Fisheries and Oceans are warning that the outlook for 2010 is already worse than it was in 2009, when only about 10% of the expected Fraser River sockeye run returns materialized. Conservation concerns during the 2009 collapse of sockeye returning to the Fraser forced federal fisheries authorities to close commercial sockeye fisheries and First Nation food fisheries, which are important both to subsistence and cultural practices in many communities. The inquiry struck last November and led by BC Supreme Court Justice Bruce Cohen isn't expected to make an interim report before August, with a final report not expected until 2011. The 2010 forecasts could have serious implications for Aboriginal, commercial, and recreational fisheries, the fish processing sector, and nature-based tourism. These industries represent a combined economic value in excess of $2 billion a year for the BC economy. Earlier this week, letters from the Department of Fisheries and Oceans were circulated to chiefs, councillors, and Aboriginal fisheries managers notifying them of the preliminary stock estimates and possible conservation measures. Ottawa has also confirmed it is deferring treaty negotiations involving salmon until after the inquiry into salmon declines makes its findings. Forecasting salmon returns is a notoriously inexact process. Runs can be influenced by many variables, including weather that affects water temperatures and can influence in-river survival, and disease outbreaks, mistimed harvesting during migrations, and poorly understood conditions affecting our ocean survival. However, based on estimates from previous spawning escapements and recent ocean survival rates, early assessments for salmon abundance in 2010 predict only 29 of the 88 stocks evaluated on the West Coast will be at or above the target abundance for sustaining or rebuilding depleted or declining runs, unquote. He goes on to say how difficult and important it is to manage the fishery, and he further states, quote, although 2009 was a catastrophe for commercially valuable Fraser River sockeye and triggered the judicial inquiry, harvest of these stocks is jointly managed under treaty arrangements between Canada and the United States. A dismal outlook for Chinook salmon in 2010 will be of equal concern. On many spawning grounds, 2009 marked the third successive year in which the number of fish failed to replace even the parental spawning abundance. On the Cowichan River, once so famous a stream that anglers' catches merited reports in the New York Times, the return of the natural spawning Chinooks in 2009 was the lowest ever recorded. The abundance of wild spawning stock on Vancouver Island's outer coast was the lowest it's been since 1995. Coho stocks returning to the upper Fraser and its tributaries, the lower Fraser, and streams flowing into Georgia Strait all continue to be of concern due to declines in depressed abundance. Chinook and coho are the linchpins of BC's vigorous recreational fishery. Although sports anglers harvest only about 3% of the total catch, research shows they take more than 30% of the Chinook and coho salmon caught in coastal waters. Although counts vary, some recent studies show that recreational fishery sustains almost 7,500 jobs, paying $125 million a year in wages and benefits and more than $75 million a year in taxes to provincial and federal governments. It generates about $650 million a year in retail sales and distribution, unquote. As you can see, Madam Speaker, the salmon are an important economic resource for all British Columbians. They provide both jobs and taxation revenue at both the federal and provincial levels. Yet this government has committed no funds to dealing with the depletion of the stocks that Mr. Hume talks about. Madam Speaker, how can the government sit idly by while this very important resource is devastated? Many of us on the West Coast have been asking ourselves, how did this tragedy come about? Well, Madam Speaker, while there may not be one specific culprit, there is a definite trend that has emerged over the past few years. Are the members of this House aware that there have been 4 previous investigations into the decline of Fraser River salmon stocks since 1992? For the benefit of the other honourable members, Madam Speaker, allow me to briefly outline these. In 1992, about 500,000 sockeye salmon disappeared en route to Fraser spawning grounds. Then Fisheries Minister John Crosbie named 2 eminent scientists to investigate. In 1994, 1.3 million sockeye salmon went missing. Then Minister Brian Tobin appointed a panel to investigate and make recommendations. In 2002, Fraser River sockeye salmon conservation was challenged by a 3-fold increase in estimates of abundance, uncertainty over mortality rates, and a huge fight over allocation. Then Minister Robert Thibault named a panel to investigate and make recommendations. In 2004, 1.3 million sockeye salmon went missing, and then Minister Gerald Regan named former Judge Brian Williams to head an investigatory panel. As you can see, Madam Speaker, over the past 18 years, we have borne witness to a disturbing trend. It even provoked 4 separate investigations, and now the Cohen Commission is the 5th. I submit to the House that this constitutes a problem that requires immediate intervention and serious attention, in addition to the important findings the Cohen inquiry may determine. This forces the question, Madam Speaker, where is this government's commitment to action on salmon and the environment? Just as action on the environment is missing, so too is a concerted plan to address housing issues that affect many Canadians. Madam Speaker, as many may have seen recently, the BC government's advertisements proclaiming BC as the best place on earth. And as someone not prone to exaggeration, let me just say it is. Madam Speaker, residents of BC live in a province with one of the most stunning coastlines on the planet, surrounded by breathtaking mountains and gorgeous ocean views. Our province is beautiful. In fact, Madam Speaker, my riding is nestled between the Fraser River and the Burrard Inlet, and the Coast Mountains, which provides a stunning backdrop. All this beauty attracts many people from around the world, which also affects the cost of living. The average cost of a home in my riding is over $600,000. Think about that. $600,000, which may get you a small 3-bedroom home that may have been built half a century ago. For many in my community, home ownership is simply
I will have to interrupt the honourable member here, and he may be able to continue during questions and comments. As a new member, he may not be aware, but it isn't a practice to mention the name of a sitting member, as there was a reference to the member from Halifax West. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Doing an excellent job, as usual. I'd like to ask 2 questions of the member. First, I asked him a couple of months ago, so hopefully, as the fisheries critic, he's got some more information on this, which he wasn't familiar with at the time. But as he knows, it's not only the lower part of British Columbia where the salmon are threatened, that there's a whole different stocks in the north, in particular our Chinook salmon. And I wonder what the Department of Fisheries is doing. He's found out they're doing about to cut back on the pollock bycatch, the biggest fishery in the world, taking our salmon by accident. What about the Japanese fish farms? Are they having an effect? What about the warming of the Pacific Ocean? What type of research is the Department of Fisheries doing to find out the real determinants of these problems? My second question is related to a point he brought up about land claims and putting them on a hold until this study is finished. And I think the people involved are not very happy that their life is being put on hold while these studies are being done for months on end. Why can we not, as they often do in land claims, set that aside to be determined at a further date and get on with these negotiations? The province of BC is ready. The First Nations people are ready. You know how upset Canadians were when their lives were put on hold for a couple of months by this government when they prorogued. Imagine how these people, when their life is put on endlessly because they won't continue negotiation of these land claims that are almost finished, except for this fisheries element.
The honourable member for New Westminster, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I do appreciate the question from the honourable member. He mentions a number of very good issues, the pollock bycatch, the Japanese aquaculture issues, and ocean warming issues. These are good issues. There are many other issues that affect the West Coast fishery. Unfortunately, the Parliament was prorogued at the end of December, and we have not, as a Fisheries Committee, been able to meet, in fact, until today to address these issues. This is something that I want to ask these and many other questions And I believe on Wednesday we will get to that point where we can start to discuss the work plan, and I would be happy to bring these and many other issues forward at that time. In terms of the comment on land claims, I quite agree that these land claims are important. They must be dealt with, and I don't believe that this is something that could be put on hold and must be addressed, continue to be addressed, as this is a very important people for many people, not just the people in my riding of New Westminster, Coquitlam, and Port Moody, but many in British Columbia and across the country. So I agree this issue must be addressed. Thank you.
Right now, we're at 6:15.
Okay. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I listened to my colleague's speech with great interest and certainly appreciate his comments about International Women's Day and his knowledge regarding the fisheries. I would like to focus in on some of the budget elements of this particular speech, and there's many things that we hear regularly in the House in terms of some of the things that the NDP value, and I'd like to ask him how he can vote against $19 billion in economic stimulus that is going to be putting jobs and people to work. There's a significant investment, over $4.1 billion in social housing for low-income seniors, people with disabilities. So I would like to ask how, in good conscience, he can actually vote against these very important measures for all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Coquitlam has a minute to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for the question. Not only is there not a mention of salmon or action to be taken on salmon in this budget, there is no money in this budget to assist leaky condo owners with their huge repair bills. There's no money in this budget for extending the home renovation tax, which was a popular program in my riding. This government promised a lot with this budget, but for the people in my riding, in New Westminster, Coquitlam, and Port Moody, this budget leaves them out in the cold. Madam Speaker, this budget leaves much to be desired. I feel everyday Canadians are being left behind when issues such as these that I pointed out here are not addressed, and the government has substituted corporate tax cuts for responsible actions on concerns facing those in my community. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to begin by stating that I'll be splitting my time with the member from Winnipeg South Centre. Madam Speaker, the government's decision to prorogue the House in New Year's Eve did more than simply shut down the business of Parliament. It deprived this chamber once again of the opportunity to continue important work for those who have sent us here. My colleagues and I were here working, but we should all have been here doing the people's business. This institution of Parliament is important to the people of Canada. So much has been achieved here, ranging from Canada's pension plan to the national health care for all Canadians. It is here that we make the decisions that chart the course of our country, and it is these missed opportunities that I reflect upon today as we begin the budget debate. What I find most disappointing in the budget introduced last week is the lack of vision and dynamic thinking that has been so much part of Canada's history. Canadians anticipate that after this break, the government might take action to deal with the 8.5% unemployment rate, or the highest youth unemployment rate in generation, along with a host of other issues. The opportunity was there and should have been taken. Madam Speaker, we might all welcome the announcement in the throne speech, which stated the government would be proclaiming a Seniors' Day in Canada. As my colleague, the member from Winnipeg South Centre, noted, without real substance, the only seemingly beneficiary of the government's announcements might be the Hallmark cards. In reality, Madam Speaker, elderly Canadians are finding it increasingly more difficult to manage. Indeed, statistics show that low-income seniors are spending over 55% of their income on food and shelter alone. Retirement should be more about enjoying life rather than just surviving for Canadian seniors. Consider additional expenses like health care costs, clothing and transportation, and the times are indeed tough for many of Canada's senior citizens. Prior to the budget release, the Canadian Association of Retired Persons polled its members, and they overwhelmingly responded with two conclusions. One, the most pressing issue for seniors was pension stability, and two, they expected little from the budget to address this concern. Madam Speaker, right now in this country, 44% of working people have no retirement plans or RSPs for their senior years. Only 20% of Canadians working in the private sector have a retirement plan. In other words, Canadians are looking not by choice, but by necessity to the Canada's pension plan and old age security to support them when they reach 65. Keep in mind that the percentage of Canadians over 65 years is expected to double in the coming 30 years. What we need from the budget was real and meaningful action on this issue. We in the Liberal caucus suggested the creation of a supplementary Canada pension plan to allow Canadians to invest more for their retirement. Constituents in my riding of Davenport have told me they support such a program. The government could have chosen to act on this simple, but it did not. Our seniors helped to build this country. When Canada needed them, they were there. Now that they need us, we too need to be there for them. Madam Speaker, cities are the lifeblood of any country. Many in the media characterize this budget as a stay-the-course document. For Canada's cities, like my city of Toronto, that's just not good enough. We need to do better. It is generally agreed that the municipal infrastructure deficit in Canada ranges from $100 to $120 billion. Our bridges are aging, our roads are in need of repair, and our sewage treatment system need renewal, to name but a few of the areas that will have to be addressed. Yet Budget 2010 missed a multitude of opportunities to address these challenges, not the least of which is green infrastructure, which would create sustainability, long-term savings, and jobs. My city of Toronto would be well placed to host such a job development. Green jobs are the jobs of the future. They represent the single largest opportunity to invest in good and sustainable jobs for future generations. It is the role of government to ensure that Canada is in the forefront of creating such jobs in a way other countries across the world are doing right now. Environmentally friendly public policies extend to energy as well, which is the main driver of prosperity and growth. Forward-thinking countries like Brazil, which are forward-thinking, emerge largely unscathed from the worldwide economic recession, and they are a nation that has emphasized development of hydroelectricity, which we in Canada are also well placed to do if we have the political will. Similarly, we need to undertake a more focused and productive policy towards development of wind power. I congratulate the Liberal government in Ontario for its efforts in this regard, but the federal government must also provide leadership on a national level. Where is the government public transit strategy? Governments across the world recognize the need to invest heavily in public transit across their countries. There are many opportunities for action in this area, including the much-needed electrification of Canada's train system, especially in communities like my riding of Davenport, where rail routes are expanding. Train electrification is the path taken by much of the world and is an opportunity for job creations, and is important for the health of those living along the railroad lines. I am proud to be part of the previous Liberal government that permitted billions of dollars to municipalities under our New Deals for Cities policy. I am also honored to have been part of our party's recent roundtable discussion on infrastructure, where experts joined with my colleagues and I to work to create realistic alternatives which will address the infrastructure deficit in this country. Childcare remains one of the most formidable challenges facing Canadian working families. As it has from the beginning of this term in office, this government has refused to work towards what everyone knows is needed in a national system of childcare. I am proud to stand with the leader of my party and my colleagues in committing our party to the implementation of a national childcare should we form the next government. Madam Speaker, with 8.5% of Canadians unemployed in this country, we need a budget that delivers real job creation programs. The government budget continues to speak of hiring freezes and job cuts. That's hardly a way to assist jobless Canadians. My leader and my party recognize the need for real action. This is why we propose a cash advance on the accelerated capital cost allowance to allow manufacturers to access the funds they need to get new equipment. We also proposed incentives that the federal government should have implemented to encourage employers to hire younger Canadians. What about the climate change and environmental sustainability? This government, as it demonstrated in Copenhagen, spent more energy and efforts avoiding issues of climate change and environmental sustainability than actually addressing the problems. The time for leadership on this issue is long overdue from this government, and once again it is my leader, my party and my caucus that will provide real and achievable goals in this area. Madam Speaker, the arts community is not only an essential integral part of our national life, it is an important part of our economy. My community of Davenport is home to one of the most vibrant arts and cultural communities in Canada, and I know how difficult times have been for most of these artists. We need to nurture and support artists in every field and in every community, not discourage and disparage them. Finally, Madam Speaker, fiscal responsibility. The world has endured a tough and difficult recession period. But we must also keep in mind that this government inherited from my party's time in office a $33 billion surplus, which they squandered on misguided tax policies and poorly considered spending initiatives. Budgets, Madam Speaker, are about people and not just about numbers. My party, while in government, balanced our national budgets, reduced our national debt, increased social program spending, assist municipal, provided a national child care strategy, and work with Canadians to build upon our dreams of a prosperous, responsible, and compassionate country. Budget 2010 needs to continue this path, but unfortunately it did not so. Madam Speaker, there's so much that we can and should do as a country. But this is not the government's. The government needs vision, and unfortunately, this government lacks vision to reach our full potentials. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments? The honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Perfect. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I want to congratulate my colleague on an excellent speech, and I've known him for quite some time. And he certainly has a passion for the city of Toronto, which he represents, or at least a portion of it, and the communities in there, such as the arts communities. But I do have a question for him. Recently, I see in the media reports of the current mayor certainly has some great exceptions with this particular budget, and I was wondering if my colleague would like to comment on that as it pertains to the city of Toronto.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. When I was in City Council for a number of years, one of the things the cities were asking for, and which we got, was respect. I think the cities were asking that they be at the table to, in fact, to deal with, and we had at that time, when Paul Martin was Prime Minister, we did have a minister responsible for dealing with cities and communities. And that allowed there to be somebody from the cabinet table to be involved actively with mayors and reeves and councillors throughout the country to bring up the issues and to also look at ways of resolving some of their concerns. And that was one of the things we did that I was very proud for the new deals for the city. Not only we added $5 billion over 5 years for gas tax, but also $800 million to improve public transit. We also did something even much more important, which is what they talked about, respect, bringing them to the table. And I certainly the fact that the Mayor of Toronto is raising some concerns about this budget is because of the fact that there has been no consultation with the cities. And it's that lack of engagement, that lack of respect that is now being shown that I think needs to be restored back again so that cities and communities can feel that they, in fact, are part of this process that we're going through. If there's pain to be taken, we all have to share in it, but we all have to also work together. And putting them aside, unfortunately, does not help to address these issues.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Barrie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question for the member for Davenport would be a little perplexed to hear his comments about concern about municipalities. I was on city council too for 5 years, and the sense I've been hearing across the country is that these 12, 13,000 projects, there's an incredible amount of support, and people are ecstatic about the investment, an unparalleled investment in infrastructure, something that we didn't see under the previous Liberal government. But my question is, I think the biggest contrast with how this government has managed the budget compared to the last during a recession was that the previous Liberal government decided to cut health care during the recession by cutting transfer payments to the provinces by 40%, and that affected infrastructure, it affected health care, it affected education, and I wanted to know that if his government was, if he was empowered today, would he have adopted the same approach to cut hospitals and medical recruitment and critical social services like the government that he supported did when they were in office?
The honourable member for Davenport.
Well, Madam Speaker, the member talked about his period experience when he was on council. I talked about my experience on council and how frustrated it has been as well for us to engage. But at the same time, I would say that I can say that when I was here in 2004, here are some things we did do when we were in government. 4.3 billion agreements with the provincial territories for the health care. That's $41.3 billion agreement. 5.5 billion wait time reduction fund. There was a $5 billion for the National Childcare Development and Lifelong Learning. There was equalization payments of $33 billion over 10 years. There was $5 billion for the environmental investment, $3 billion for research and regional development, support sectoral thing, $5 billion for the Kelowna as well for Aboriginal people. There was a new deals for the cities. There was seniors increases. So these are things that we were doing when we were in power.
A very brief question. The honourable member for Calgary Centre, perhaps a 30-second question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was pleased to hear some of the member's remarks, but I'm concerned about, first of all, let me say I wanted to thank the member for his contributions to the International Trade Committee, where he does a great job. And through that experience, he has a great knowledge and understanding of how other countries and economies are going. And I'm just wondering how we might compare Canada's economy to other countries in the world, like the United States, Britain, Japan, for example, or Greece, for that matter.
Honourable member for Davenport, in 30 seconds.
I want to thank the honourable member, and I'll tell Madam Speaker I will be supporting him to be chair again of the Trade Committee. That's what I was trying to lobby before. But I would say that I mentioned Brazil as a key example. It was one of the countries that did not go unscathed throughout this recession. I think, what are they doing? Let's look at those countries, emerging markets, and see how they're carrying forward. And I think we have a lot of lessons to learn from them.
Debate, the honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to have the opportunity today to speak to the government's budget. Madam Speaker, after months of recalibrating, this government has come forward with what I would call a replay of budgets past. Not much is new since I stood in the House to speak to last year's budget. Like last year, a new session of Parliament had just begun after the Prime Minister prorogued to avoid a difficult time. But apparently this budget was the most difficult for him to bring forward, and I wonder why. There's nothing new here. There's no real investment in job creation, no action on pensions, nothing on youth employment, nothing on culture, very little for post-secondary education, little on social programs, and the lists go on. So, Madam Speaker, I've chosen today, on International Women's Day, to focus on the matters of concern to women in this country and indeed to their families. Madam Speaker, Canada started the period 2006-2010 with a $12 billion operating surplus and a new $5 billion childcare plan, which supported both children and their families, allowed mothers, fathers to go to work, go to school, and contribute to the economy. At budget time 2010, Canada has an estimated $40 billion net operating deficit for the period 2006 to 2010. No national child care plan. That money was spent $1.4 billion a year on the universal child care benefit, which many try to pass off as a child care program, which is so far from the truth. And before even asking what to watch for in budget 2010, the question deserves an answer. What did women get from the budget? Where did the $52 billion from the former surplus and the new deficit go? And it certainly hasn't done much for women. Madam Speaker, the only major announcement for women in its throne speech was a change to the words of "O Canada," but that needed recalibration again because 2 days later the Prime Minister rescinded that. So I continue to wonder, where are the new ideas? Where is the vision? Indeed, is there a vision in this country, Madam Speaker? Only a few days ago, we celebrated the remarkable success of the female athletes in Canada. We saw real national pride in Vancouver as our athletes gave their all for us. Medal after medal, gold after gold, they showed the true Olympic spirit. These women, and it was a disproportionate number of women, showed strength and courage in Vancouver, and they truly represented this country with honour. And I'd like particularly to acknowledge and thank Cindy Clausen and Clara Hughes, both of whom are retiring, both Manitobans, for their extraordinary ability to inspire young people. And to particularly note Clara Hughes' ability to give back by giving forward in terms of her financial contributions to the community around her. Madam Speaker, this government boasts about its achievements for Canadian women, but unfortunately it comes up very sadly short. Their statements are selective, and I quote, are selective to the point of misrepresentation, as Carol Gore pointed out in today's Toronto Star, reflecting on the minister's speech to the UN in New York. And as an aside, I commend to members here the real and substantive speech that inspires pride that was put forward by the American representative at the UN. A remarkable document and a remarkable commitment to American women. As a group, women are poorer, have fewer savings, hold less secure jobs, and own less property. 40% of working women in Canada do not even make enough money to pay income tax. This is a government that talks about having more women in cabinet, but under their watch, the proportion of women in the government benches has fallen to 11%, from 25% under the governments of Paul Martin and 23% under that of Jean Chrétien. Women's equality has suffered from regressive policies of this government. They've bargained away women's rights to equal pay for work of equal value. There's little evidence of gender-based analysis in this budget, in the action plan, let alone in most pieces of legislation. They've cut the operating budget of Status of Women Canada by 43%, while removing the word equality from the mandate of its women's program. There is no dollars available for women to advocate on behalf of their concerns and issues, and Madam Speaker, there is certainly nobody over there advocating for women. They've removed the Gender Equality Unit in the Human Rights Division of the Department of Foreign Affairs and International Trade. They've eliminated the funding, as we all know, for the Court Challenges program. They axed the $1 billion annual early learning and childcare program, as I referred to, and they axed the Kelowna Accord, which would have provided much-needed health and education for funding for Aboriginal men and women. If the Kelowna Accord had been implemented, Madam Speaker, funding in the area of $1 billion would have been spent on education for Aboriginal children and their parents. A major travesty that was not done. Housing would have been in place. Infrastructure would have been in place. Capacity of organizations would have been in place. Madam Speaker, they've failed to produce their action plan announced in Budget 2008 to advance the equality for women by improving their economic and social conditions and their participation in democratic life. Madam Speaker, this government has ignored a November 25, 2008 motion passed unanimously in the House of Commons to develop a violence against women prevention strategy. Violence against women, Madam Speaker, is of epidemic proportions, both in this country and beyond. It undermines gender equality. It negatively impacts women's health care. It negatively impacts their educational opportunities, their political and economic opportunities. The minister speaks of building a network of shelters, Madam Speaker. And this work is not unimportant, but, Madam Speaker, it's not the symptoms that we should be dealing with. We should be dealing with the issues at their root problem and working hard on it. Madam Speaker, last week's budget offered little, if anything, to rectify all the cuts this government has made to women's rights. As the Canadian Federation of University Women pointed out, and I quote, "The budget really left women behind. On the issues that would lift women out of economic recession and poverty, this budget is shamefully silent." And as stated in a seminal study, and I commend it to all, by Kathleen Leahy of Queen's University, women have received only 7 to 22% of federal infrastructure funding. Why were there no gender equity requirements in the dispersal and the planning for these infrastructure spending programs? Was there a real gender-based analysis done? I think not. Did they look at setting up funding for social infrastructure? And as you may have heard me say earlier, Madam Speaker, they managed to allocate $500,000 or thereabouts to women's shelters, while 3 times that amount to animal shelters. A shame, just an absolute shame. We know that small numbers of women will benefit from the GST cuts. We know that only 40% of women, their incomes are so low that they receive no benefit from personal income taxes. They don't pay them. And the 36% receive EI enhancements, and they are indeed certainly not enough. We all know that access to childcare is a growing concern for young parents, Madam Chair. Thank you. We know that in whatever forum we meet with individuals, whether it's talking about women in non-traditional trades, whether it's farm unions, whether it's business women, the overriding issue is access for early learning and childcare. It's more than a social program. It's an economic program that would help very much stimulate the economy of this country and provide opportunities for individuals to be the best that they can be. Madam Speaker, and my time is limited, it's 40 years after the Royal Commission on the Status of Women. Since then, women have made some advancement while hoping for many more. But I would say, Madam Speaker, in the last 4 years, women in this country have gone backwards. Yes.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Brent.
Well, I'd like to thank the member for her comments, but I'd also like to relate to her some of the infrastructure investments that I think would be specific to women and also be specific to many genders. And in our community, I represent the largest First Nations community at 6 Nations of the Grand. And when I arrived in Ottawa here some year and a half ago, I found that there was a file that was resting with the previous government to give this community clean water. And in fact, I would suggest to you that clean water is a necessity across all genders. So my question is, we invested in providing a $23 million water treatment plant for clean water for all people of 6 Nations, one that had been stalled, one that had been previously talked about by your government and previously promised by your government, but never delivered. And I'd like you to respond to that and ask why it took a specialized infrastructure program under these economic circumstances, which our government made happen, but why you did not provide that to the women of 6 Nations.
I would ask all members to address themselves to the chair in their questions. The honourable member for...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to answer this question. If the member opposite, or I ask the member opposite if he is aware that under the Kelowna Accord, $400 million was indeed allocated to water infrastructure. And had the Kelowna Accord been honoured as it was passed, that would have been well on its way to happening. I have met with the members of the First 6 Nations in his area several times. In fact, I have visited it. And I am well aware of the deficiencies at 6 Nations. I'm well aware of the lack of response to the educational requirements of Six Nations and the tepid response to some of the issues related to water. So I would say to you, Madam Chair, through you to the member opposite, if Kelowna had been agreed to, we would be well launched for men, women, children, everyone in this country on both education, health issues, infrastructure matters for First Nations people and Aboriginal in an urban setting.
Honourable Member for Oak Ridges Markham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I couldn't help but get up and ask a question because we hear a lot from the opposite side and from this member about how close they were after 13 years to getting things accomplished. They were close on childcare, of course. It was promised in '93, but they didn't actually get it done. They were close on Kelowna, but it was towards the end of the mandate. They didn't get it. They didn't get the job done. They did cut health care. But yeah, that's true. They did cut health care. They did cut transfers to the provinces. And I'm glad she talked about the infrastructure because I can tell you in my riding and in the riding I share with the Honourable Member for Markham Unionville, the skating rinks, the community centres, the emergency preparedness centre, the new hockey arena, these are all things that I think that everybody will enjoy. And I can tell you that the women I speak to are so proud, they're very excited, they know what's the best days are ahead, and in my riding, 51% of the people in my riding are women. They are the heads of business, they are heads of government.
I would like to give the Honourable Member from Winnipeg South Centre the opportunity to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened to the member talk about all the wonderful things that has gone into his riding, and I can only say through you, Madam Speaker, that it would have been very nice if all ridings in the country had been able to benefit from those same opportunities, and it hadn't been so targeted to certain ridings, Madam Speaker. So when the member opposite speaks about Kelowna.
The Honourable Member for Oak Ridges Markham.
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify that the investments I had been talking about were actually in the riding of the member from Markham Unionville and not...
Point of order, I regret. The Honourable Member can continue for 30 seconds.
And just to continue on, Madam Speaker, I want to remind him that the agreements for early learning and childcare were signed with every province. The deal was done. His government cancelled them. The Kelowna Accord was done. His government chose to cancel it. So it was done, and they chose not to do it.
Right on, Nita.
Order, please. Order. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with my colleague from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. It is a great honour and privilege for me to rise in the House today to speak on behalf of our budget. I would like to begin by noting the significant progress our economy has made in terms of economic growth and job creation during these challenging times. Canada's economy has shown resiliency in the face of a world recession, a resiliency which can be directly attributed to the leadership of our Prime Minister and the foresight of our Finance Minister. Hear, hear. In my riding of Glengarry Prescott Russell, I attend hundreds of events every year, hold countless meetings in my riding offices, and engage the communities through town hall gatherings. And during these dialogues, Madam Speaker, I listen carefully to the concerns and priorities of my constituents. At this time, the items that are viewed as most important for my constituents are jobs, agriculture, and reducing the deficit. And I am proud to state, Madam Speaker, that our budget 2010 addresses all three of these items. Le Canada a été touché par...
Canada has been affected by the world recession, but major economic and financial forces have enabled us to weather the crisis better than other industrialized countries. The government has carefully regulated our financial system in order to make it the soundest in the world. Since this government has come to power in 2006, it has managed to reduce taxes and debt. Today, even with the effects of the recession, Canada is proud to have the lowest debt-to-GDP ratio in the G7. This sensible approach has enabled us to take short-term extraordinary measures as part of our economic action plan. These measures were necessary to protect Canadians during the recession, and our plan is giving results. Over 135,000 jobs have been created since July, and 16,000 infrastructure projects have stimulated long-term economic growth. All around us, we see signs of recovery. However, although world financial conditions have improved over the past year, they are not yet back to normal, and this is why our government has given Canadians a budget that protects and creates jobs while promoting strong, sustained, and balanced growth.
10 focuses on 3 core goals. First, we will follow through on our commitments to Canadians and our G7 and G20 partners to complete the implementation of Canada's Economic Action Plan. Budget 2010 confirms $19 billion in new federal stimulus under Year 2 of our Economic Action Plan to create and protect jobs. Secondly, Budget 2010 invests in a limited number of new, targeted initiatives to build growth and jobs for the economy of tomorrow, to strengthen and harness Canadian innovation, and to make Canada the choice for new business investment. And thirdly, our budget charts a course for returning to budget balance once the economy has recovered. This includes ending the temporary stimulus measures as promised, restraining growth in spending through targeted measures, and additional restraint through an in-depth review of administrative functions and overhead costs. Madam Speaker, let's compare our Conservative government's action to protect our economy with that the Liberals have planned. The Liberal leader has described himself as, quote, a tax and spend Liberal, and if he becomes Prime Minister, he says he will have to, quote, raise taxes. In addition, senior members of the Liberal Party have suggested that we need to raise taxes. Madam Speaker, that is not the way to strengthen our economy. It is clear that whenever the next election happens to be, if one votes Liberal, one is voting for higher taxes. The Liberal Party has been clear on this point, and it continues to be clear. If elected, they will raise taxes. You can count on it. And this is not what Canadians want, and this is definitely not what the people of Glengarry Prescott Russell want. Our approach is different. My province of Ontario will continue to receive increased federal support through Budget 2010. Total transfers will hit $18.8 billion in 2010-2011. Total transfers will hit $18.8 billion in 2010-2011, an increase of $801 million from last year, and $6.9 billion more than under the old Liberal government. While the Liberals starved provinces and municipalities of much-needed support, our Conservative government increased key transfers such as $972 million through equalization, $9.9 billion through the Canada Health Transfer, an increase of $243 million from last year, and $4.3 billion in social transfers, an increase of over $1.2 billion since 2005-2006, or 36.6% increase. Madame la Présidente,
Madam Speaker, I would like to take some time to say a few words about our deficit reduction plan, because I know that it's one of the main concerns of my constituents. Like all other industrialized countries, Canada recorded a deficit while implementing its economic stimulus plan. Once the economic recovery will have been solidly anchored, the government will undertake a deficit reduction project and a return to a balanced budget. The 3 key aspects of our deficit reduction plan involve putting an end to our targeted spending according to schedule, limiting an increase in government spending in specific areas, and undertaking a detailed analysis of government spending in terms of general costs and administrative costs. It's important to clarify some of the points linked to our deficit reduction plan. First of all, we're not going to be balancing the budget on the backs of Canada's retired people by reducing transfer payments for health and education, or by increasing the taxes for hardworking Canadians. Our ambitious plan will make it possible to reduce the deficit by 50% in 2 years and by 2/3 over 3 years. Shortly after that, the budget will once again be balanced.
Will directly benefit my constituents. I would like to firstly mention the tax relief that they will be receiving through Budget 2010. Year 2 of Canada's Economic Action Plan will provide over $1.3 billion in personal income tax relief in 2010-11 to help workers and families in Ontario manage through difficult economic conditions. And this includes allowing people to keep more of their hard-earned money, which they will in turn invest in our economy. Budget 2010 is also assisting Ontario by providing support to create and protect jobs, as well as assist those who are in need. Some of these measures consist of providing over $4 billion to help unemployed Canadians find new and better jobs, including up to 5 extra weeks of regular employment insurance benefits and greater access to regular EI benefits for long-tenured workers. We have implemented a temporary extension of work-sharing agreements to a maximum of 78 weeks. We have frozen employment insurance premium rates at $1.73 per $100 of insurable earnings for 2010. We are providing $1.15 billion to make an extra 5 weeks of employment insurance benefits available. And we are committing $1 billion to enhance employment insurance training programs. Le Plan d'Action Économique aide les entreprises.
The Economic Action Plan will help companies in Ontario create jobs, modernize themselves, and be more competitive internationally. It does this by eliminating a duty imposed on inputs used by the manufacturing sector, as well as on machinery and equipment. The innovative small and medium-sized businesses in Ontario will be able to benefit from a new innovation and commercialization pilot project worth $40 million. This program will enable departments and agencies at the federal level to use innovative products and prototypes developed by small and medium-sized companies. The 61 community development organizations in Ontario will benefit from $11 million a year in resources as part of the budget to 2010 for the community development program.
Secretary for Agriculture, I am very pleased to see Budget 2010 that our Conservative government plans on building on previous investments by announcing measures that extend support for the agricultural sector. I know that cattle processing facilities in Canada will definitely benefit from the $75 million in funding allocated by Budget 2010 to support investments that help improve their operations. This will contribute to ensuring Canadian cattle producers in all regions of our
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was carefully listening to the speech made by the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Agriculture, and he raised a good issue that is also very popular in my part of the world, where Newton North Delta. He raised that the constituents of Glengarry, Prescott, Russell are concerned about the deficit. When I look at the history of this government, or the words of this Prime Minister, about 15 months ago, he said that there will be no deficit. And then the deficit came in effect, and it is skyrocketed to $53 billion. If, Madam Speaker, this Prime Minister 15 months ago says that this country will not go into deficit, and in the month's time, the country goes into deficit, how can we trust this Prime Minister and this government that they will be able to balance the budget in the next 5 years?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I really must encourage my colleague on the other side of the House to pay attention to the economy. Clearly, Canada is in difficult economic times, and extraordinary action is required and has been taken by our Conservative government through our Canadian Economic Action Plan. We are spending and investing in communities all across this nation. But the strange thing is, Madam Speaker, the Liberal Speaker just before me, Madam Speaker, was lamenting all the things that are not in the budget. And my question is, if this member is so concerned about deficit, where is the money going to come from for all of these programs that the Liberals want to launch? They will drive us into further deficit, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Welland. Order, please. Order. Order, please. The honourable member for Welland.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I too listened to the Parliamentary Secretary with great interest, especially about the piece on jobs. And he's absolutely correct. I'm sure there's residents of his constituency talked about jobs. But let me just draw his attention to his government's budget on page 34 in chart table 2.1 that talks about unemployment rates for 2010. It also talks about 2009. And what it shows, Madam Speaker, is that indeed the government's own forecast, by the finance minister's own words, are conservative by their estimates, is telling us that unemployment this year will be higher than last year, but yet the Parliamentary Secretary was telling us that they concentrated on making sure that we were going to have an abundance of jobs this year to make sure Canadians were back working and we were again going to be prosperous once again. What it tells us in this budget, what this government is telling Canadians, is they've failed Canadians when it comes to creating jobs. They're failing my constituents. They're failing his constituents when you don't generate enough jobs to make sure that folks are back off unemployment insurance. We know that at least 12% are unemployed, not 8.5%. So if that's the number, then clearly their estimates are not only weak, they're wrong. And what you haven't done is you haven't fulfilled the promise that you made to your own constituents, which is we're going to put jobs first and foremost, when indeed your finance minister says unemployment's higher this year than last.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I really must encourage my colleague to step outside of his ivory tower and to look at the reality. Our Conservative government has helped create over 135,000 jobs since July 2009, and we have saved 225,000 jobs through our expanded work-sharing program. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2010 talks about a retraining and worker support program worth over $4 billion. And within that $4 billion, we're talking about investing $100 million to extend the maximum length for work-sharing agreements, and, Mr. Speaker, even more interesting, offering over $100 million in support to young workers. What could this member have against financial support for young workers to help them find jobs in these difficult economic times?
Ivory Tower. Resuming debate. Very pleased to débat. The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
So, Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to rise in the House today to join the debate on Year 2 of Canada's Economic Action Plan and support the budget tabled on March 4th, 2010. We are at a key moment in history as we emerge from the global recession, where we must maintain our commitment to the nation's economic recovery. We cannot stray from our course and risk the gains that we have made. The focus of this year's budget on jobs and growth will help to address the needs of my riding, Kamloops Thompson Caribou. It is important to start by acknowledging the very difficult circumstances families and communities found themselves in over the last year. Through no fault of their own, the deepest global economic recession since the 1930s took its toll on cities, both large and small. One example that stands out in my mind is the community of Clearwater, which is located in the North Thompson Valley. With a population of 5,000, they enjoy living in a stunningly beautiful area in the interior of British Columbia. The residents rely on tourism, farming, and the forestry industry for their livelihood, and all these areas experienced significant challenges during the recession. In July of last year, the community received the very difficult news that the mill was closing down indefinitely, affecting hundreds of employees. Long-tenured workers found themselves without employment. Families had to live with drastically reduced means, and the impact resonated throughout the community, from the hockey rink to the local shops. With fortitude of spirit, they have maintained optimism, searched for ways to diversify their economy, and ensured they leveraged maximum support from the 2 years of our Economic Action Plan. Funding from the Community Adjustment Fund, the Job Opportunities Program, and RINC will create much-needed jobs and build important infrastructure for the future. Job retraining, support for long-tenured workers, and an extension of EI benefits has provided and will continue to provide necessary assistance for families. This need for support will be transitional, and the community remains confident that the forestry industry will turn around in the upcoming year. Therefore, maintaining the stimulus for a second year is of critical importance to help mitigate these difficult times. We all recognize, however, these measures are no replacement for a vibrant sector and economy. Clearwater is just one example of both the hardship faced in my communities and how our action plan has provided assistance. The story is similar in the South Caribou, Dalmount, and many of the small towns in the interior of British Columbia. During the month of January, I engaged in an extensive public consultation throughout the riding in order to provide input into the budget process. This included meeting with local governments, seniors groups, chambers of commerce, students, the agricultural community, and individual constituents. The input received recognized the significant challenges the economy is facing, and their suggestions were modest, practical, and focused. It was with great pleasure last Thursday to see some of these specific concerns addressed effectively in the budget. An important issue that I heard from the business community was that access to credit remains a significant challenge. I'm pleased to hear that Year 2 of the Economic Action Plan will extend access financing through the Business Credit Availability Program and also the creation of the Vehicle and Equipment Financing Partnership. Another example of an outstanding program made possible by our action plan was the $4.1 billion committed for social housing. I recently had the pleasure of announcing a contract for low-income housing for seniors. Using modular unit construction and pine beetle wood, a local Kamloops company will be building the units, which will be located in communities throughout the province. Not only will this support the forestry industry and much-needed jobs, but it will provide an attractive and practical rural solution for low-income seniors who are experiencing housing challenges.
That's great.
Yep. A less costly but no less important program is the increased funding for Community Futures. Representatives of small urban and rural communities in my riding said they found great value in the program, and we're very happy to see this measure continued. Agriculture, another important sector in my riding. With a proud history of ranching, our cattlemen have had to deal with many challenges over the last year, ranging from BSE to the recession. Our Economic Action Plan last year provided $5.5 million in British Columbia for repairing pine beetle fence, damaged fence lines on Crown land. Additional support for the Slaughter Improvement Program in this year's budget represents another area of critical funding. The ultimate solution to ensure our hardworking ranchers survive these tough economic times requires increased demand for our beef and expansion in foreign markets. The Prime Minister's December 2009 announcement that Canadian beef exporters now have full access to the key market of Hong Kong with an estimated value of $500 million is a great start. This represents some of the important overseas trade negotiations that our government remains committed to. In terms of mining, our government sees an opportunity for increased economic diversification. The extension of the mining exploration tax credit will help companies raise capital. Modernizing the regulatory review process will support projects moving forward in a timely fashion. And extra resources provided to the Canadian Environmental Assessment Agency to support consultations with Aboriginal communities is also imperative for moving forward on upcoming mining projects. Budget 2010 recognizes the importance of returning to a balanced budget. Unlike the Liberal government in the 90s, our strategy does not include simply shifting the burden to provinces and municipalities. We've committed to maintaining important social and health services. And in addition, we're not going to reverse the important gains and tax reductions that individuals and families have enjoyed. We have established a 3-point plan to return to balanced budget, and I'd like to talk briefly about this strategy. Ending stimulus spending requires important timing, and although we are seeing important signs of recovery, we must remain focused on jobs and economic growth. In order to keep the momentum, we must fully implement the $19 billion in temporary stimulus. My earlier example of Clearwater is a prime illustration of the importance of continuing this stimulus. Restraining spending, reviewing government operations, and a few additional measures, such as closing tax loopholes, is anticipated to save $17.6 billion over 5 years. Many Canadians have had not only to live within their means over the past year, in some cases, they've had to significantly cut back. Private citizens expect the same of their government. Freezing department budgets for 2010 and requiring the 1.5% negotiated wage increase to be found internally is a reasonable measure towards spending restraint. Measures such as a comprehensive review of all government administration and reduction in government and council positions will ensure value for taxpayer dollar. With the changing demographics, reduction through attrition will be less painful, and the impact on our valued public service will be remarkably reduced. Who from British Columbia can forget Black Friday, when massive layoffs in the public sector resulted in the loss of many of our brightest and best? With creativity and ingenuity, departments will be able to adapt and continue to provide Canadians with programs and services that we currently enjoy. Of critical importance, our budget recognizes that we must create an environment where business will thrive. Lower taxes, free trade, and the proposal to make Canada a tariff-free zone will all help businesses succeed. Mr. Speaker, I would like to conclude by saying that I am very proud of our government's management of the global economic recession, and I am relieved that although we are not comfortable with debt, it is at a manageable level and the envy of many around the world. Budget 2010 represents a strong plan that will lead the way on jobs and growth. I urge all my colleagues to support this important budget and plan.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you. Before I ask my question, the member's a new member, and I just want to give her a brief of how they managed the economy. In 2006, they inherited a $13.2 billion surplus, which carried over the following year to about $9 billion. Today, we find ourselves with a $56 billion deficit. When you add that, it works over $70 billion in 3.5 years that we have lost. That's really good management. So I want to ask her the question, because she talked about Clearwater and tourism. Why has her government then punished the tourism industry? Because I was the parliamentary secretary and we created the Canadian Tourism Commission by eliminating the GST rebate for tourists, which helps tourism flourish. That's the first question. Then she talks about how pleased she was with tax reductions. I want her to dig back into her math class and ask me, and answer us, please, what is higher, 15 or 15.5%? Why I ask the question, Mr. Speaker, is as follows. We had the lowest tax rate at 15% for the average Canadian. In their budget, they raised it to 15.5, and they call it a tax reduction. Now, I'm going to close with this. On page 52 of their budget, the EI premiums, they say they froze it. Well, they've never dropped them, but it does say here from 2000 to 2005, the rates were coming down. That's a Liberal administration. Then they froze them. Now, according to the Canadian Independent Federation of Businesses, they say over the next couple of years, $13 billion in EI taxes is slaughtered by this government. Then I agree also with this statement. It's one of those job-killing taxes, a direct tax on employers and employees. The Minister of Finance, does she agree with that, Mr. Speaker?
The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Well, you know, I certainly hear the comments of the opposition, but I don't think our Conservative government needs to take any lessons from the Liberals in terms of how to manage a budget. When we were in a difficult time before, we saw them cut
Trudeau era
health transfers, social services transfers. They devastated provinces, municipalities. We're looking at deficit reduction with a modest, reasonable plan and a tax and spend self-described government that looks at increasing GST, unaffordable child care programs. Again, I don't believe our government needs to take any lessons from the Liberals on that.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I commend my colleague for her excitement about this Conservative budget. But the fact of the matter is that this budget squanders billions of dollars on handouts for banks and oil companies.
It does nothing for the real victims of the recession, does nothing for seniors living in poverty, nothing for 500,000 hardworking Canadians whose EI benefits are about to come to an end. Now, I do not support this budget as it's written, so we've actually moved an amendment to shelve these corporate tax cuts and use the savings for better priorities like creating family-supporting jobs, helping to keep seniors out of poverty. And so we're doing our best to make this Parliament work for all Canadians. And I'd like to ask the honourable member if she'll join me, support this amendment, and help Parliament work for all Canadians.
The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
So thank you, and Mr. Speaker. And first of all, I would, certainly like to say I'm glad that the NDP at least read the budget this year. So that's certainly a move in the right direction. The other thing I have to say is I can't believe that they would not vote. We're spending $4.1 billion on housing for low-income seniors, people with disability. We have many, many things that the NDP often say is important, and I can't believe that they will not support measures that are going to help people in their communities. And I think my final comment is, in order to pay for social programs, it is always very important that you have a robust and strong business economy. Absolutely. And that's something that the NDP have never kind of fixed in on, is business is what pays for the many social programs that we desire. Thank you.
Very well. We have time for a very brief question or comment. The honourable member for Medicine Hat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pardon me. I'm very pleased to be able to ask my colleague from Thompson Caribou here for a question concerning our government's economic action plan that we've invested billions of dollars in infrastructure right across this country. Is very helpful to get communities going, to get projects underway in various aspects, from water to roads, bridges, and buildings. However, we recently watched the Olympics in Vancouver, and I know that our government is adding additional funding, and I would just like the member to comment on that for me, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good question. There are 30 seconds left for the member for
So I'd like to thank my colleague, and I think every Canadian was absolutely thrilled. We were all engaged in the Olympics out in Vancouver. It was sunny, it was beautiful, and it showed us all at our best. And of course, our athletes performed exceptionally well, and I think we're all very, very proud of our athletes. So to continue to support our athletes, I think, is very important. But I also want to touch briefly on the importance of the stimulus for our municipalities. The gas tax that's been doubled and came to them early, that was one of the things I heard in my consultations, and how important these sewer, these water, these highway programs are. So again, our municipalities are very, very pleased with many of the measures our government's taking.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigit, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to say that I was sharing my time with my colleague for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I'd like to take this very symbolic day, the 100th International Women's Day, to wish a good day to my wife, my 3 daughters, and my mother, the 5 women in my life, as well as all other women. Mr. Speaker, allow me to explain how the Conservative budget tabled last week was received in my riding, more specifically among the many forestry workers in Quebec. With this budget, what this government managed to prove, once again, is its inability to respond to the needs of Quebecers. And yet, identifying the needs of a Quebecer is not very complicated for this government. My colleagues and I traveled throughout our ridings in the past 2 months in order to familiarize ourselves with Quebec's real needs, and we carefully reported that to the finance minister recently, so it was easy for him to understand what Quebecers needed. But, once again, the Canadian Federation turns its back on the Quebec nation. This budget is a perfect illustration of the fact that federalism is simply not beneficial for Quebec. The forestry industry has been suffering for far too long of the federal government's narrow vision. When you know how important the members opposite consider regional development, it's not surprising. Evidence of this is that this government has still not understood the importance for rural Canadians having high-speed internet. The minister is perfectly well aware of the lack of funds in the Broadband Fund for Canada. No additional funds were provided for in this budget in order to bring Quebec into this new century. If there's no political hay to be made out of an issue, they decide they can't do it. If they can't please the oil companies and their friends, the bankers, there's no way they're going to invest the time and money. It's very disappointing to see how much Quebec Conservative members are subject to their leader and his conservative doctrine. Luckily for Quebecers, while those members agree to be puppets, we in the Bloc Québécois stand up for Quebec. Unfortunately, the current budget is no different from the sad conservative ideology we all know and does not augur well for the forestry sector. By refusing to adequately help people that are hard hit by the forestry crisis, the Conservative government is holding thousands of workers hostage. Is it aware that there are families involved here, whole communities, regions, and even the economy of Quebec as a whole, which is suffering terribly because of its lack of vision? Private woodlot owners, of which I am one, were very hard hit by the forestry crisis. According to the Fédération des producteurs de bois du Québec, the Quebec Federation, there are 130,000 woodlot owners in Quebec. 35,000 are legally recognized as forestry producers. Of these, 20,000 market their wood, and almost 3,000 draw their main income from selling wood and silvicultural work. In Canada, 450,000 families own forests. There are thousands of active producers who contribute significantly to economic activity and sustainable activity in many rural communities in Quebec and Canada. Private woodlot owners have been subjected to significant losses since the beginning of the forestry crisis, especially because of the closure of plants and the decline in wood prices. It should be noted that this situation is far from stabilized. Last month, we found out how precarious the situation was at White Birch Paper Mill. FF Soucy in Rivière-du-Loup, near my home, is part of that. From 2006 to 2009, private woodlot owners will have had losses of over $500 million, Mr. Speaker. Now, given this economic situation, the Conservative government, for its third budget in a row, completely ignored the needs of forestry producers. On our side, we met with forestry producers associations, including one, the Fédération des producteurs de bois du Québec, and listened to their demands very carefully. Then we developed a broad action plan and tabled a motion, including some of our proposals, which can be implemented quickly if everyone wanted to do so. Since a forest takes decades to grow and generates very irregular income, we're proposing the implementation of a registered silvicultural savings plan, which would allow woodlot owners to spread some of their income and reinvest it in development spending and continue to cultivate the forest. In addition to bringing about socioeconomic benefits, this measure would generate major environmental benefits and protect biodiversity. Taxation is an excellent complementary tool that merits greater use in order to reach more woodlot owners and support them in using this resource, Mr. Speaker. That is an intelligent and sustainable measure that all woodlot owners agree on in Quebec. But where are the Prime Minister's Quebec puppets when the time comes to defend such ideas within this government? What happens, Mr. Speaker? is that rather than be spokespersons for Quebecers within this government and defend useful ideas, they are simply spokespersons for this government and support harmful projects like the oil sands. Quebecers and woodlot owners can be sure that we in the Bloc Québécois will not let them down, and I make a personal commitment to reiterating this excellent idea of registered silviculture plans that has been proposed by all woodlot owners in Quebec. Forestry producers who've had significant income losses that can reach 70% of their income find it more and more difficult to respect their financial commitments. So we're asking the federal government to look at the possibility of establishing a capital and interest holiday, which would help these producers get through this crisis. With regard to help for workers, we've seen that EI measures are designed for Western Canada and the auto sector in Ontario, but they do not help forestry workers in Quebec at all. This would be even more true if the transition measures for the Lower St. Lawrence Valley were not designated permanent once and for all. When I was talking about solutions, the Bloc and I did our homework. We tabled concrete initiatives that are good for the future of the forestry industry. But of course, these ideas were designed in cooperation with other stakeholders, such as the Fédération des producteurs forestiers du Québec. For that purpose, the Bloc is proposing a loan and loan guarantee program, more flexibility for EI to ensure an income for workers hard hit by the crisis, aid to stimulate the secondary and tertiary processing of the forest, a diversification fund specifically dedicated to communities that heavily depend on the forest. And the Bloc Québécois even tabled a bill in June 2009 to promote the use of wood in the construction of federal buildings. That is what we call consultation, cooperation, and clear demands to help a large sector of the Quebec economy, which is forestry. It is very important to us. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just want to get back to a few points my colleague just brought up. The transition measures, especially for EI in the Madawaska zone in my province, as well as the Lower St. Lawrence, which is now held by a Conservative. Transition zones were implemented to make sure that workers in these regions are not harder hit, to make sure that their families can live. This was implemented in 2000. In 2005, we had to fight again, or rather after 2005, to make sure that the Conservatives renew that pilot project. The reality is that in April, the Conservatives will drop these transition zones for those two regions. It will be devastating for Madawaska, and I'm convinced that it will be just as devastating in the Lower St. Lawrence. The Lower St. Lawrence has a Conservative member of Parliament now who intends to strike while the iron is hot to make sure that his government can make the right decisions and renew the transition zones pilot project. But what I'd like to know from my colleague is, if the Conservatives do not renew that pilot project, will it be just as devastating for that region as it will be for mine, the Madawaska? The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata, les Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his highly relevant question. Yes, these transition measures, which expire very soon, are very important in my region of the Lower St. Lawrence Valley, as well as part of the riding of my colleague. For that region alone, the transition measure that's expiring soon represents an extra benefit in EI representing $25 million. That sum of money in the EI fund of $18 billion a year is nothing perhaps, but that $25 million makes a very great difference for many families that run the risk of ending up in the black hole, as we call it, and lack income throughout the year to be able to survive. So, yes, it was surprising to hear comments from our colleague in the past few weeks, our member for Rivière-du-Loup, Montmagny-Lillet, who said that seasonal workers simply have to do what he did, have 3 or 4 jobs at once, thus not needing EI. It's quite a pitiful response.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
In the honourable member's comments about the forestry industry, and I see that since the last Economic Action Plan, the government created the Pulp and Paper Green Transformation Fund with $1 billion available over 3 years to support investments by Canadian pulp and paper companies in energy efficiency and performance. And in this budget, we've added $100 million over 4 years to support clean energy generation in Canada's forestry sector. And I'd like to find out from my colleague across the way if he agrees with those initiatives as being both good for the economy in the forestry sector and also good for the environment.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, of course, the measure just mentioned by my colleague, the Conservative member across the way, these measures are almost ridiculous, if I can put it that way, because for $100 million over 4 years is only $25 million a year. What I said in my remarks was that there is a broad consensus in Quebec in the forestry sector, and we're not talking just about the Bloc and the bad separatists, but there is really a consensus about what people want in Quebec, and that is loans and loan guarantees to provide cash flow immediately to these companies so that they can ensure a better financial situation, they can get through this difficult situation and have a better future.
We have time for a very, very brief question. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, and I see once again the government is bringing in further corporate tax reductions, and we only have to look back to the voodoo economics of the United States back in the early 80s with George H.W. Bush calling Ronald Reagan's economic plan at the time economics, where you simply take corporation taxes and keep reducing them, expecting you're going to get good results. Well, let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, that despite a 36% drop in corporate taxes, both federal and provincial, in the last decade, and with record profits during that time, businesses spending on machinery and equipment has declined as a share of GDP. And this, Mr. Speaker, comes from Statistics Canada.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. Well, I'll take this opportunity, this 30 seconds, to repeat that once again the forestry sector is sending out an alert saying that it needs help right away. It needs cash flows. The woodlot owners in Quebec and across the country, that is 150,000 families, these people need help. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak today about the budget. Since I am my party's natural resources critic, I was looking for measures in this budget that could meet my expectations. But as I saw, it was disappointing. The Bloc Québécois went around Quebec to consult various groups involved in the economy. We did that with our finance critics and others, and we came up with a series of measures that would have provided some flexibility and new initiatives. This would have led to a balanced budget in the medium term. Once again, there is this opportunity to meet the social and economic needs of Quebec, but we see that the government has missed this opportunity, and this budget proves that federalism is not a good solution for Quebec and that we need sovereignty for Quebec. With respect to nuclear energy, we have had this medical isotope production crisis. The Liberals and Conservatives have both dragged their feet when it comes to isotope production, and once again, they are very necessary for the detection and treatment of a number of illnesses. Because the reactors are exposed to very high temperatures, high levels of radiation, there is a lifespan. The Chalk River plant was built in the 1950s. Corrosion eventually developed, and obviously there were problems at the end. We knew that the plant, the reactor, was going to give way and have to be closed, but we didn't know when. We had the temporary closure of it in May 2009. This created an unprecedented crisis in medical isotopes for Quebec and other areas of the country. The government showed its incompetence when dealing with the issue. We had extended periods where people were unable to get the treatment they needed, but the minister called this situation a success. This showed a lack of consideration for people who needed the treatment when often it was a question of life and death. The appeals by doctors did not seem to perturb the government. The government was determined to make sure that the plant got up and running by August 2010. After 6 months, more than 6 months after the deadline, the plant is still not up and running. And the doctors have said that this is a dark period for patients. Now, AECL is talking about getting the reactor up and running by the end of April. So 2 long months, the patients have to still wait and worry. For nearly a year now, hospitals have had no guarantees about delivery of isotopes. There have been costs incurred by Quebec. Over $1 million has had to be spent. The health system has suffered. The waiting lists have grown longer. Quebecers want a sustainable solution so that there are no losses of life that are unnecessary. The government did not have any other choice than to invest in research and development for new technologies in order to produce medical isotopes. And there is the Triumph technology, but why was the reaction not sooner? Because the plant was built in the 1950s and we knew that it would come to the end of its lifespan. Atomic Energy of Canada Limited is responsible for the reactor. The government, in our opinion, is close to a conflict of interest situation because it has an investment and a financial interest in the nuclear industry, but is also the watchdog. $300 million is being spent for AECL, including the development of the advanced reactor, the production of medical isotope, and the safety of the reactor at Chalk River. With such a heavy investment in AECL, the government needs to be transparent with respect to the future of that Crown Corporation. We hear rumors by the government about partial or full privatization of AECL. A study is being carried out of the value of this company, and the government must be very clear and tell us soon what its interests and intentions are with respect to AECL. The government wants to promote new technology. We, however, want to make sure that the reactor is safe, and we wonder why there is not emphasis being put on greater security and safety rather than on blind growth at any cost. There is a proposal to use more highly enriched uranium in the future, which would require a huge investment of public monies. So we have a lot of questions about the way things are being handled. What about this supposedly clean type of energy that is nuclear energy? Nuclear energy is considered by the government as a clean energy like hydro or wind energy. In fact, there are impacts for the environment, and the consequences for future generations are growing all the time. Nearly $100 million would have to be spent to deal with the waste. Why does the government want to invest that kind of money to deal with the dirty type of energy production when we have hydroelectricity, which is clean? Hydro-Quebec has been treated in an unfair way and has never received public funding from the federal government. The province of Quebec refuses to become the dumping ground for nuclear waste from Canada. In Quebec, there has been a promise made that that would not be allowed because our priority is clean, sustainable energy. We do not agree with the government's emphasis on nuclear energy, and we feel that Quebec should not promote nuclear energy. The choices of the government are clear. We feel that its priority is oil extraction in the West, and it is ignoring all of Quebec's efforts to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions. There needs to be fair solutions so that everyone has a fair share and we do not pay for the gains in the West, and so that the West does not get everything and Quebec nothing. Once again, Mr. Speaker, Quebec will never consider nuclear energy to be a clean type of energy, and we will not support the favoritism being given to the oil industry over clean energies. We feel, therefore, for all these reasons, that we must vote against this budget.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentaires. The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Remember, I enjoyed her speech. The first is related to the nuclear energy. How confident does the member think Canadians are in this government managing nuclear energy in this country when the safeguard, the person that's supposed to guard the safety, comes up with a complaint and they're fired? I mean, how many more employees now are worried about getting fired if they bring anything forward? How many employees maybe have been fired before or told not to speak up? My second question is related to the isotopes. If one of us was diagnosed tomorrow with cancer, most Canadians would think they went to the hospital, that all the tests and everything would be available right away. They'd be shocked. They'd be absolutely shocked and outraged if they knew that they could be told they're a lower priority, put on later, that the isotopes may not be available. I don't think Canadians understand the severity of the situation the government has created here. I'd just like the member to comment on those two items.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. I would like to thank my colleague for his question. He is quite right. I have no confidence in this government when it comes to managing the nuclear energy file. When the employee responsible for nuclear safety is forced to step down, we wonder what is really behind that. She wanted greater safety in the nuclear reactor, and the reactor was forced to restart. This is of great concern. Instead, there should have been alerts sent out to try to discover what the problem was, and perhaps a more highly enriched uranium could have been used. The problems are coming thick and fast, and we are far from finding a solution to all of them. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you had recognized me earlier, I would have asked my colleague, the member for Rimouski-Neigette, how he felt about the remarks of our colleague for Madawaska-Restigouche, who is against the budget, but he won't vote against the budget. The same thing goes for the member for Yukon. He seems to be against the budget, but we don't know how he's going to vote on Wednesday. I have a question for my colleague now. It seems that the distributor of the medical isotopes will no longer be required to sell the isotopes to hospitals in Canada, in particular in Quebec, but rather to any buyer around the world, and that we would be producing isotopes here but not able to get them. You talked about the dangers of privatization and the lack of transparency, so I would like to hear the connection between that and the situation where we seem to own the technology, but we have no access to the products. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. It is clear that a private company that is in charge of the isotopes and having problem with AECL that owns the CANDU technology and wants to sell that technology around the world, well, the situation is problematic. When there are rumors of AECL being perhaps privatized in the future, when we have a great deal of money invested in that, we wondered whether taxpayers are going to keep the parts of AECL that are not profitable, for example, the waste products, and that we will lose control over the isotopes and patients will not be able to get access to the isotopes.
For Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to support the budget tabled by the Minister of Finance, and I will share my time with the member from Selkirk-Interlake. Last year, in supporting Canada's Economic Action Plan, I said this budget will be a test of political maturity. Canadians were watching with great interest and quite literally praying that we parliamentarians got it right. A year later, I can say unequivocally, yes, Canada, we got it right. We're cautiously optimistic that the economy is recovering, but we must remain vigilant. The House will hear from many speakers about the good things in this budget, and indeed, I will mention some which are important to my riding of Kitchener Centre. However, I will begin by mentioning some things that are not in this budget. Now, why do I do that? Why do I want people to think about what's not in this budget? Well, the opposition criticized our government for taking an extra 5 weeks to consult with Canadians. They didn't think we should bother with that much consultation. Now they say, why did you bother to consult only to end up with a stay-the-course budget? Well, the answer is that our consultations told us what Canadians do not want in this budget. For example, Canadians told us they don't want the overtaxation of past Liberal governments. When Liberals complain that the government squandered the surplus, they're really just saying that we should not have reduced the GST. And the Liberal leader is thinking about hiking the GST back up to Liberal Party levels.
Out hiking again, Randy.
In fact, by reducing the GST and reducing tax levels generally, as early as 2007, our government injected consumer spending stimulus into the economy. That helped stave off the global recession in Canada for almost a full year after it was felt elsewhere. Now, we could take up the Liberal Party's complaints and raise taxes in this budget, but Canadians spoke loudly against that option. That's not in this budget. Or we could take up the NDP suggestion to reverse corporate tax relief. Consulting Canadians, however, confirmed once again that Canadians know that job growth depends upon competitive Canadian employers. So you won't see any job-killing, NDP-style corporate taxation in this budget. Consulting with Canadians also told us that they do not want permanent deficits. Canadians know that government deficits are a kind of reverse Robin Hood. Even now, approximately $31 billion every year is taxed from low and middle income and other Canadians and paid as interest into the pockets of those wealthy enough to lend money to the government. So you will not find any long-term extra spending in this budget. You won't find an extension of the March 31st, 2011 expiry date for stimulus spending. Instead of major spending programs like the Liberal Party's mythical daycare plan, promised in every election since 1993 but never delivered, you will find restraint in 2011 and beyond. However, you will not find any reversal of our commitments. We are keeping our word. We're increasing foreign aid to historic levels. We're maintaining funding to arts and culture at levels never before seen in Canada. Our record-high provincial transfers for health and education will not be reduced. We will slay the deficit with gradual restraint, not by abandoning our commitments. And I'm very proud to be a part of a government that delivers what we promise.
You bet.
There is a unique feature which is in this budget. Do you know what's unique about Conservative budgets? What's unique is that they're multi-year plans. They demonstrate foresight. They take account of changing circumstances. Prorogation provided an opportunity to take Canada's economic pulse, to confirm that indeed our economy is recovering but not yet recovered. That's why this budget stays the course with stimulus spending this year. That's also why our government is planning ahead for restraint in later years. Canadians across our great land already understand the wisdom of this course. As the Governor-General said, rainy day spending must not become an all-weather practice.
Hear, hear.
I bet Canadians are wishing that just once, the opposition parties would find the self-assurance to say, you know, the government's right. We need to stay the course this year and then exercise some restraint. It's so obvious Canadians want us to support this budget, so that's what we'll do. Wouldn't that be a great gesture of national unity in difficult economic times? We cannot be all things to all people, but this budget rings all the right notes. Here's what the Waterloo Region Record had to say. Finance Minister Jim Flaherty walked a fine, intelligent line Thursday.
Order. I just have to remind the honourable member not to use proper names, even when quoting from other publications. That sounds good.
The Finance Minister walked a fine, intelligent line Thursday to deliver a budget that serves Canada's most urgent needs. I would add, Mr. Speaker, that most Canadians agree and would like the opposition to support this budget and get on with things. Things like the additional $19 billion in new stimulus spending to create and maintain jobs. This is especially good news for Kitchener Centre, which I proudly represent. Our manufacturers have been hard hit. In addition to the stimulus funding, Budget 2010 goes even further to assist manufacturers. An example is the government's commitment to eliminate all remaining tariffs on manufacturing machinery. Most of these tariffs were eliminated immediately. The remainder will be phased out by January 1, 2015. These tariff reductions will save businesses an additional $300 million annually. This is a significant cost savings for our manufacturers. It will encourage investment in needed machinery. It will encourage innovation. This is very important to Kitchener Centre. In my pre-budget submission on behalf of Kitchener Centre, I urged the Minister to do two particularly important things for my riding. He has addressed both of these concerns. What were they? First, relief for low or no-income Canadians is an important issue to Kitchener Centre, which contains our urban core. Those who study such needs agree that social housing is essential to the solution. It's very important to Kitchener Centre that $2 billion of infrastructure stimulus spending invested in social housing in 2009 and 10 will be followed by an additional $2.1 billion in 2010 and 11. This brings the two-year total of social housing, including housing for disabled and for seniors, to a total boost of $4.1 billion. This budget also assists low or no-income Canadians with a one-year, $30 million increase in skills-linked funding to assist more young Canadians while the labour market recovers. Another $20 million is added to Pathways to Education in support of disadvantaged youth. Yet another $30 million over 2 years will support Aboriginal education. My second request on behalf of Kitchener Centre, where unemployment remains high, was for continued supports for unemployed workers. Once again, this budget delivers. More than $4 billion will be provided in 2010 and 11. This includes $1.6 billion for additional benefits, $1 billion in enhanced training opportunities, $1.6 billion in EI premium relief, 5 extra weeks of EI benefits, greater access to EI for long-tenured workers, and an extension of the duration and scope of the work-sharing program will all continue into 2010 and 11. As the Member of Parliament for Kitchener Centre, I wanted our government to assist those hardest hit by the global downturn. This budget delivers exactly that. As a member of the Environment Committee, I was also pleased with the measures for green jobs. These include $100 million over the next 4 years for clean energy technologies in the forestry sector. We're also expanding eligibility for accelerated capital cost allowance for investment in clean energy generation assets. This builds on the $1 billion over 5 years committed in Budget 2009 for the development of promising clean energy technologies. Last year I said, the speech from the throne lays out a path through a dark forest of economic perils. I called on all of our honourable members to seize the opportunity to confidently put on the cloak of open-mindedness, transparency, and mutual trust. I said, let's travel that path together with common focus on the needs and well-being of all Canadians. I repeat this request today, but I add there's every reason to believe that we'll soon need our sunglasses as we emerge from that dark forest. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You bet. Good. Questions and comments? I'll try to get 2 more questions in before the end of the day. We'll go first to the member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, it's absolutely shocking how misinformed the member could be. He talked about no new taxes. We have huge EI tax increases for people. He's not telling his constituents that they're raising the price of airplane flights by increasing airport taxes. He's not telling them. He complained that the poor people are paying taxes, and what are they paying for it? For millions upon millions of dollars of government advertising of conservative programs. He's talking about $100 million for clean energy when they've cancelled several billions from previous governments. And he's talking about the mythical child care program when there was actually in place 10 provinces assigned and the money had flowed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to address the issue of taxes because our Conservative government believes in leaving more money in the pockets of hardworking Canadians. It's the right thing to do, and we have the record to prove it. Since coming to office in 2006, we've cut over 100 taxes, reducing taxes in every way government collects them: personal consumption, business, excise taxes, and more. We've removed over 1 million low-income Canadians from the tax rolls completely, and we've reduced the overall tax burden to its lowest level in nearly 50 years.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Speaker, I can't believe what I hear from these members regarding corporation taxes. I mean, basically, you know, they're taking us back to the 1980s with Ronald Reagan and even George Bush Sr. calling him his economic plan voodoo economics. We know that reducing corporate taxes has not done what they say that it's going to do. We've reduced corporate taxes now from year 2000. The Prime Minister of the day reduced them to from 28% to 21%. Now they're proposed to go down to 15%. Well, guess what's happened? Independent bodies like Statistics Canada have indicated, despite a 36% drop in corporate taxes in the last decade, with record profits at that time, business spending on machinery and equipment has actually declined. Do the members understand that? It's actually declined as a share.
Order. 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 I'll just have to stop the member there to give the member for Kitchener Centre about 30 seconds to respond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I suppose the best way to respond to that is to point out that, in fact, over 130,000 net jobs have been created or maintained as a result of our economic action plan in the last year, and that certainly includes the corporate tax relief that we've put into place.
It being 6:30, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24.